Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we are heading into Week 4 for North America. So why don't we take a look at the schedule presented by Axe? Something a little bit weird here. Normally you'd look at the end of the day, you'd be like, wow, NRG Cloud9, that's our match of the day, right? No, we are definitely focusing on match number 2, Pittsburgh Knights versus NRG. The Knights have been stomping over the previous big 3 with 2 down. They have 1 more to eliminate. We'll see if they can do it today. And speaking of elimination, we need to eliminate all the tickets online. Go to tickets.rlesports.gg. All the available ones. Get them gone. We're going to Palacio Vista Alegre in Madrid, Spain, December 13th to 15th. We want to see you there. But let's head over to the desk and get this pre-show started before we get into our matches. Lawler, Gibbs, and now Jorby joining me at the desk. How you guys feeling? Week 4, we're getting to the end of league play. We're almost there.
It's going by quick, man. Already week 4, a lot of good matches. That that second match of week 4. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that one. I'm so excited for that one. It's so good.
Like, it's going to be a wild week. Like, obviously, week 3 was completely wild, both on North America, plus Europe. Can't wait for week 4.
It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of really hype matches. And even at the end of the day, NRG C9 is still going to be a banger.
Mm-hmm. But this isn't the only region that's available. And we also talk about EU here. But we have 2 other regions in the RLCS, South America and OCE. OCE has been popping off lately. So we actually had our friends from Down Under put together a little hype package. Let's take a look.
Mindfreak rushing back to the defense, but a bit slow on the uptake. Or were they? They shoot and score the side of the field, which is great. It's keeping it away from their goal as well. But Kami, he takes a shot and it's set up to Siki.
Scoring the goals, he's setting them up, and then he's also back saving them.
Well, there's a setup and it goes in. Requiem.
Sadly, it's at the top, and it's just bounced away from him.
Oh, and there's the demo as well. So Chiefs, great opportunity to get it right between the middle of the 2 defenders. All right, Watson, are you ready for our first overtime?
It could be a 0 goal.
No way, Lurky!
I don't know whether to be happy that Lurky's done that or be annoyed that we didn't get an overtime, but fantastic 0-second goal. They're not shooting, really.
That demo could have been an opportunity.
From Walcott, it is.
Even after a player goes down. Not anything too crazy just yet, but it's now going straight into the goal by Requiem.
Steve, how can he not? He cleaned up the ball in the midfield, and there it is. Frenzy's knocked it to make it 2-1.
Keeping this ball out for now, but the Renegades looking to set it up and slides it wide.
That is disgusting. That is a fantastic solo play from him. Sets himself up and just keeps flying, smacks it against the post.
For game number 2. Right by Delusion, right by all the members of the Rats, and right into the net.
Yeah, and just when you want your player to turn up, this is the moment. Getting that double touch, faking out Delusion, and then just smacking it in.
It looks like round 0 have already taken control, already starting to take shots, and Mindfreak just ready to play that game against them. Continues shooting into the goal. Oh, so close.
Oh, no.
Game here, because it's not just the game, but it's a series as well, and this is such an important series, and that second goal from Spidoge.
Even getting that goal for himself before. Faking out the keeper there, that is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's channeling your words exactly. He's just beating everyone here. A little fake out there as well.
Set as well. That is mechanically.
Be set up for his team, and as you can see, going for the shot just a little bit too high, but it also sets it up for Dripedic.
Tortos still keeping it up. Back down to Kami. Can't put it on target. Siki's there. Puts it in. Are you kidding me? How has that gone in? How has it stayed? It's 0 seconds for so long. Wow.
Are you freaking kidding me? I can't believe it.
As you saw there, the hype is still real. I always love our friends from the OCE region. Those guys know how to get the energy going. They're just heading into week 5 now. They still have 2 weeks past that, actually. They have 7 weeks total. Is it too early to maybe get some predictions of who's joining that LAN? Because that's coming up quick.
I'm going to talk about the big 3 now for OCE. It seems like they have one as well. They got the Chiefs, they have Renegades, and Ground Zero Gaming. The team that was supposed to be 3rd is 4-0 right now. They took out the Chiefs. The Chiefs haven't looked great yet, but I wouldn't count them out, and it's going to be a wild ride. But for OCE, it's been a miserable 2019 when it comes to international play. They want to show up at Worlds, and I think they can with any of those 3 teams.
Yeah,
sorry, continue.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
No, it's all yours. No, we're
I was
now.
just going to say, the way Ground Zero look, I think it's almost assured that we'll see them at LAN.
Well, I did mention, though, or you mentioned Big 3, and I just want to take a moment, guys, right now, if we could all take a moment of silence, because rip Big 3. Let's bow your heads. Okay, what is going on?
Cloud9!
Oh, America right now.
G2,
Come
like
on.
The birds.
Like, this is ridiculous right now.
Okay.
silly.
Let's try to reel this in a little bit and figure something out. So
We need to know what's happening. Logan.
I think we can collectively and have mentioned there's pretty much a new era going on right now. A lot of these young guns coming in. Ghost is showing up really well on offense. You're seeing Pittsburgh Knights dominate. Why? Like, what is your reasoning? Like, Jorby, you saw Peeps grow and become this juggernaut, I guess. What is it about these teams that are causing the big three to fall apart?
And we've talked about this a little bit amongst ourselves, that there seems to be this meta difference between teams that have been in the RLCS for a while, like NRG and G2, and then these upstarts like the Knights and like the Birds. And I think one reason for that meta change is these guys have been just grinding six-mans for so long.
You think it's a six-mans? Okay.
And I think six-mans has forced these players to play a specific way, just because you're paired with new people all the time, and so you're focused more on getting the ball down the field, taking players on the other side of the pitch out, and then trusting your back two teammates to finish up and take control of the game. And we're just seeing the Knights just bully teams out just like that and be successful.
Is that why C9 looked bad though?
No.
Was it
Not
completely.
completely.
We'll get to why they look poor.
Yeah, Cloud9 just didn't look great. Torment's making bad saves. Gimmick hasn't done anything on the offensive side. Like, Squishy's played okay, but it's also, when he's the only one doing anything for that team, there's major issues. Cloud9, that was supposed to be their easy week. They played the Birds and Space Station. They were supposed to go 2-0 and fight for a top two, but now they might finish bottom two.
I mean, you want to talk about stats with Gimmick. I know you're the stats guy, Gibbs. You also mentioned Gimmick when your tier list was like S tier at the top.
Put him to shame, Lawler.
He's 21st in goals per game, 19th in assists per game, 23rd in saves per game, 21st in shots per game.
It's rough.
And 21st in goal participation.
And all of Cloud9
Minus 24. That is not good.
That's not good at all. Minus
low.
23 shot differential. They average plus 35 every single season. And this team is not like I didn't see this coming. Like, some people on Reddit are saying they saw this coming, but they look great. They look great all year. Like, every single DreamHack, they were 16-1 on days 1 and 2.
Right? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
So I just want to say though, we got to run through a lot here. So,
All right, go.
The NRG though, they're looking pretty good though.
yeah, I mean,
Right?
yeah.
Okay.
Pretty
so
good.
they're the last one. We'll see though. Today PK might take them down. But G2, we also have to touch on G2 real quick, because G2 has not been looking the same we saw them at a past few lands before league play started up.
Yeah, they got swept by PK. I just think it's a stylistic difference. G2's offense has been great at times. The difficulty that they have is when they're up against other teams that have this aggressive play style or this RLRS meta from developing to that trust and super aggressive demos and in your face. We saw it with Turbo Exploited too. Just no ability to really get it going. They just get shut down on their own half, and then they struggle on defense.
and I really think the thing that threw G2 off against the Knights was a lot of times Knights would cut rotations in places where G2 were not expecting cut rotations, and that's part of what made the Knights strong in that matchup, is just catching G2 off guard so many times and stealing the ball away. G2, they always wanted to push down the pitch, right? So they position optimistically at times when they move down the pitch, and then if someone cuts rotation where they're not expecting it and they lose that challenge, they get boxed in.
So let's talk about it. Is that the reason then that they lost against PK? Let's take a look back here. PK is doing so well. The Pittsburgh Knights are now 2-0 up on the previous big three with one more to go today. They might be able to do it. We'll see. It's going to be exciting. But let's talk to G2 right now. G2 was shut down again by PK. Is this exactly why? Or is it just because the Knights and all those other teams that came through six-mans and that are stepping up? Or is this on G2?
I think it's on G2, because it's not just the Knights that G2 struggled against, especially on offense. It's NRG too. And NRG don't play the game that the Knights play. So I think there's something going on with some of these top teams with G2. I'm not exactly sure what, but I know that on the back end, G2 have a lot of trouble in that third man spot keeping possession and keeping plays going. While the offense has been great at times, they cannot lock down midfield consistently.
And that's the huge thing with G2. When they showed this play style, when they went to the World Championship, all three players playing out of their minds. And it looks so beautiful when all three are doing that. But if one person messes up right now, and we saw that with Chicago versus NRG, he didn't look great. Then Rizzo versus Pittsburgh Knights. As soon as one person messes up, it screws up the entire offense for G2, and then they're on the back foot.
Well, it's the same thing for Knights. You talked about their play style and being able to trust those teammates in back. The only way they can play that style is if they have that trust with people behind them, because they have to make challenges and make plays that don't really make sense. You're not supposed to go for that stuff because of the consequence that can come with it. And that's where a lot of these older teams have difficulties. PK does not do that. They just go because they have that trust behind them. They've also admitted, talking to Reddles, if one person makes a mistake, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
And the same thing applies to G2. It's the exact same thing.
And that's the problem with going from, like seasons 1 through 4, where like you could have a star player and he could carry you to victories. Nowadays, like if you have one weak player, it costs you a ton of series just because of how the playstyles have to be so perfect to control the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Rocket League has really developed into a weak link game. And I think for G2, the struggle just comes for, Gyro, so good. When the Knights dive at the ball,
don't have any weak
what can you
players
do?
right
It doesn't matter. Even when Gyro messes up, he wins. What do you do against that? It's not fair, man. It's not fair.
So that's the question. How long is PK going to be able to keep this up? And, is it going to be enough to take down every single team in North America? And then looking forward, teams in Europe, Sam and OC as well.
I don't know, man. Like, it's tough to have an expectation that you are going to play perfect, per se, every single week. So at that point, I don't know. Until they show us faults, I can't really argue against it.
So I have to trust Reddles here. He says they are the second best team in North America, and I believe him. They'll lose to Energy today.
We can talk about PK all day, but let's take a quick break. I know Turtle is standing by, so we're going to get to our Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you very much, Leaf. This season has been nothing short of crazy, and to speak to that, we actually have Rogue sitting at last place. Nobody expected this. This season is unreal, and actually to speak to that, we're going to go ahead and take a look at a series they had against Birds last weekend. Now let's go ahead and just see how this clip plays out. This is game 1. Let's just see what Wonder does with the ball. He goes up, gets a nice double touch, and then the save comes in from Ajax. Kronovi, a great rotation, hits it into the midfield, and this is where we see a lot of the mistakes. So go ahead and pause it here. Now, if you can see, in the backfield, we have Wonder, and also all the way in the corner, AJ. They're faced with two decisions. Wonder can either go and challenge the ball, or AJ, just so much space. Somebody has to communicate here and push into that field and contest Hawkser. Let's just see what they do. Not even one challenge comes out. Wonder hesitates badly, a double commit, and all that space is used up. And this is what plagues Rogue. They do this so much this season. This has been a huge issue, but whenever Wonder and AJ aren't doing the best, we have Kronovi. They can always rely on him. Let's just see what happens. You've probably already seen this go a million times because it's one of the craziest one. Kronovi, great pressure. He goes for the bump, and then he actually flips out of the back of the net and gets a shot in. This is unreal. I've never seen anything like this, actually. And let's go ahead and take a look at the decision-making and the options that Kronovi had here. He takes the corner boost, which is great. Let's take a pause here. He takes that corner boost, right? And then he also has the decision now to rotate out or go for the bump on Roldiz. And either way, that's going to be fine. And he's already done his job. Let's just see what he does. He goes for the bump, and then he gets the flip out. The timing, the reaction, and the mechanics to hit that are insane. I've never seen anything like that. Kronovi, you are unique and crazy. I can't even explain that now. Whenever he's also not doing good, AJ and Wonder, they can pick up their pace and pick up the slack as well. Let's go ahead and play this clip out. In the same game, Wonder, he's going up for the aerial. We see AJ, he's faced with options here. He sees his teammate. He's got a lot of space. He knows Wonder's going to win that because nobody else is really up. And then AJ, you would think he would push into the space, right? Well, actually, let's see what he does here. He pre-jumps. I don't even know why he did it. He had so much confidence in Wonder to get that shot. Unreal decision-making, and he manages to hit it. That was crazy, and now let's go ahead and take a look at Roldiz's perspective. The defender at the time, he should have gotten a challenge on the ball, right? Well, when you see somebody going up for a pre-jump, AJ's already in the air. It scared everything out of Roldiz, and AJ got the goal. Rogue, you are so unique. This is what we need to see from you from the season, is these crazy decisions, everything going really well for you, and that's just really how it is. Rogue, let's see how they face off today, and this has been your Get It moment presented by CDW. Back to you, Leaf.
It's nuts. It's a tight fit right now for who's going to be going to LAN from North America. And I know Gibbs and Lawler have been using some science to try to figure out. Guys, you got it sorted yet?
Now, I wouldn't exactly say science, but
Okay.
Gibbs will definitely hit us with some stats. So I'm slowly trying to get away with only one person with me, so we're moving up. But Gibbs, obviously we got a lot of stuff we're breaking down here.
Yes.
First one we're looking at is obviously we got Ghost and G2 comparisons because they are both trying to get into that top spot. But we're comparing Energy, PK, and Rogue stats right now, if you want to kind of break it down
Sure.
for us.
So we're talking about common opponents. Obviously, Ghost and G2, they play today. They're both 2-2, but they played 3 of the same opponents. And that is, of course, Energy, the Pittsburgh Knights, and Rogue. And obviously, it kind of sides towards Ghost here, where they're 7-4 versus a 3-7 record from G2. But when you look at it, it kind of looks what you would expect. Like G2, tons of offense. Maybe their defense has been a little bit shaky. Ghost on the other side, though, a very defensive team and only 1.18 goals against per game.
Yeah, now looking at this, obviously shooting percentage is pretty similar, but is that mostly because of the fact that G2 got swept twice and they had less games? Like, what do you equate that to?
I think like both teams shot pretty well when they played Rogue, and obviously they're playing against the top two defenses when you play the Knights and you play NRG, so you expect their shooting percentage to be a little bit low, and that's why we see it here. But the one problem I have is with G2 with that 2.1 goals against, it's
rough.
Not looking pretty.
Yeah, it's really rough. Now, speaking of rough, G2 fans kind of avert your eyes. Yeah. You don't want to see this.
Close it.
We're going to take away Rogue from this, and we're going to do just versus Energy and PK. And that one hurts a little.
It hurts pretty bad. Look at that goals against. 2.5 from G2.
Man.
G2, when they play lower teams, they blow them out. They blew out Rogue. They blew out the Birds.
That's part of the reason why they're top two.
Of course.
And
that helps. But Ghost has looked so strong versus these teams. They're exactly even in goals and goals against, which is what you want to see. And the one surprising thing to me is, like I did a Twitter poll, who's going to win, G2 or Ghost? 75% for G2, and I think that's because of the offseason. But Ghost has looked like a better team when they play the top dogs.
See, now that's interesting because even though they've had these struggles, a lot of us still consider them a top team. So what is it against the teams that they struggle with, the top of the top? Why do they falter so much? Is it a stylistic difference? Like, what's going on?
We kind of hit it when we talked on the desk where, like, if G2 doesn't have possession, their defense has been very shaky because they're not used to playing defense anymore.
Right.
The way they want to play is always possess the ball. And again, 2.5 goals against is not going to get you any wins. Obviously, 0-6, they got swept in both. So when we go to game differential later on, Ghost has a huge advantage there, too.
Big oof there for me for G2.
Yeah.
So got to step it up. They've got some big matches this week. And then our last one, Chicago. We've been talking MVP at the very beginning. That has definitely changed. Give us to it real quick because that hurts as well.
Week one, we're talking about MVP. We're like, all right, we see Chicago. He's looking great. He only shows up against the bottom teams right now. 1.75 goals per game. That would be number one. 1.13 assists. That would also be number one. Shooting percentage, 48%. Absolutely nuts. But to win MVP, he's not going to be anywhere close to my ballot because when you play against the top dogs, that's what I want to see from MVPs. And his stats do not show it. Like dead last in basically every category. 0.33 goals per game, 0.33 assists. That's only 2 goals and 2 assists for their 0-6 record. Shooting 10%. 10% is not going to cut it, Chicago. So I need to see him really step it up today versus Ghost.
So last beat for you then. What does Chicago need to do, or is it a team thing? Is it specifically Chicago moving forward for the rest of the season?
This is definitely a team thing. Like I think it's going to come down to G2's offense versus Ghost defense. If G2's offense shows up, they can definitely take this series. But right now, I have Ghost all the way.
All right, well, I think we've covered enough stats for, the rest of the season. And my calf is starting to hurt, so we're going to head back to the desk. Sound good?
Let's do it.
Sounds good, man. Let's join the guys. Leaf, what are your thoughts on the whole situation of stats and our science?
There's way too many numbers for me.
I know.
So
it confuses you.
I'm just gonna move it on and pretend like I'm gonna let you guys pretend like you know what you're talking about as we talk about our match of the day. NRG versus Pittsburgh Knights. Again, I just want to reiterate that so many people would have thought this would have been C9 versus NRG going into the season, looking at the schedule. But no, the Pittsburgh Knights have completely changed the landscape in North America. The question is, can they take down the third of the previous big three?
I'm a little interested to see how it plays out, just because Reynolds is definitely where this is their toughest match.
Yeah.
He is certainly focused on what they need to do to beat NRG, and rightfully so. It is the battle for first place.
It's going to be tough because it's like, how do you get by Garrett G and Turbo Pulsa? And then when Justin rotates in, one of the best defenders we have when he has to play defense, which is not often, it's going to be tough for Pittsburgh Knights. I really feel like if Justin has any time to do solo plays, it could get scary.
I don't think Justin will have time to do solo plays. That's the thing about the Knights, right? They are a fast team, especially on their own side of the pitch. And they're so good at intercepting passes and get demos all over the place. They're the second team in the league in demos, averaging about 4.5 a game on both sides of the pitch. So it's going to be tough to find solo plays. It's going to be tough to find passes because you'd say the same thing about G2 with passing plays. But they couldn't get it going either against the Knights.
Well, I mean, on the counter of that, part of the reason why Energy has been so successful, and the thing we've pushed for a very long time, is the ability to challenge at the midfield.
Yeah.
And if Knights are getting that pressure at the midfield, instead of being able to do it in the further third, you might see something that's a little bit different. You might see something that changes Knights having to adapt, and they've been pretty comfortable with that so far.
I think the biggest thing for them has been confidence. And honestly, like before they beat G2, you remember what Reddles tweeted out.
Yeah.
It's like, we're coming for you, G2. He's done the same thing with NRG as well. He doesn't care anymore. What does he say? See you next week for #1 at NRG for NA. Oh my goodness. Like, he doesn't care. He's headhunting at this point. Now, he did, we will mention, give a lot of respect to NRG before. That's the one team he said, we might have some difficulties against. But now looking at that play style, do you guys think there's any chance, maybe a game or two, or is NRG going to continue this domination?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a defensive battle because Pittsburgh Knights have been doing so good in save percentage. They're #1, so they're just executing because they're #1 in save percentage, #1 for shot percentage too. That's what you want to see from the Knights. That's how you win dream hacks right here from the Pittsburgh Knights. That they've looked fantastic and they're riding this momentum, but when they play NRG, we'll see.
I mean, our most recent offseason events, these guys are the winners, right? We're talking Beyond the Summit and DreamHack Montreal. The last 2 LAN victories have been these 2 teams. So there's a lot of questions we're asking. Obviously, the atmosphere from Beyond the Summit was totally different, but NRG still had a relatively good performance at DreamHack, so you can't really argue otherwise.
I think that for the Knights, defensively, the top 2 teams in the league in conceding goals, the least amount of goals, NRG exactly 1 goal a game that they're only allowing.
It's phenomenal.
And then goals allowed for the Knights, 1.2. They're the top 2 in the league, so it's absolutely going to be.
Well, let's see how everybody figured this match would go as we get into our predictions. I actually want to see the C9 NRG match too, what you guys ended up picking on that. Oh, no, you guys are leaving me alone again. This went well last time for EU, but...
Did you not hear me spew a bunch of gimmick stats?
Yeah, well, yeah, but like, you know...
No, I don't.
That's my argument, honestly.
Hey, it worked with Mouse Sports versus Vitality. I'll give it to you, Leaf. Cloud9, there's a chance. They are deadly. They haven't shown it yet, but they could easily do it here.
Jorby, though, you've kind of been all over the board on this one. You know, for Go Space Station, you take Space Station. NRG, the Knights. You just have a belief in the underdogs today.
I do. I really do. NA is good again. It was really fun to watch over some of these matches this week in preparation. But for our match of the week, I really think that the Knights are going to beat NRG. They've already taken down 2 top dogs in C9 and G2. I think the Knights continue to roll. I think it's going to be tough, but the Knights are so strong.
Gibbs, though, you also had. Wait, were you just defending?
Yep.
What's going on here? This doesn't line up, dude.
Yeah, Ghost versus G2.
Two-faced.
Did you see last week? I don't believe in myself at this point, so I have to pick G2
so with
here
you
versus
picking
Ghost.
G2, that means they're going to lose, and then everybody... Okay, so Jorby, good pick.
Smart. I'm smart.
Next level. I
got it now. I figured it out.
All right, I figure you could probably talk about G2 all day, so let's take a break again and use Rogue again as our break. I actually had a chance to sit down with Wonder, so let's take a listen. And now joining me on the line is a player from Rogue. It's Wonder. Hey man, how are you? How you guys feeling? Looking at the season so far, what are your vibes?
This week coming in, I think we're feeling pretty good. Sorry, my dog's
that's
coming.
All right. Little pupper.
Yeah, but we're feeling a lot better throughout this week. Last weekend, I think we stepped up quite a bit. We still got some things to fix, but we've been progressing a lot, so we're feeling good.
I was going to say with the dog there, it can't be rough, but mentally, how did you guys take it? When there's some must wins. You guys had to get those wins. You didn't. So does that affect you mentally going into the next games, or are you able to separate and just look at those new games as a fresh new thing?
It's something that we've dealt with in the past, so it's not really anything new to us. We're not really taking. We're taking into consideration our previous games, but we're not taking it with us into the current set that we're going to be playing. We're just trying to focus on, what's going on in that moment and making sure that we're playing well during.
Well, looking at the stuff that may have been causing effects, was it mental, or were there some more mechanical things you guys had to work on the field?
I think a lot of it was mental. I also think a lot of it came down to communication, which is something that I don't think we really realized that we were lacking in until we had someone come in and help us out with it. But yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's always good to get an outside perspective. I was going to ask, too, what have you guys worked on? Has it just strictly been the communications, and have you already seen a positive effect from that?
We've looked over a lot of stuff in scrims, and we've made minor adjustments to our gameplay. I'm not going to go into detail with that.
Of course.
But communication is definitely one of those things that we've been focusing on.
Well, let's look at your match today then, SSG, and then next week you guys have to face off against NRG and C9. You know, you want to stay in the game, you want to stay focused, but does that looming threat of, you know, NRG and C9 next week kind of take effect on how you guys are going to play today, or do you guys have your head in the game just for SSG?
No, we're just focused on what's going on right now this week, just making sure that we get through this game, and then we can focus on what's going on next weekend, next week.
And for this week, if you can give any kind of insight, what is the game plan? Is it just stay solid, stay slow, speed it up? You know, what's this SSG match going to look like?
We think they're a pretty aggressive team, so we'll probably play a little bit of counter, maybe a little more passive in some situations, but yeah, I definitely don't think we're going to have a whole lot of trouble aggressing them.
That's awesome. Confidence is key. Wonder, thank you so much for joining. I'm looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, speaking of SSG, they do get a bit of a warm-up, you know, as they go into that match, but they do seem like they're confident. And I'm wondering if that confidence is really going to help them. But again, SSG does have a first match. May as well talk about it because it's coming up pretty soon. They're playing against Ghost. You picked SSG on this one.
I did.
Defend it.
All right, I got this. So, Ghost, it's been they've looked great. Ghost are a good team. I'm going to preface that by saying this. They just use a lot of boost a lot of the time. Last week in their series against NRG, a lot of the goals that they conceded were them rushing back on defense, low on boost, having to rely on pads and come back. Every time they're pushing up the pitch, they're using a lot of their boost. They're sitting in the top 6, I don't know, 6 players in the league in the top. All 3 Ghost players are there. The top 2 are Memory and Illusion, sitting at above 60 seconds a game as an average
for
time at 0 boost. And Space Station in their series last week against Cloud9, you know, Cloud9 mistakes notwithstanding, it's been difficult for SSG to give up the ball in the offensive half of the field. The only thing that's plagued SSG is shots and shot placement. It's been poor. It got better. It got a little better last week. I think that'll continue to improve. They're gonna catch Ghost out with no boost because they're so good at controlling the ball in the offensive half of the pitch.
But that's my problem with Space Station. They're shooting 14%. They're dead last right now in the league.
They were almost at 10% last week, though.
I understand that, but it's been 2 seasons of this.
That's a 4% improvement, Gibbs.
Oh, look,
we're on the upswing.
Plays,
if you drew the chart, we're going up.
I know, but it's been 2 seasons of we talk about this team 95% of the time they do great. It's that last 5%. Put it in the back of the net. And it's 2 seasons of this. I can't trust them.
I definitely have my worries. Like they barely beat. They went to 5 against Cloud9, a struggling Cloud9 that has not looked that great. So for me, there's things about SSG that they still need to answer. As for Ghost, I'm pretty solidified. They look like a solid team. And the same thing, they're only going to see that improvement with someone like Atomic, who is getting more and more comfortable. You saw that flip reset, the attacks that he's going with those air dribbles. That just opens up more. And if they're using more boost, great. That just means the other team can't have it.
I think that puts you in such a difficult position, though. Like you have to control the pitch for 5 minutes. If you can't keep control of your own boost and the midfield boost at all times,
to Rocket League, Jeremy.
Good luck.
That's how it works now.
Yeah, but at least some players don't put themselves in a poor position because they use too much boost in situations where they don't need to. And I think that's their fatal flaw in this series against Space Station. I think that they looked good against Cloud9. I think that they will continue that against Ghost.
I don't know. Space Station Gaming, though, I feel like I kind of am on that boat with you. It's just that accuracy. I don't know if it's as high as I want it to be yet, right?
The thing is like Cloud9 played pretty good defense. They cut down a lot of angles for Space Station, especially in games 4 and 5. They were just cutting off everything. The angles weren't there, and so Space Station were forced to have to thread this through 2 defenders. And the one goal that they had, he literally threaded it through 2 defenders in game 5 overtime.
So we talk about possession, though. We talk about possession, and Ghost Gaming and Space Station are both plus 12 in shots. So to me, it comes down to probably a 50-50 coin toss for possession. Like, I side more on Ghost just because of their strength of schedule, where they played all the big 3. Sure, Cloud9 hasn't looked as strong.
Could that have maybe mentally make them forget about the rest of the matches, though?
I think people are sleeping on Ghost just because of, sure, they're 2-2. They look like an even team, but they've had tough matches versus Energy and Pittsburgh Knights, and they've shown up.
I mean, look, I picked Ghost against G2 later today. Yeah. Take that as
going wild.
But I think it comes down to boost and only boost. Who controls the pitch, that's who wins.
All right. Well, let's see what the internet thinks. We want you guys to get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS8, because it's time now for our first match of Week 4 of the RLCS North America.
Good morning, Rocket League fans of North America. We got Ghost and Space Station Gaming.
It's
to kick
afternoon,
things off.
technically, by the way.
It's morning for some of us.
Well, I can't argue with that,
Yeah.
but this is the first match of the day, and it's going to be a fun one. Space Station going up against Ghost, and this is where, North America 1 has been turned on its head. So where do teams stand? That's what we're trying to figure out.
And that really is the question, and this is a great matchup to kind of show that, because these teams are in that middle, 3 to 6 range where it's like, it's a toss-up at this point. We don't really know. Obviously, the big three being disrupted, Space Station and Ghost are teams that could definitely jump into the mix to push for top 4, top 3 spots.
Well, for me, definitely in terms of Ghost, but for Space Station, I'm still not completely sure. They are the lowest ranked offense in North America. We've seen them struggle with shooting. In terms of shooting percentage, they're a team that's very far down there. Just watching their games, you see instances where they just bang it off crossbar multiple times. So I'm not really sold on Space Station. They had a great 5-game series against Cloud9, but even then they were on the brink of defeat when they were able to get that win.
Right, 5-minute overtime to take down Cloud9 last week. And yeah, there's been a lot of questions about the Space Station team. And I got a chance to talk with Chrome. And one of the interesting things about this team is you think about Space Station, you go, Typical, man, he's been that guy that over the last couple seasons that's been so strong on offense. But they've actually moved him back to more of a third-man role now because he's so smart and positionally and so good shooting. They want him to be that rock for the team. And so far, obviously the win over Cloud9 shows improvement for the team. Can they do it against a Ghost team that Des we're talking about is looking to be maybe a very strong team? This week will definitely be the decider of that.
Absolutely. And Ghost, on the other end, a team that also is trying to prove that they belong in the top 4. And they were really the only team that's figured out the Pittsburgh Knights. And so I think SSG here is the underdog. Can they pull out what they pulled off against Cloud9? Even in that Cloud9 series, was that SSG playing really well, or was it Cloud9 underperforming, or was it some kind of mix? Usually it's a mix, but this is where the season it's coming to a close. We're in week 4. We're almost over in league play. So this is the moment where these teams really differentiate themselves. And Ghost, perhaps, maybe they have that top 2 spot on their minds if they can finish out the season.
I think they do. I think they do, and I think a lot of teams do in the North American RLCS at this point now with everything up for grabs. And for Ghost, everyone on that team has been playing so well. I've been really impressed with Illusion in particular. He's been a guy who's been getting it done on both sides of the field. And an unsung hero, every time we talk about Ghost, we talk about either Illusion or Atomic. Has been a lot of talk about him, but Memory doesn't seem to get as much. And I watch him play, and he's so fast, so smart.
Oh, yeah.
So smart with the touches. He keeps possession, and he gets things done for this Ghost squad. Facilitates the success of his teammates. See if he can do it here in game number 1. Taking on Ghost, and right off the bat, it's Arsenal. He gets a goal right off the bat in the first 5 seconds.
Arsenal 5 seconds in. That slowdown going for the pop, and he just dunks it over Atomic. And got that nice splash.
And it's a great way to start off a best-of-5 series in the first 5 seconds. Space Station Gaming take care of business. Now Ghost to respond. Atomic off the crossbar. Turned away, AXB. Tried to get a piece of it. It's Memory now.
And now Illusion coming in. Popping that up in the air for Atomic. Back to Memory. And you see a misflip from Typical. That misflip, that is not what you want to see on defense, especially, Corelli, when you were saying that Chrome wants to put Typical more on that back line because of his ability. Can't be making mistakes like that.
See if Ghost can get possession here as Space Station Gaming putting on the pressure. Arsenal takes it back to his own side. Here's AXB trying to pick this one up. Can't do so. Arsenal there to bail him out. Now AXB looking to play this one downfield. He was met by Illusion. Now Memory on the Ghost end. Plays it over to Atomic. Can't get a piece of it. Arsenal's going to take it away. Space Station looking for a second goal here. Just over a minute and a half in. This one's coming down. Typical playing so far back. Doesn't want to overcommit. This one going off the back wall. Dangerous situation. Ghost is going to put it away. Memory to punish.
And Memory has been so good with his passing. Even that little touch there went to Atomic, and Atomic was able to blast that ball so high. Arsenal not making the read. But it all started with Memory deciding to just make that small touch to Atomic.
Go back into the kickoff. Atomic down to Memory. Shot is off the crossbar. Couldn't get the second touch. Illusion waiting to see what Space Station doubles with it.
And that was a little fortunate. It hit the crossbar and bounced down. If that bounced straight out, Memory would have gotten that read. He wasn't able to really tell how much the crossbar would come into play.
Here's AXB looking to set someone up, but it's straight to Ghost. Atomic to boom it downfield. Ghost now back on the offense. Illusion. This ball goes out to Memory. He got Illusion on the top of the box. That one's a little bit high. Follow up from Memory. Weak shot comes through and a save from Arsenal. He took it away from his teammate in Atomic to keep things going for Ghost. Here's Illusion. Shot is wide and Arsenal picks this one up. Tries to carry it out, but Atomic there to slow him down.
We're seeing Ghost control every aspect of this game. Arsenal keeps cutting off his teammates in net. He's done it to both Sypical and AXB, who have been in net in position to make saves, and he's just jumped in regardless. And now Arsenal missing that challenge as well. Space Station reeling, but still, this game is tied somehow.
Ghost finding a lot more possession on the Space Station side, a little disorganized on defense. Here's Atomic picking it back up, a second touch off the wall. Can he put this one on target? He did, and Sypical had to turn it away. Here's Arsenal on the dribble. Goes past one. On target off the crossbar, and Arsenal does it himself downfield.
And Arsenal, he was everywhere on defense this time, using that speed on the attack. That first touch right there, you saw him touch it up to himself. That allows him to get a much better shot on net. And SSG take the lead. It looked like Ghost has just been dominating, but SSG finding a way to fend off the attack and also get the goal.
Oh, and a touch by Sypical. Play it to pass Atomic. Here's Illusion in the midfield. Memory takes it away off the back wall. Space Station finding a 1-goal lead here, and that one's just going to be lobbed over the defense. Illusion's going to get one.
And Illusion has been having such a good season. This time, a play all by himself puts that just under the crossbar, freezing the defenders. And he has just been so rock solid for Ghost on the shooting front.
Yep.
Coming into today, he was second in shooting percentage. And that just goes to show you his accuracy on display right there.
Leads his team in goals now at 11. Illusion over to Atomic. Looking for this one off the back wall, and it pinches out over the Space Station net.
And Ghosts have 10 shots on net. And you know how many Space Station have, Crowley? You had to take a guess?
2.
You're right, 2.
Wow.
2 shots, 2 goals, both of them coming from Arsenal, and one of them was that dunk play. And Arsenal again getting in AXB's way.
Still some disorganization as AXB comes off the ceiling, trying to get a touch off the back wall. Memory read it perfectly and cleared it out. Arsenal trying to push on. Now Sypical's turn to go. Coming off the ceiling, and they can't get the second touch. Less than a minute to go. All tied up in game 1. Memory just gives the ball away. Tried to beat one. There's Sypical. A little bit of time and space. Couldn't get past Atomic. AXB goes. Space Station trying to break down the Ghost side. AXB with no boost, pitched this one across. And here comes Ghost. Memory up for this one, met by Sypical. Memory shots on and brought down by AXB.
Well handled by AXB. Now Atomic, instead of going for the double tap, just tried to hit it really hard off the backboard.
Atomic takes away a boost from Arsenal there. Ghost trying to clamp down on the Space Station side. Did they get the last laugh here? Less than 10 seconds. Sypical past one. Can he get past Atomic? No. Ghost trying to push forward. Overtime looming. Memory down to Atomic. It doesn't work. And Arsenal, he's going to opt to keep this one up. He might have Illusion beat, but it's blocked away. Sypical's going to let it go down. Overtime in game 1.
And a chance for Space Station to steal this game. They, in my opinion, have been behind a majority of the game. Ghost having all the pressure. Space Station hanging in there.
Atomic off his own back wall. Arsenal, the demo from AXB on Illusion. Things ramping up for Space Station, but given up, and space given to Atomic here in the midfield. A flick over one. It's Sypical off the back wall. Memory's there, looking for another one off the back wall.
A very important defensive stop by Sypical. Not only getting that stop, but following it up, getting on the backboard, slowing down that play. Typical as the third man, making a positive impact on that play.
Pass down to Memory. And here's Atomic almost getting the touch on target. Illusion to find the back wall. AXB's there. Ghost have had some possession in the final third, but not too many chances on target. Space Station have been able to make it a little bit difficult for this defense, or this offense, to put something together. Memory gives way for Atomic, and Illusion can't get up to that one. He's out of boost, so Sypical, he's got a little bit of time, a little bit of space. He takes it up into an air dribble and tries to go over Atomic. He does himself, and Sypical ends game one.
Sypical, the solo play. Pops it up, gets under the ball, and as soon as Memory jumps, that last little tap from Sypical. An impact performance. What a goal.
And that's all you need. It takes one shot, and Sypical takes care of the job. And what a way to do it. Space Station, you know, James, you talked about it a little bit. It looked a little disorganized. It looked like Arsenal was getting in the way a little bit.
It sure did.
And yet, Space Station come out with a win here in game one.
The defense, it held where it needed to. And more importantly, in that overtime, the momentum changed. We saw Space Station putting it to Ghost. Ghost was not having boost in key situations. And that allowed Space Station to get a hold of it and really put the pressure on. But that last play, it was the perfect play from Sypical. The ball's coming in hard. He controls it, gets the perfect first touch. And that first touch set him up for success. He was able to follow it up with another tap up and then go into that air dribble position. And you saw him position around the ball. And as soon as Memory jumped and he committed to the ball, that last little touch from Sypical put it over his head. And that is textbook. That is a gorgeous play. And players like that who can take a ball that's coming to them and just handle it all by themselves and get a goal against the other team without really needing much assistance is an irreplaceable feature. That type of ability, especially in the RLCS. It's so hard to make players miss when they're that good on defense.
He's a shooter. And when you give him time and space with enough boost, he's going to make you pay. And you saw in that play, you broke it down perfectly, but he also just had so much space in the midfield to do whatever he wanted. Ghost gave him so much respect.
Because Ghost they were bleeding. They were bleeding boost. Even the challenge before that play leading up to it, Memory just gave up possession because he had no boost to actually go for a quality challenge.
So, we go on to game two. Space Station do get the job done in overtime in game one. Here's Sypical on the attacking third here. And Illusion trying to land on this one to clear it away. Can't do so. Here comes Atomic. Illusion takes the corner boost. That's two now from Ghost. It's just Memory in the back. He gives away to Sypical. Takes a heavy touch and tried to get a demo on the last man. Memory with no boost is trying to get on top of this ball. The first 30 seconds come and gone. Back and forth from both sides. Atomic, not a lot of boost to work with. Does well to keep it going. Space Station's defense, it really was the only criticism. They did generate a lot of dangerous chances, and AXB does it himself off the wall.
And look at this shot from Arsenal. He pops it over Illusion, gets that second touch, and then he does a little backflip right into the ball. Going for the, it looks like maybe even a musty flick style shot. But AXB dunks that ball in.
AXB came in today with an 11% shooting percentage. And gets it here for his team in game two.
And it was so close to net, it didn't even register as a shot.
Atomic, that one's on target. Two go from Space Station. Memory, no boost to work with. AXB takes it away, tried to go past Illusion. Sypical so patient, waiting to see how this play develops. Didn't have a lot of boost, but does get the block. Here comes AXB. Atomic gave way for him to take that one away, and Illusion now. Memory off the back wall. Here's Atomic, and he put this one on target, blocked away by Sypical.
And this is a completely different SSG team. Playing with much better pace. You can see the physicality coming out from Arsenal. Good passing, Memory breaking the play up. Arsenal was in shooting position. But SSG stepping up their game big time from the early moments in game one.
Here's Arsenal. Gets past one, pops it up. Sipical's there. He's the shooter, and he puts it away for Space Station Gaming.
And Arsenal gets another bump on the goal line after getting this ball up in the air. You see him taking Memory out. And then a pinpoint shot from Sipical. SSG stepping up.
9 goals on the season now for Sipical. And a great way to start things off in game 2. Here's Atomic, couldn't get a second touch. The demo on Memory leaves Illusion in the back. Only 2 pads to work with. Does get the clear Arsenal, trying to get a second one and can't do it past Memory.
Demo's in favor of Space Station right now as well. We've been seeing them get so physical, even in game 5. Thinking back to last week versus Cloud9, the play that won the game in overtime was the AXB bump on Torment to push him out of net. Bumps and demos becoming such a critical component in the game.
Shot from Sipical turned away by Memory. Arsenal to keep this one in for Space Station. Atomic picks it up. Does come out to Illusion. Shot is just a bit wide. Memory there to clean things up for Ghost and keep the attack on. A shot now from Memory. Turned away by Sipical. Ghost a little tied up there, but Atomic takes it away. Here's Illusion. One more. Off the back wall. Can't get it.
Sipical broke up the play, and Illusion saw Sipical coming in and just bailed out on the double tap because he knew he was going to get the stop.
Arsenal pass down to AXB and not enough boost to reach it. He does get off the back wall though. Here's Sipical, tried to get past Atomic, he does. Now 2 past Illusion. Needs help from AXB as he chases Atomic into his own corner. A long clear comes out for Memory. Ghost really need to go in this final minute, down by 2. Space Station have seemed to be a lot more comfortable here, and here's Arsenal. Now AXB looking for options. Opts to go for the back wall. Can't follow up off the bump. Now Illusion. He's taken out.
And I'd love to know how many total demos that Space Station has had this game. Ghost has just been smothered.
That physical play can disrupt an offense and a defense. And a shot down from Memory, saved away by Arsenal, and Atomic can't follow that one up. Ghost now 30 seconds left to make the difference. Space Station Gaming looking to put away game 2. Arsenal puts it to the Ghost corner. Time just ticking down for Ghost here. Illusion takes that one away. The shot wide. So many shots are wide for Ghost in this game. Atomic can't pick it up. Memory does instead, and with no boost, tried to fake. Can't do so, and this could be it for game 2. Ghost just couldn't put it together. Space Station figured things out on defense, locked it down, and as soon as this ball touches the ground, it'll be a shutout for Space Station, and it does. Game 2.
And we had a beautiful play from Arsenal that was dunked in by AXB. I love seeing that shot. He was flying at the ball and backflips into the shot. Got so much power that was unexpected from the defender, and then AXB was able to just punch the ball in.
9 saves.
And but at the same time, how many of them were really challenging for Ghost?
Yeah.
In game 1, there were multiple challenges or multiple shots and so much offensive pressure. And we're taking another look at this play here.
Yeah, it's beautifully done there by AXB.
Beautiful.
And then the follow-up from Arsenal there, just in case the save did come out. That first touch, so important. And the setup to go under it like that.
And you saw Memory was completely fooled by that play.
Yeah. I mean, how could you expect him to do something like that? And for Space Station, it works out. Now outscoring Ghost 5-2.
And even in such a different story from game 1, Ghost comes out swinging. They give up that 50-50 goal 5 seconds in. That was what did them in the first game, that goal off kickoff. And then, but still, they had all of the power, all of the positioning. And Space Station, and they're scoring. But Space Station was resilient. They hung in there, got the scrappy goals, and then in overtime, that's when Space Station started to hit the gas. And they picked it up, had the pressure, got the goal. And in this game, it was all Space Station.
Yeah.
It felt like Ghost was boostless a majority of the game.
Yeah.
They didn't really get many quality shots at all. They had a lot of shots on paper, but nothing really challenging the defense.
So we go into game 3. Space Station finding the target, getting the job done. They came into this week with 17 total goals. Just to give you context, Chicago itself has 16.
Well, Chicago's a bit of an anomaly, leading in the Golden Striker and Clutch Playmaker category.
And Memory's going to start things off for Ghost. They find the target here in game 3.
And Arsenal wasn't there quick enough. You saw AXB not in position. I don't know if he accidentally backflipped or if he was trying to dodge someone or he got bumped or what it was, but he was airborne as soon as that shot was coming in off backboard. Couldn't be in a position to deny it so quickly. Ghost getting a hold of this series, and another sweltering shot from Atomic.
A rocket. And Memory can't get the touch, but Sipical's clear. He just tried to go around Memory, but it sets up Atomic for the shot. And just like that, less than 30 seconds in, and Ghost up by 2. We'll see how Space Station respond. Arsenal couldn't get much done there. AXB to challenge Atomic, and the pass down from the ceiling to Sipical. Now on the ball, taken away. Atomic's there on the goal line. He can't put it away though.
He wanted to go for the dunk. He was hoping that Arsenal would hit it into him.
There's Arsenal, pass 1. Trying to set this one up, and it's still dangerous here. Sipical crept up a little bit too far. And Space Station racing back now. Sipical. Interesting touch that threw off just about everyone. And now passes down to Arsenal over the top, off the backboard. Lucian does get the touch. Here's AXB met by Atomic. And it's down to Arsenal, puts it on target. No, it's off the post, and he follows it up anyways. Space Station on the board.
I was about to comment on the shooting percentage here. It was a tough angle. Arsenal sticking with it. Memory was racing to it as well. Both Ghost players hoping that each other was going to get the hit out. But Arsenal getting Space Station back within striking distance.
Plenty of time left. AXB takes this one up. Does go under 1. Atomic there to pop it up and away. Arsenal also comes through the defense, so 2 go from Space Station. It's just Sipical.
AXB and Arsenal both going for the demo. Both going for the bump on Memory and net.
And that's what they talked about. Originally they wanted AXB as the third man. Now they want him as the nuisance downfield, and you can see it there, the aggression to get in the defender's face.
Was a big part of their win last week. I was talking about it earlier. AXB getting that key bump against Cloud9.
Oh, what a pass from Aleutian. Down to Atomic. Placement is perfect, and Ghost back up by 2.
Ghost find their striking ability. Sipical going for a clear. The beautiful pass. Atomic going far post. You can't block that.
Atomic so clinical downfield, and a great setup by Aleutian. And when Ghost clicks, they look like one of the best teams in North America.
2 assists from Aleutian. Looking to get comfortable. Good passing from Space Station. Memory getting the clear, long clear as well. But Aleutian trying to get comfortable. He was switching between Fennec and Dominus. Started game 1 Fennec, game 2 he went Dominus, and game 3 back on Fennec.
See if Aleutian has been a little quiet. He hasn't been awful either for Ghost here, as they are up 3-1 and
had a good start game 1.
Yeah. Everyone was quiet on Ghost in the last game as they were shut out. Here's Memory. A little bit of time, a little bit of space, puts it across. Atomic opts not to go. It was a tough to deal with. Pacifical, and AXB has to make the save. You can see Atomic, he's just chasing players down in the box, trying to keep the attack on for Ghost. Memory throws this one across. Atomic is up trying to get the dunk, and they can't do it. Still Ghost on the attack. Here's Memory off the corner, trying to get a second touch. Figured out by Sipical. And a dunk there by Aleutian. Down to AXB. Still can't get past Ghost. They're doing a good job of keeping Space Station locked in right now.
They've been trying to get past the half. Arsenal finally making some progress.
There's a stalemate on the Ghost box and thrown downfield for Memory. So Space Station breakout for just a second, but can't keep possession. Perfect touch there from Atomic to keep that one going. Follow-up from Aleutian, just a little bit high. And a follow-up there from Memory. as Ghost trying to build upon their lead, keep the pressure on from Space Station. Arsenal, he's got Sipical. Sipical drops it to the top of the box, but no one there from Space Station. AXB went to the mid boost.
Space Station, you can tell they're on their back foot a little bit. But that flick! Oh, Arsenal!
Again, the solo plays from Arsenal. Downfield, takes a great first touch, sets himself up, and past memory, Aleutian can't get back either, and Arsenal once again does it for Space Station.
The first touch has been on point for multiple players from Space Station. We saw it with Sipical. We see it again with Arsenal. How important it is to maintain that control quickly because you have such a limited time window to attack and to take advantage of space in the RLCS. Those first touches can't be understated how important they are.
Long clear from Aleutian. The job's not done for Space Station. They got 40 seconds. Arsenal. Aleutian. Tough ball across. Nobody goes from Ghost. This one barely gets a touch on it from Atomic.
Arsenal harassing Aleutian in that as well.
And it opened up space for AXB to move down the field. Arsenal, don't think he meant to pitch it backwards. 15 seconds left. Arsenal, the Sipical, tough touch, and he can't make it. Memory thought he did. The demo comes out. AXB at top of the box. It's too high off the crossbar. Seconds ticking away. That was the chance for Space Station. Still, the attack's on. Another dangerous ball, but Atomic's going to see that one out. It was Aleutian. Here's Sipical. First touch pass one. Atomic, he already jumped. It's popped up. Follow from AXB.
Oh
Sipical's going to do it. They're going to tie it up in 0 seconds.
What did we just witness? Sipical, the flick, AXB the kill, and then Sipical on the goal line.
You can't make it up for Space Station. They missed like 4 shots, and that's the one they scored. Overtime, game 3. Sipical trying to clear this one away. Ghost trying to shake off such a rough goal to give up. Here's Atomic, a little bit of space to work with. And Aleutian, the midfield shut out by Arsenal. Atomic across the pitch. Sipical is there.
Great speed.
Space Station not letting Ghost out. Another long clear. And a second touch from Memory will buy some time for Ghost. Here's Arsenal. Can't get past Atomic. He's been the first man down the field so many times for Ghost.
Aleutian having to back, or half flip back for that. All the momentum in favor of Space Station right now.
This one off the back wall. Nobody from Ghost remotely close. They're waiting for that clear. It does come down to Memory, but not the best touch. Sipical looking for AXB. He's up. He's got the touch. It's on target. Saved by Atomic. Follow from Arsenal. Atomic makes the save, and we keep playing Ghost come out with the ball.
But that was a moment where you're clenching your jaw, expecting the worst, and a demo by Atomic now. We'll see if Memory turns and helps. He leaves it for Aleutian.
Arsenal, Memory, he's got boost. Opts not to go. And Sipical's going to see that one to his corner. Now AXB, easy touch for him. But straight to Aleutian. Memory gets the demo on Sipical, and Aleutian drops down on the ball.
The airstrike from Aleutian. They needed somebody to step up, and Aleutian does it. Unbelievable finish in Game 3. Corelli, I love Rocket League. That was so fun. Oh my goodness.
I feel like every time I'm up here, it just, something crazy happens. And another one.
It's that last moment to put this into overtime. Sipical, that ball is so close to touching the ground, and he saves it from touching.
I thought it was over.
Converts it to the dribble, gets the flick, and then it seemed like AXB was not going to be able to score it. He kills the ball right on the crossbar. It drops down. Sipical was there. I can't believe that. But then the finish from Aleutian in overtime, that first touch, and then just striking the ball. It was like a peregrine falcon diving at the ball.
I don't know what type of falcon that is.
It's a falcon that can dive very fast.
Oh, right. The ones that go like 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. And it works. I mean, Aleutian gets the game-winning goal in overtime. And for Ghost, long road back now. Got to do the reverse sweep. Got to pull it off.
And they already had to invest a lot of emotions.
That was tough.
That
was a roller coaster.
That game, Ghost got off to such a hot start. And it seemed like it was going to be a game where Ghost runs away with it, starts building momentum into that next game. But I don't even know how good they feel after that, because they blew that lead.
Yeah.
They allowed Space Station to come back into it, and then Illusion bailed them out. But I don't know how much you even are confident about that win.
I don't know either, especially because Space Station did such a good job of shutting down Ghost and making it tough for them to find chances on target. While Ghost were able to put up 4 goals, they had to work for them, and Space Station definitely did not make it easy. And then you talk about it, James, with the emotion of the 0-second goal and then an overtime goal, blowing leads. You wonder how much the mentality can be tested, the endurance of this Ghost team.
And you know, I was really not sold on Space Station. During their series against Birds, I thought they looked dismal. But now they're making a believer out of me, Corelli. These guys playing very well.
I was shaky about them even the first game here against Ghost. They came out and won it in overtime, but still, we had our criticisms, and they seem to have stepped up. Arsenal has definitely found his footing in this series. He's been a goal scorer, scored 5.
Yeah, a little jumpy on defense, but he was able to hammer that out, the communication getting on point again, and he certainly has been an asset.
Been a part of 6 of 8 for Space Station's goals in this series alone. Here's Arsenal. Big clear downfield, and Space Station needed that. 2 were up past the halfway mark. Typical throwing this one. Arsenal opted to go for it, but he had no boost. Just throwing his body at that point. Now AXB got boost to work with. Typical. Can't find another touch, and it's thrown away by Ghost. Atomic's there, off the back wall. Tough positions for Typical, and Memory's right in front of him.
Typical in net. You hate to be in this position where your teammates get beat. Atomic puts this one just off the back post. And you see Typical, he was ready to defend a shot. He was getting ready to cut off a shot on net. Was not expecting that hard bounce. Good finish from Ghost, and they get off to another good start. We'll see if they can keep this momentum going, because Space Station has always managed to fight back.
Atomic trying to clear this one out. AXC does put that one on target, and a tough save from Memory. Typical now, the pass was trying to go back to AXB. Arsenal, tough touch, straight into Ghost. Here's Illusion. Now Memory
using every ounce of boost for that touch as well, Corelli.
Atomic still staying with this one, and there's a lot of boost usage going on. The Devs talked about it a little bit, and you're seeing why. Memory, top angle for Illusion. And Memory, you can see, just rotates through the defense of Space Station, getting in their face. Even the threat of a demo is enough to buy time.
Memory trying to do too much there, in my opinion. He had Illusion, who just had gotten the full boost from the midfield. He was ready for an infield pass, but Memory just wanted to push that around the corner.
Shot from Memory is good. The defense, they had a hole, and Memory found it.
And why do I question him? I think he knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
Atomic, a hard hit off the wall, and Memory hungry for net. A 77-mile-an-hour banger.
So Memory comes through, and a 2-goal lead once again for Ghost. Opens up, and possibly 3 of Illusion can get the dunk. It goes high. Follow up from Atomic, shot right at Arsenal. Saved away. What does Space Station have in store for us now? Can they mount the comeback here just over 2 minutes?
Now's the time. Dropping this game, regardless of how close it is, puts you on the reverse sweep watch.
Atomic with no boost does find the back wall. No threat from Ghost. Pass down from Illusion over to Atomic. And he'll give it back to Memory. Great play from Ghost there. Got 2 to go from Space Station. Now this one's coming off the corner. Typical, no boost, pops it up for Illusion. It'll be a tough angle for him, and he can't do it. Arsenal gets up so quick to get by Atomic. Still Ghost pressing on. They're looking for a 3rd goal and put this game away. Can't do so. Typical. Couldn't go over Atomic, so Space Station haven't really found too much offense here. It's been mostly Ghost playing on the orange side of the pitch.
Oh, the flip reset pass. Atomic couldn't get there in time, but Memory using up every little bit of boost. He got the flip reset pass that bounced beautifully off the corner. Ghost continue to keep possession. And that's something that we've seen them have the ability to do, is just keep possession, lock the ball in at the half field, and keep putting shots on net. However, 2 goals not safe. A miss there from Memory off the post. Atomic's going to put it off his own backboard, still not out of danger.
And that post might have bailed out Ghost as it came across the net instead of out. Still, Space Station hunting to go, and Arsenal, he's got to put it away. It's saved by Illusion. Follow-up from AXP doesn't go. 40 seconds left now for Space Station. Typical pops this one up. They're hunting, but they just can't put it on target. Arsenal can't regain possession, and Illusion there to clear it away. Just maybe still for Arsenal if he can get a hold of it. He doesn't get the touch. AXP there to bail him out.
The boost stealing on point for Space Station. Everyone on Ghost so low. Atomic just got somebody who's made to miss by Typical.
And he gets a touch too far. 10 seconds left, and it's dire now for Space Station. As Ghosts are just going to try and carry this one away and into the Space Station half. That will do it for game 4. And it's a tie series. Ghosts on the verge of a reverse sweep.
A sigh of relief for Ghost. That last attack from Space Station, it was menacing. Absolutely menacing. Space Station stealing the boost, starving them out, forcing them to get these hits. Seemed like they might have been able to get a goal there, and then you never know what's going to happen. We saw the 0-second heroics last series.
And it was the only one that we really saw from Space Station, the attack. It felt like Ghost spent a lot of time on this Space Station final third there, their defensive third. And for Ghost, great game. Overall, great game. They didn't let the lead slip, and they punished every mistake they could on the Space Station side, and they held strong, especially in the midfield. It wasn't even so much the defense on their half. It was that midfield that was so strong for Ghost. Did not let Space Station get out and made their life really rough.
Good decisions, even the back pass we saw from Atomic. That was a play right there that melted an additional 30 seconds off the clock, where Atomic gets the back pass, and then they clear it up, and it was a 1-on-3 for a brief moment. Ghost, when they're playing that possession game, they play it well. But then we've seen Space Station have the ability to flip it right on them and then boost starve Ghost and get them locked down in their own half. But a very good game 4 from Ghost, now forcing game 5. We're 1 game away from a reverse sweep. Ghost with all the momentum. So now it's coming down to this.
It is coming down to this. 1 more game to decide the victor here in this best of 5. And
or Chrome.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried.
He's watching from home with a little, he's probably pretty nervous right now.
And they were shut out. Space Station was shut out in the last game. Didn't see too much offense, and they're starting off on the right foot at least here, and that's a tough shot to save from Memory. Can Space Station capitalize? Arsenal doesn't get the touch. And immediately off to the races here for Space Station Gaming. And that's what you want to see. They got to get the offense going because they did not see too much, or we did not see too much in the last game. It's Arsenal trying to put Ghost on the back foot. AXP can't do much with it with no boost. Now Arsenal, Typical comes through and just takes the ball away. Dangerous position now for Ghost to go.
Double commit.
But unfortunately goes to the corner. Arsenal, can he find the target? The bump! It's Typical there to put it away. Space Station on the board first.
And we saw a double commit. Atomic and Illusion both jumping for it. AXP getting the block. Arsenal just hammers that shot towards net. Typical getting some insurance. That first 45 seconds, complete domination by Space Station.
And you want to see more of that from them, but you don't want to see that if you're a Space Station fan, because Memory comes through and ties it up in 6 seconds.
That has to be tough if you're a Space Station fan. They worked so hard to get that goal, and then off kickoff, that ball almost leaked across and got past that point of scoring, but Memory was so quick to get there.
The lead given away, and we're all tied.
Back to square one.
Space Station looking to keep that aggression going that they had in the first 45 seconds. Typical with a big miss, and Atomic forces a save for AXP. This one off the back wall. Atomic is already up, and he dropped it in. It's a pass down to Illusion. He skies it over the net. And Memory there to stay back, and now opts to go, but it's too late. AXP takes it away.
That was a golden opportunity. What a pass that was. And Illusion shot it too high. He was so close to net as well.
AXP Looking for the back wall here. It does come down. Arsenal dunked away by Memory.
And that was such a huge dunk, Torelli.
Puts it back on offense. And you can see again, Aleutian rotating through that defense of Space Station. Typical big clear over to Arsenal, gets the second touch. That one's going to go off the back wall, and Atomic, what a read from him.
I couldn't believe how he read that. I was like, this is going to be bad for Ghost. And still handled that ball.
Aleutian, break pass out to Atomic, gets the fake. It's just typical. He's got a beat, and he got him on a string there off the back wall. Follow from Memory is blocked too, and Ghost can't find it. Still pressing through on the corner, working the near post. It's popped up. Aleutian's there, and still Ghost denied.
I cannot believe how close that was. Atomic.
Still dangerous. Difficult. Can't get it, and AXB there to clear it out. Ghost.
Atomic worked so hard for that flick. The Dominus just having too much power in that situation. Needed to get the height down.
Been a couple times now that Ghost have been on the goal line, and it's just been turned away, either by a post or a Space Station player.
Or just shooting too high.
Memory. Ghost still keeping on a good amount of offense here. It's that physical play. Arsenal, though, he breaks free, looking for the bump on Atomic, trying to blop him away from the goal there. And it's typical there to follow up. The save by Atomic.
Atomic, that was a game of cat and mouse with Arsenal. He knew what Arsenal was going for.
Typical looking for that back wall. Memory's there. Goes straight to the midfield. Arsenal's going to get a second touch. Here's AXB. Popped up. Sipical's there. Looking for the back wall. Second touch and down, and it goes in for Sipical. 2-1 lead for Space Station.
Sipical is insane up quick. The perfect double tap. Aleutian had no boost to work with. All he had to do was hope and pray that Sipical doesn't get a good shot.
And boy, did he. And what a great shot it was. 2 go now from Ghost. They're trying to respond back. And Sipical getting the job done on both sides of the pitch right now. Here's Arsenal. Space Station trying to hold on to this lead and avoid the reverse sweep. But still, Ghosts have had quite a few opportunities here. It just takes one. Arsenal can't get a hold of the ball. Aleutian's there. AXB to the corner still. Ghost. Pitch from Atomic. Can't catch up to a dangerous ball here. Arsenal's waiting for the clear from Memory. And it does come through. Sipical to go up off the ceiling. No boost from Sipical, so he'll go back. Aleutian past the mid. Atomic looking back. Aleutian with no boost here is going to be tough to set anything up. He gets past one. Pass out to Memory. It's not tough enough, and Memory puts it away for Ghost.
Aleutian. How does he get this through? Look at that touch.
How did he keep
stays on the wall? He doesn't even jump. He just drives into it, and Memory gets a dunk on the goal line.
Shows what I know.
This is an instant classic of a series, Corelli.
39 seconds left. A fake kickoff comes out from Space Station. It's a pass down from Sipical to Arsenal. Takes the first touch. A game 5. Ghost trying to reverse sweep. Atomic does get past one and makes it tough for Space Station to clear it away. Time's ticking down, and overtime could be a possibility. Here's Sipical once again. He's been so dangerous. Gets the flip, goes off the back wall, looking for one more. It's AXB on the goal line. Atomic saves it away.
Atomic, how is he making these defensive reads? So many clutch saves and clutch touches to keep Ghost in this series.
Maybe one more try. It's set up for Sipical. Down to Arsenal. Shot on target. Everyone from Ghost was there, and it's blocked away. Game 5 overtime.
And this is what you love to see, and this is what Rocket League is all about. The Game 5 overtime.
And this series means so much for both of these teams. See if they can come out with the win. It's so important down the line, especially with 2 losses on both sides. Space Station trying to find an even record with this win.
And Arsenal just drove over the boost as it spawned. Ghost has been in this situation so many times, and that is when Space Station is deadly.
Oh no, it's dangerous for Sipical, and he makes the save. Atomic so dangerous on that first man downfield. Here's Arsenal given away to Memory. Difficult, looking for a second one and a third. So it goes down the line. Atomic's gonna let it go to his back wall. Given up to AXB. It comes down to Arsenal off the back wall. Memory does get the touch. Space Station now. Trying to make things work. Trying to find that hole in the final third. And this one could be it off the back wall. Memory not the best clear. The demo comes out. They just need one Space Station player there. It's AXB. He puts it home. And Space Station win in game 5.
The demo sealing the deal. Atomic at 0 boost. Couldn't get away from Sypical. And AXB getting the overtime winner in game 5. And how fitting. Last week it was AXB with the physical play to remove the defender from net. And Sypical scoring this time. Typical return in the favor. What a series that was.
And it was all Arsenal earlier on for Space Station in this series. And Sypical and AXB came alive on the shooting, on the scoring, on the passing. Space Station figured it out in game 5, and they cracked Ghost Gaming. Wow. What a series.
Sypical was he was nuts. He was nuts.
He's always been nuts.
But that series, those plays, they almost closed out the series earlier when he was able to keep that ball up, flick it over to AXB, who killed that ball, and then he handed in. And then that double tap as well. The demo is to end it, to open up the chance for AXB. He was the linchpin for Space Station.
I mean, you can see what he brings to this team. So strong, not only on the defensive side of things, but he gets it done on the offensive side of things. Space Station, happy to have him here. Arsenal played well, especially in the first half of the game. It really felt like he was the one first downfield with the ball, beat the first defender, make things work for Space Station. I really like Space Station today.
They looked great.
Win.
They really did. I had my doubts coming into this series, but they answered all of them. And North America, it's been more fun to watch this region than any other season that I can think of. In the past, it's always been the same 3 teams dominating all the time, and now we're seeing everything getting mixed up, and that series itself was just a gift.
Do you know what else is fun to watch, James?
No, I have no idea.
The Pittsburgh Knights and NRG. It's coming up after the break. We've got more North American RLCS coming up. Stay with us. Boost is typical. Got a little bit of time, a little bit of space. He takes it up to an air dribble and tries to go over the top. He does himself, and Sypical ends game.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find a full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go? That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec. For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
It's like ice tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about that makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the core. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you, I can't move.
With a slow start to their season, Space Station Gaming starts to take off. Now with their win against Ghost, welcome back to the RLCS. You're watching Week 4 of North America. I'm Leaf alongside Lawler, Gibbs, and Achieves. Jorby was here,
Yes.
and is the only one that predicted it. You now have to fill in his shoes. How does Jorby feel about getting that right?
You know, he did pretty well. To his credit, he was like, they're going to take advantage of the boost game. They absolutely did. Tip of the cap to you, Mr. Aarons. You come out on top.
My problem is it's been 4 seasons with Ghost, right? And I didn't believe for 4 seasons. I finally
put your heart into it.
Finally put my heart into them, and they pull this off. A lot of 1v1 plays from Space Station, and you have to credit both sides, right? Space Station, great plays, but the defense from Ghost, every 1v1, they were getting beat. Pre-jumping way too early on every single one, and Space Station just took it to him.
And Atomic really did have a nice series. I mean, he tried offense, defense, he tried to do everything. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Atomic did play really well. Big shout outs to him, obviously being the young gun coming in with that confidence, and it's showing. But for me, it was a lot of issues with memory numerous times, and you're going to see it throughout these highlights. Just positioning was poor, mistouches, just mistakes all around. And a lot of the clears just not there. And then you plague that with a little bit of accuracy and some difficulties there, and you just saw it fall apart. So the difficulty for me was Ghost did a lot of things, and it started to turn around. We saw them playing in the midfield. Their infield passes were on point, but then, again, numerous times they go up to challenge. They're facing the wrong way. The positioning is poor. There was numerous times between Memory, Illusion, all 3 of them. Atomic probably could get away with being left out of that list, but you're running backwards like this, rather than challenging into it, you're going to lose it pretty much every time.
And poor Atomic, he had like 5 big saves throughout that series,
really
and then the last one he gets demoed on, so he doesn't even have a chance to make a save there.
Now, was this a boost? Jorby was talking that Ghost had a big issue with boost before. Was that the same problem going on here? Or was this a new problem that maybe Space Station was generating on Ghost's side?
I think Ghost actually looks pretty good. Just the thing we come to expect with them is Memory being a rock. And he was not. He had a lot of misplays, and it opened up a lot of opportunities for SSG. Now, if he goes back to playing a little bit more aggressive, like he was challenging from the back line to midfield for no apparent reason and would just fly past the ball because Space Station was closer and hitting it better. So, I don't know. Like, if you get rid of that, I think we have a totally different series, but...
Plus 15 shots for Ghost, and they still lose that series. Space Station shooting 27%. That's what we want to see from them, but that's what we've been waiting for 2 seasons. Great job by them.
Yep. Great way to start the day, but we're going to keep it going. It is now time for our match of the day, Pittsburgh Knights versus NRG. This is, if I may, a doozy. This is the big boy. This one, we have the Knights coming in as the new blood. They come off winning DreamHack. They start just tearing up the scene, taking down 2 of the big 3 now. NRG's the last to stand, but they are looking good, and they very well could put Pittsburgh Knights in their place.
I mean, this is the one that we all had on our radar. Obviously, Chiefs brought extra pens because he's going to need the ammo.
He's going to get angry.
But yeah, it's an interesting one. This is the battle for first place. It really is. This really solidifies. And talking with Redos, like, we always hear his confidence and his ability to be aggressive, but this one he's given respect to. It's going to be our hardest game of the season. We're excited. They're really fun to play against. It's going to be close. And the last one, this is the best energy has ever looked. Big statements from Reynolds.
It is tough, though, because you brought up a great point about NRG. As I learned during trivia last week, apparently they spend the most time on the ground. And if you have a very demo-focused team on the Pittsburgh Knights side, you could potentially run into a lot of problems. So there is an argument to be made that while NRG do look fantastic, they're going to have some hurdles, literally.
But this is a battle for first, and this is a battle for possibly a world championship spot for week 4. But let's get some stats up and show why these guys are the top 2 dogs. It's all about defense. It always is about defense between these teams. 1 goal against and 1.27 as well. But the one thing that I want to point out is the shooting percentage plus the save percentage. Number 1 for Pittsburgh Knights. These are actually flipped. It's supposed to be Knights on the right and Energy on the left. So the numbers might look a little wrong, but number 1 for shooting percentage, number 1 for save percentage for Pittsburgh Knights. The only other teams to do that was Season 6, was Dignitas and Cloud9, the 2 grand finalists, and Season 7 was Energy and Vitality, the 2 teams that dominated.
Wow.
So if Pittsburgh Knights can execute like that, they can easily be number 1.
So, Chiefs, how are you feeling about this now? Like, are the Knights going to be able to drop down NRG, the last remaining of the stronghold of North America?
I picked NRG. I've picked NRG since 2017 at the X Games, so I picked them one more time, but I want to see it. I would love to see the Pittsburgh Knights beat NRG.
I think we can all agree that if any team has a chance of doing it, it is most definitely the Knights.
Yeah.
It is not a fluke. Montreal was a lot of questions for us. Can they repeat that? This has shown week after week they are definitely here to compete. It is not a fluke. They are a very good team that should be respected.
Will the Knights finalize the death of the Big 3? We're going to find out right now. Get online, though, and let us know what you guys think. Can NRG hold up at RLCS? Hashtag RLCS8. Now it's time to get into our match of the day, though, so let's head to the Skybox.
It is the match of the day. Everyone sit down and buckle up because the Pittsburgh Knights are on the field and they're taking on the best team in North America at the moment, NRG. James, what is going to happen? What are we about to see?
How am I supposed to know, man?
You're supposed to be the smart guy.
I've been predicting that Knights would. I predicted that G2 would beat the Knights last week, and they 3-0'd them. I still have NRG here, but the Knights have just been going around to everybody's door, knocking on them, and as soon as they answer, taking them out.
Yeah.
So G2, they've been taken down. Cloud9 has been taken down. The Knights now have NRG on the menu, and I'm worried. I think that the Knights could very easily get the win here.
And I don't know, maybe I'm worried too. For the Knights, this is a humongous game. Not only does it mean that they take down NRG, but like Gibbs said, there are a lot of implications moving on later on in the season as we move closer to the regional championships for that 1 and 2 spot.
Yes.
The Knights are absolutely in contention right now.
And it has never been more important in North America. You look at all of those teams, it doesn't matter where you finish. Every team is going to have a hard path ahead to get to the World Championship unless you finish top 2. Number 1 and 2 automatically going to be going to the World Championship. So those spots more important and more valuable than ever.
And it's really tough to pick at this match in particular because on one hand, you have NRG who are just so strong, but then you have the Knights that have just crazy potential to pop off, and they've already beaten 2 of the Big 3. So it's like,
there's no such thing as the Big 3 anymore.
Exactly. They're dead.
They killed them.
And it was the Knights.
they were the ones who did it.
So can they do it one more time, or does NRG cement themselves as the best in North America? And a missed touch off the back wall is not how you start if you're NRG. The Knights on the board.
This one, it wasn't a very good kickoff, and then 2, Turbo just misreads it. Now, like you said, Corelli, not how you want to start if you're NRG.
You really can't afford freebies to the Pittsburgh Knights. And a missed touch from Turbo there. Gives it to him. Justin now gets a flip, and Gyro read that one nicely. Garrett's there. And looking for a second touch. Can't do it. So we get into the first game here with the Knights already up by 1. And this one thrown off the back wall. Tough save for Justin. Doesn't get the touch. Reynolds was there. And he's been the first man downfield for the Pittsburgh Knights so many times. So strong, so quick.
Because he has Mist backing him up. Mist will sit in the back. He's not afraid to just sit back there and then challenge the balls as they come in. That allows Reynolds to be so up front and go for those demos. And he is a player that does like to get those. We've seen the Pittsburgh Knights dismantle their opponents through aggression on the goal line.
They like scoring two as well. Third behind Chicago and Justin. So the company that he's with in the shooting department, the scoring department, are legendary. He's right there next to him. This one coming off the back wall, missed. Deals with it quite nicely.
But Gyro had jumped as well. So a double commit, although Mist had it under control, the communication not necessarily there.
Mist forced this one to clear to his right, and NRG were all over it. And NRG are some of the best at reading the game and capitalizing on your mistakes or forcing you into a mistake. And here's one that goes straight to Turbo. He's got full boost, looking for a second touch, gets it down to Justin and turned away by Mist. Garrett to keep it going for NRG. Turbo off the back wall, Mist there to clear it, but it's not up and away. It's to the side, and NRG still pressing on. Turbo.
NRG doing what G2 was able to do for a little bit, keep control, keep possession. But against G2, the Knights were still able to break out and find those moments of counterattack. But things are looking good for NRG so far, keeping the pressure on, but see if they can convert.
Garrett didn't get the touch he wanted there, and Turbo plays this one straight to the defense. Here's Justin, met by Mist, and that's an important thing you have to do if you play NRG. You've got to slow down Justin. When he goes up and carries that ball, you got to get in front of him, and Reynolds almost able to find that one off the back wall. Here's Justin again, constantly coming off the ceiling and landing on the ball. It makes it so tough for a defender to make a decision. If you're not there immediately, you're forced to go into a 50 with him.
And surprisingly, Justin is the player that's the most back for NRG. And you look at his scoring, and that seems contradictory, but what Justin is so good at is staying behind the ball, getting airborne, getting behind the ball, going for those flip resets, going for those air dribbles, making players miss. He's just an expert at that, but he also is so strong on defense.
Good first touch there from Turbo. And speaking of defense, the Knights holding up well. They've felt the most pressure here against, and Garrett, what a shot coming off the side wall.
What can he do against this? Gyro tries to pop it up, but Garrett, that double tap, look how hard he hits this top shelf.
Wow, what a response from NRG.
The solo play.
And as soon as I credit the defense of the Pittsburgh Knights to stay in there, Garrett comes through, and that's a tough one to defend. I don't care who you are.
You're going to have 4 players on the field. They still wouldn't have stopped that.
And Gyro now for the Knights. Gets a second touch. Don't think anyone expected that.
Garrett was getting ready to go for a counterattack. That definitely slowed him down.
Missed. Can't get a hold of it. Justin trying to play it across. Here's Gyro. Stopped up by Turbo, and the Knights keep going to the right corner, and NRG are there every single time. It's Garrett now. Missed again to the right corner. It's over to Reynolds this time. They got to pass out. Reynolds doesn't get the second touch, though. Does get the challenge. Tie game with a minute left. Close game so far. Here's Gyro off the back wall. No follow-up there from the Knights. They've been playing pretty far back, and Reynolds gets demoed, so that throws down the offense. Justin back to Turbo. Turbo can't get a hold of it. It was a little bit behind him. Reynolds opts to go over Garrett. Justin was there. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Reynolds bumps Turbo out of the way. This one's going to crawl into the net for the Knights. They can't get back, and NRG give up a second one.
I was getting ready to say, where's the aggression from Reynolds? And then he bumps Turbo, who just jumped, and the ball just plop, plop, boom.
And that's exactly how to describe that goal from Gyro.
NRG had all the pressure, but you can never leave someone alone on the back line, not against the Pittsburgh Knights. NRG getting ready to go upfield because Turbo was in a position to make that hit, but that bump from Reynolds was absolutely savage.
Gyro. The Knights looking to just keep possession in the final third, but Garrett pass over to Justin. Justin looking for Turbo. Back to Justin. NRG, the passing play works out. They do get into the corner. 5 seconds left. They got to put something together here. Garrett's got it. Can NRG do a late goal tie equalizer here? Missed. It's over to Reynolds. Maybe it's the Pittsburgh Knights. Reynolds drops it in, and how about it? A 3-1 victory for the Pittsburgh Knights.
4 shots, 3 goals, and Reynolds with the late step-up performance. It was a quiet game from Reynolds for a majority of the time, but at the end, he really cranked it up.
He cranked it up. The Knights hand NRG only their 3rd game loss this season. The NRG was 12-2 coming into this series. They are now 12-3.
And that game, the Knights were stuck in their half so much. We saw the kickoff goal mistake from Turbo. That was how this game started. So it already got off on a rough foot for NRG. But then they started to figure things out. And they got that really good goal from Garrett, who had the double tap, and they had good pressure in the zone. But you can't allow the Knights to take advantage of that back player, that third player line. Reynolds, he's always, you know what he's doing. You know what he's up to. Turbo lost track of him, and Reynolds, we saw it coming. We saw it coming. He just bumps Turbo right out of the way. There was no one close, and that slow bouncer, 23 miles per hour, just bounces right into the net. And then the counterattack as well at 0 seconds. The Knights, they're the real deal. You can't count them out.
You definitely can't. And while it was a very controlled game by NRG, the Knights, you look at the scoreline, you say, wow, the Knights came out and really slapped them here in the first game. But really, it was a lot of control from NRG in the final third. The Knights felt a lot of pressure.
Certainly.
They had to deal with it, and they did perfectly here.
In terms of possession, NRG had that check mark in their favor. The Knights just had those few moments. 1, the miss from Turbo. 2, Turbo getting bumped by Reynolds in the final seconds. And then 3 was that 0-second goal that NRG was just overextended.
And we really didn't see that typical Knights play style. It came out with that goal on the bump, but for the most part, NRG's control of the game shut down a lot of what the Knights like to do, and that's in-your-face, aggressive play style bumps. The physicality, Reynolds being the first man downfield and setting up his teammates. Here's Justin looking for the back wall. The second touch, he can't get there, and Reynolds.
That was interesting. Instead of going for the double tap, he just went straight for the ground. I think he might have thought that somebody was going to deny that. It seemed like he might have had enough boost to keep going for the double tap.
Turbo, weak lob towards the net. Garrett, a missed touch, and oh no for NRG. Another one with no one back.
And misses from NRG, just mistakes. You see Garrett backflipping there, not getting even a piece of the ball. And Reynolds just walks it in. A free goal.
Yeah, what can you say? A missed touch, a mistake. And this one's going to be popped up by Turbo. Dangerous. Gyro's there, drops it in, and Pittsburgh Knights up by 2.
And this is kicking them when they're down. Right off kickoff, Turbo couldn't get it to the corner. Gyro beating Justin to it and strikes it home. Another kickoff goal for the Knights.
And it's mistakes from NRG right now. It's really nothing more than that. A lot of mistakes are coming out. Poor touches. And of course, Pittsburgh Knights are so fast, they're going to be there to capitalize.
The Knights are in their head at this point, and Turbo again missing.
Here's Gyro. Now missed. He's just throwing it to the NRG corner. No one was there. Turbo plays it out to the mid. Reynolds is there. This one lobbed. Justin drops it down. A little confusion there from NRG and Reynolds. The demo comes out. Reynolds trying to get a second touch. NRG are able to break out, but it hasn't been pretty for them on the defensive end.
And you can see Gyro even dodging that demo attempt from Garrett. The Knights playing smart. It's not over just yet, but NRG is looking flat, and the Knights not giving them any breathing space.
NRG looking to respond back here. They are keeping the Knights locked in for now. That's a poor clear from Reddles. Follow-up there is from Justin, and the 50 goes in favor of Reddles. Justin gets one touch. This one comes out to the middle. Garrett's there, almost able to punish. Now Turbo. He can't do much with it. Garrett does get the demo on Reddles, and they've been doing a good job of keeping him locked down and miss. Cheats forward just a little bit too far.
Garrett sniped this corner. You could tell that the defender wasn't expecting it. Mist was not expecting that shot to sneak by.
Well, you saw he drove up just a little bit, and then he's like, oh, he shot. And he can't get back to that one. He was too far gone at that point.
NRG absolutely need this one. Garrett trying to get multiple bumps. Seeing Reddles on the respawn. Reddles jumped out of the way, was still able to get that boost. Smart play from Reddles. His head was on a swivel.
This one dangerous, but NRG, they've responded well, and I've noticed Garrett been that first man downfield. He's also been rotating through the defense of the Pittsburgh Knights, being in front of them, trying to get a bump, a demo, something to slow down the Knights. Justin, shot, back post. It's gonna crawl in for NRG, and it's tied up.
The precision shooting from NRG is their saving grace. Justin jumping up, coming across his body for this shot. That is so difficult. He was going left to right and then still managed to put that ball right to left, far post. Zero room for error on that, or zero room for error on that shot.
And NRG, almost a third one. It does go in for Justin, and NRG score 3 straight.
Off kickoff, this is finally going right. And you saw Mist and Gyro actually ran into each other in net. They bumped each other, and that put them out of position and gave that opening, and still it was a difficult shot to find.
3 goals in 50 seconds for NRG, and they're still pressing on. Justin in the face of Reddles. The Knights have slowed down here. A flick from Reddles, saved away by Justin. Reddles bumps Garrett. Double demo on Mist and Turbo. Here's Gyro doing work in the corner here, but can't get past Garrett.
And great power on that clear. Garrett, his hits, he somehow manages to find power that surprises defenders multiple times. And now getting that demo, you've been calling it out. He's rotating through that back line, looking for the demos, giving the Knights a taste of their own medicine.
And it has paid off. He slowed down the defense of the Knights. He's made it tough. He's made them hesitate. And that speed has been so important. Here's Reddles off the back wall.
A miss.
Gyro has to go over. Looking for Mist. He's there. The touch miss there. 2 go now from the Knights, and Garrett and NRG on the counter. Turbo throws it downfield. There's nobody back. And it's a 4-2 game for NRG.
And again, look at the power. Garrett's at a standstill, times his flip perfectly to get that ball over to Turbo. And Turbo, the long-range missile.
He's dancing. He's back and forth dancing.
I mean, I don't know if he should be dancing after that game 1 miss.
Yeah.
That was...
Yeah, you definitely...
But you love to see it. Turbo's such a character. And NRG, had they lost this game, it would have been upset alert for sure. And Reddles again going after Garrett in the net. That 1-goal lead never safe against the Knights. Reddles getting some last-second aggression in, but NRG will lock this one up.
And something's changed in Game 2. And the Knights haven't been able to figure it out with NRG. And I think a lot of it has to be credited to Garrett and overall the bumps coming out from NRG, even on the defensive half of the Pittsburgh Knights. It's just that minor threat of a bump, of a demo, that hesitation that comes out that slows down the Knights just enough to where they can't play their game. And we did not see their game here in Game 2.
They're keeping the Knights locked down on their back half. And NRG, for the most part, is doing a good job of dodging demos as we take a look at some of these goals. And you see Gyro even got a piece of that ball. But Justin roaring in. And you watch the bump. Gyro and Mist, boom, run into each other.
Oh, man. And it was close there for the Knights, even with the bump.
Yeah, Justin had to still dunk that in. It wasn't an easy shot.
It was coming out. And for NRG, though, what a response. in the back half of that game. I said it earlier, 3 goals in 50 seconds or so, and then 1 more to top it all off. They're able to score. They only scored 1, remember, in the first game. Now they're putting up shots, they're putting on pressure, and they're using that control in the final third that they had in the first game to put away shots, and that's the most important thing for NRG. They have huge threats on this team between Garrett and Justin in particular.
Yes.
And they finally
the shots were out of this world, Corelli.
Yeah.
The Justin shot across his body, far post, with enough power to still get past the defense. We saw Garrett thread the needle as well. That near post pass missed, I believe it was. So NRG, can they keep that level of shooting up? That is such a hard thing to do because those shots, 1 in 100.
You get things kicked off, or maybe not.
And you can, looks like we're going to pause the game here as we get confirmation on the issue.
Turbo's still dancing. That was what it was.
Yeah.
That's the official
showstopper.
The official word. He's a showstopper. But yeah, we'll get things figured out. We'll let you know as soon as possible. So for NRG and Pittsburgh Knights, a 1-1 series so far. Game 1, Pittsburgh Knights capitalized on a lot of mistakes. That back half of Game 2 was when NRG, I felt like, came.
They certainly started to perform, but even in Game 2, they also had some mistakes. You saw the miss flip from Garrett where he just whiffed at midfield and that left the net wide open to just get dribbled in. And we've even seen Reddles be trying to go back to his playbook of getting the demos, getting the bumps, but it just hasn't been working as well.
And he's been the one who's been demoed quite a bit on the side of the Pittsburgh Knights. He's been targeted, and it's because of the threat from Reddles. He's always been that first man downfield for the Knights to find a little bit of time, a little bit of control, the space. He always seems to be able to take it, and it's been one of the biggest reasons why the Knights have been so successful. It's been Reddles on offense, and if you can shut him down, you shut down a lot that the Knights have to offer.
If you can figure out how to avoid Reddles, especially when he's going in for those bumps and demos. We saw that play a big factor in game number 1 when he bumped Turbo out of the way and the ball ended up just bouncing in. If you can find a way to counter that, you can get away from what makes the Pittsburgh Knights so successful. But no one's really been able to figure out how to do that successfully. But NRG, they appear to be on the right track.
Yeah. It seems that, again, I think in that back half of that game is when they really were like, okay, we're here to play. We're awake. We're ready to go. And for NRG, it looks like full speed ahead after the second half of Game 2. See if they can do it in Game 3 as well, because remember, the Knights, they can just pop off at any moment. It's really game to game with the Knights. It doesn't feel like a momentum thing. It's just like, what are the Knights going to do in this game in particular? So I'm interested to see, can the Knights react after going down 4-2 in Game 2?
And we're going to get the players in just a moment, just taking care of a few things to make sure the match goes smoothly. So we'll get that action coming up soon as the players will be joining up. And one thing I want to point out, too, that I really like is all of the titles that the players are using. On NRG, you have Season 5 World Champion for Turbo, Rocket League Summit Champion for Garrett G, and Justin is using Ball Chaser.
Of course. Why not? And
just the good old standard Ball Chaser title.
And I see Gyro's using the Dream Hack and Reddles using the Challenger, the Rival Series tag. So you got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's a good
At this point,
mix. And this series has everything as well.
It's got a lot. We're only 2 games in a 1-1 series, so we got a couple more games to go. I'm excited to see what happens here because, again, implications for this match are huge. You talk about Pittsburgh Knights taking down all of Big 3. This is the last big monster of North America, and you are toe-and-toe with them right now. So for the Pittsburgh Knights, you're in a great spot. Even if a bad Game 2 goes through, you're still in a great spot.
And we're getting right back into the action. The players have joined up, so we'll have Game 3 underway in just a moment. Game 1 went to Pittsburgh Knights. Game 2, NRG finally started to hit their stride. Game 3, we'll see who takes it.
See if we can find out who takes the lead in the series. Garrett G. Reddles gets bumped out of the way, sent to the moon there. Missed. Garrett cuts it off. Second touch, and one more. Couldn't get past Gyro. Here's Reddles. Can't get the touch, so missed off his back wall will. NRG showing that control again, this side-to-side movement. You can see NRG always tracking it from the midfield line. And they do this to everyone. That's why everyone points to NRG to be such a strong team to capitalize on mistakes, because one mistouch and NRG are there. Here's Reynolds. Justin forced to turn that one away. The demo came out, so it opened up a little bit of space for the shot. Reynolds again. You can see the bump going on from the Pittsburgh Knights as well, and Reynolds almost caressed that one into the net.
You were trying to kill it down. Pittsburgh Knights doing to NRG what they did to Cloud9. Garrett G finally getting some boost, but he's way at the midfield. A demo from Gyro.
Garrett now missed, just blocking everything from NRG, and a big clear comes out from Turbo, gets some breathing room. Reynolds now missed, buys a little bit of time. Tries to go past the last defender, can't do it.
And he almost was in a position to get the dunk. I like the creativity from Mist.
It's Garrett. That back wall kept clean on the Pittsburgh Knights side. Reynolds. The NRG side, and Turbo couldn't do much with it. Mist gets thrown into the NRG box. It comes across from Gyro, but cut out by Garrett. The Knights threatening here. 2 minutes in. Gyro over to Reynolds. Reynolds off the ceiling down to Gyro, and he couldn't get the touch past the defender. Turbo clears it downfield. Back and forth between these two teams. One mistake is going to separate them at this point, as nobody can crack each other's defenses.
Mist been doing a good job of getting quality clears. The player that's most backed.
Uh-oh, there it
is.
is.
The demo!
It's just the demo. The one mistake, you talked about it, and Reynolds poaching the top of the box takes it home.
You can never have a moment where you let those players get away from you. Turbo, he has been the victim quite a few times now. You have to keep your head on a swivel. Otherwise, the Pittsburgh Knights will punch you in the mouth.
When the game has become so consistent, it is those bumps, it is those demos that opens up opportunity. And the Knights have been so good at doing that for the last couple months. So a 1-0 lead halfway through game 3. Here's Reynolds. Gets a flip, can't get the touch. Now Garrett. Turbo gets a demo.
Turbo's mad.
And maybe a second touch. He's got the boost to do it. It's not on target. Turbo takes this one across. Lots of space here. Lets it go for Garrett, who picks this one up, but he can't get it all the way across. Turbo does get a touch and missed. Forced to take it off his back wall. Very slow attack here from NRG. Whittling away at the Knights defense. Here's Turbo, gets the dunk. Justin's there. Gyro flips away.
Gyro had 30 boost, and he was just waiting and waiting and waiting until it was his turn, and he made a very good stop. Justin was eager to get that shot.
Here's Mist. Garrett following up his touch. The Knights spending a lot of time on their half now. Can't seem to break out. Reynolds. This could be the opportunity. He's got Gyro. A weak touch to the NRG wall. Coming up on a minute. 1 goal separates these two teams at the moment. Garrett trying to tie it up, but Mist bumps him over and he goes too high.
Well-positioned challenge from Reynolds to get that dunk. Now full boost. What's he going to do with it?
Trying to do it himself, and Reynolds almost does it in front of NRG. 2 panic from Garrett and Turbo, and Justin takes it away. Time's running out for NRG. The touch for Turbo Pulse. He did get a touch, but it didn't really look like it went anywhere. Missed over to Reynolds, and a good 2-touch clear out. But right back out. NRG so good at blocking down the Knights. And the Knights do really rely on big clears to space, and NRG are just not giving it to them right now. Everything is contested. And another great clear from NRG. This one comes right back to Rustin. He's got full boost now. Takes it into an air dribble. Tries to get past Mist. Can't do it. 15 seconds left for NRG. Mist with no boost. Forced to go back into his corner. Here's Justin. Reynolds just trying to kill this game at this point, but nobody's got boost on the Pittsburgh Knights side.
Mist just picked up the corner boost. Has to go for a good challenge.
This is it. Justin from his corner. Garrett pops this one up. Trying to get the dunk on Reynolds. Can't do it. Turbo Pulse has got to keep it up at this point. He's got to go up this wall. Flicks it up. Can't get it again. And Knights put NRG on match point with a single goal in game 3.
And that single goal, a result of the demo from Mist on Turbo. That's all it took.
And that's how close these two teams are at this point. Just that single play really shows in these last three games how close these teams are. That one mistake is the separation.
But Turbo, you see him, he just lost where Mist was. Didn't even try to dodge it, and Mist blasts him.
And you know the Knights are going to do it. They're going to try and set this up. And Reynolds puts it away. It's done perfectly by the Knights. It's drawn up just fine. And for NRG, you got to keep track of everyone on the Knights, because the second you lose them, they're going to come back and blow you up.
So Knights, one game away, doing what they do best. And we knew that this was going to be a defensive battle. These are the best defenses in the league.
Yep.
So they're coming in. They're going to be fighting it out. And now game 4, Knights a chance to 3-1 NRG.
You really are showing the defensive struggle on both sides. It's been back and forth, and that game in particular was the best example of just NRG slowly trying to break down this Pittsburgh Knights team, locking them in, but the Knights just never let them through, and they shut out NRG. Can the Knights do it one more time against the best in North America? A 2-1 series lead over NRG, and another 5 minutes on the clock. Here's Reynolds. Gyro gets demoed, so the play's going to break down here for the Knights. Gyro not the best touch. Turbo picks this one up. Got options across the box. Missed. No boost. Gets past one. Garrett to clean it up. Here's Gyro. Can't get past Turbo. And 2 go here from the Knights. Miss. Can't put it on target. A tough bounce here. Now Justin throws it downfield.
Trying to set up Garrett. Garrett didn't bite.
Here's Mist from his own corner. Justin. Touch goes straight into Gyro's lap, and he does get some boost here and able to break out. Going to keep control of the ball. Gets past one, and a ricochet off of Turbo leads to Justin taking this one out from his sidewall.
Justin almost mid-air pool shot Reynolds into that.
And he's been a little quiet in this series since, at least in game 2 was his best showing, but even in game 1 it wasn't much. Justin. Across. Nobody's home. Reynolds just picked up full boost. Playing this one slow, and he wants to take it into an air dribble, gets bumped away. Now Turbo pulls her right back into that corner. I don't think Justin had enough to go. Turbo, open net. If Garrett can get a touch, no, Reynolds comes flying through.
You saw Garrett was going for the air bump on Reynolds. He was trying to block out the path to ball.
Still a defensive battle, and a lot of it is spent on the Knights half here. Justin gets a touch. And Reynolds 5 boosts. That's a tough shot to save off the crossbar. And the Knights have been bailed out by the crossbar many a time.
The Game 2 victory from NRG was because of that insanely accurate shooting. That was a chance for Justin to put one in. And that one, again, another chance.
NRG hunting, but again, like you said, shooting just a bit off. And now Gyro trying to break out, looking for the bumps. He does get it, lets Reynolds come through. He's got no boost as well. Gyro throws it to the middle. And the Knights have been boost starved. Missed. Doesn't have much to work with either, so Gyro now with full boost. Justin trying to take a shot low. The Knights seem to be struggling to keep possession at this point. And it is that boost battle that they're losing at the moment.
Still looking for their first shot. NRG already have 5. But that has been the MO for the Knights. They still managed to stave off the goals, play defense, and now an open net for Justin.
And it's going to go in for Justin as everyone was committed from the Knights and they couldn't get back. A 1-0 lead for NRG.
Reynolds was trying to get height over Garrett, but Garrett recognized that, got up in the air and got a piece of it. That challenge was the reason why NRG was able to get that goal. Justin, a wide open net. Easy shot for him.
And NRG finally get the fruits of their labor here. Spent most of this game just trying to break the defense. And how about one more for Justin as he flies by everyone?
And this is why he has so much time behind the ball, is because he's air dribbling it all the time. That little touch. and then he was in position. If anyone was trying to make that save, there was no way that ball was going to exit the path of the net.
So a 2-goal lead now opens up for NRG, and the Knights haven't really shown us any offense here in Game 4.
Still shotless.
Here's Garrett. Now Reynolds, but every single time there's an NRG player there to stop him up. It's been tough for them to break out of their own half at this point. Here's Reynolds, doesn't get the touch. NRG patient on their attack. No need to force at this point. Wait for the mistakes to come out. They're up by 2.
Turbo. Now chance for miss. Turbo getting back in time. Turbo has been getting aggressive ever since he's been getting demoed. He's been looking for demos himself.
Gyro air dribbling this one and does go right back to Reynolds, and here's an opportunity now. Reynolds does get a flick off the back wall. Garrett cleared away. Gyro went, so it's just missed in the backfield. Garrett waiting for the pass from Justin. It does come through in a tough angle. Garrett couldn't hit it. Now the counter's on for Reynolds. The bump on Turbo from Gyro doesn't really go through, and Reynolds there out of nowhere. NRG thought they were in the clear, and Reynolds takes it away.
Turbo just can't get out of harm's way. The challenge here, the ball just kicks out. Turbo was lost. Justin gets a piece of it, but Reynolds still gets the dunk, and this game is not over. We've seen it time and time again in these final minutes. 2-goal swings, 0-second goals. NRG, you know they're feeling the pressure.
30 seconds left. The Knights, who haven't generated much offense, are still within 1. Justin wasting that time, forcing a defender to come to him. He does get 1 to bite. He gets past 2. 15 seconds left now. NRG doing a great job of controlling this game, and it's an open back wall. Garrett's there to put it home, and NRG a 3-1 lead.
A massive challenge from Turbo here. He gets up quick, beats out Reynolds. Missed with 0 boost. He can't even really challenge that. He picked up a pad there, but he was mid-flip when that ball was floating towards the net. Couldn't get up in time. And Garrett, that insurance goal you needed. We see a fake kickoff, but it's not going to work out for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Game 5 looming as NRG able to control basically the entirety of this game, and they will take a second one. Game 5 between NRG and the Pittsburgh Knights.
The match of the week, living up to the name, I would say.
And it's been a back and forth battle. You look at the first game, it's a 3-1 win for the Pittsburgh Knights, a 4-2 win for NRG, and then a tough 1-0 win for Pittsburgh Knights. And then, of course, this last game now 3-1 for NRG. 12 shots to their name. Take a look at Justin's air dribble. And this one, everyone from the Knights knew what he was going to do, but he did so quickly, and that last touch as he lifts up that dominance is what gets missed there.
You can see the slight air roll right here coming up.
Yep,
there, he
right
air
there.
rolls into it, and that gets that little bit extra push.
Yep.
And those,
off miss.
and that is how good Justin is with those slight touches, those micro touches that really do make an impact on the trajectory of the ball and how the defense is perceiving the ball coming at them. And that's why he makes so many people miss when he's challenging them. NRG looking very solid. Knights didn't have a shot. They didn't have a shot until we were in the final 2 minutes of the game.
And even then, they only generated 2. So for the Knights, that was not a normal game for the Pittsburgh Knights. That looked
But they were still in it, which is crazy.
Right.
The goal that was scored at 10 seconds after the turbo challenge, that's what put it out of reach.
They got great defense.
Yes, their defense is insane, and their ability to counterattack, to score, and to use that physical play, the bump in the back, shots that don't even look good, that shouldn't go in because they are looking for those bumps and demos on the back line.
Well, let's do it one more time. NRG and the Pittsburgh Knights in Game 5. Get things kicked off. Miss trying to start off with a goal. That one's turned away by NRG. Here's missed again. Blown up by Garrett. And already some offense coming out from the Knights. Here's Reynolds across the box. Gyro is there. He puts it away, and the Knights in the lead first.
Zero hesitation from Gyro. He knows Turbo and Justin were in the corner, and Turbo's going for a challenge, but he's there anyway, just in case, and the ball does kick out, and Gyro, the reaction time to put that in.
So after not being able to generate offense in Game 4, They score first in game 5. Here's Mist. Going off the ceiling. Reynolds chooses to back off. Gyro. Take this one off the back wall. Reynolds is right there. And now Mist lets it go, but it goes all the way to his own net, and Garrett takes a ride into the goal.
If he were a horse, we'd give him a saddle, Garrett. Look at this. He's right on top of him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's nothing you can do.
And here's the thing, Mist can't jump. He just gets stomped as he goes down the field. Garrett's just riding him, like you said. Wins the Triple Crown on that one. And Reynolds.
I've never seen anything like that.
I've never seen that either. Reynolds gets
steal there from Garrett as well.
Gets his boost stolen, and Gyro takes this one away. Can he get a second touch? He does. This one off the back wall. Reynolds still fighting for space. Mist comes out to Gyro, a little bit of space, and it's a little bit wide.
No boost for Garrett. He had one. Still manages to get a good clear, but he'll have to get out quick.
Off the corner, and nobody win from NRG. Here's Garrett. Now Reynolds tried to go for the bump on Turbo. Was going to let that ball come across. Reynolds still in the mix here, off the back wall. Cleared away by NRG, and NRG now feeling a little bit of that pressure.
Back and forth right now, Mist. Trading clears. Justin trying to stop it out. Chance for Gyro, puts it towards net, and Garrett will easily make that save.
Gyro being a bully in that net. Turbo didn't even react, didn't see him coming.
That's been the story. Turbo getting bumped, getting demoed. The Knights just have a cloaking device when it comes to Turbo, and that pinch.
Here's Justin, he's already up. He was floating across the field and missed. That's a tough one to get in front of, and Turbo makes him pay.
And it all started with that pinch that just launched the ball up. Justin getting the touch, and Mist bumped into the crossbar. He actually jumped and hit it with his face, and still almost managed to make that save.
NRG in the lead by 1, but we're not even halfway through game 5. Here's Gyro trying to keep possession with that first touch. And Reynolds bangs it into Gyro, and it works out. Justin gets that mid boost right as he approaches the ball. Into the midfield, Turbo receives his own pass, but dunked away by Mist, and a second touch gets past Justin now. Here's Reynolds. Tried to put it up and over, couldn't do so, and NRG back to the Knights side.
Another quality clear from Garrett, but the bump on Justin, now the demo, opening up a counterattack opportunity. Mist trying to get downfield fast.
He picks up that boost, but touch comes out to slow things down for the Knights. Picked off by Gyro with no boost, can't follow it up. Garrett picks this one away, Justin goes up for it, Turbo waiting for it to come down in front of him, he goes. And NRG trying to lock the Knights back in.
And another key challenge from Turbo. The Ghost, or not Ghost, the Pittsburgh Knights team rather, still threatening that counterattack. Always an option. They overcommit here. Garrett is going to go for the shot. No, goes for the backward pass.
Couldn't get a hold of it. And now racing back is Garrett. Turbo there to buy some time. Gyro throws this one downfield, but there's just no one there from the Knights. Justin from the midfield line. That one's on target. Some saves forced out of the Knights. Here's Mist. As he goes up and over Turbo and almost into the net. Garrett had it cleared on the goal line.
Scary moment for NRG. Mist. And now Gyro putting the pressure on. Going for the bump. He's out of boost, but made Garrett jump.
That one did come across the box for Reynolds. He's going to try and take away that corner boost. Garrett with a big clear. Can Mist get back? He can. And less than a minute left. You start to think about time if you're on the Knights side. Justin can't keep it. Mist and Reynolds downfield. Trying to find opportunity. Mist is there. Turbo pops this one up. Gyro tried to bump it out of the way. That's 2 now from the Knights. It's just Reynolds back. Turbo's going to try and get past him. Pass out from Justin. 30 seconds now. Great touches here from Mist. He's got Reynolds. Reynolds trying to go for the bump on Turbo, and he almost got him.
Turbo narrowly dodging that, but the Knights not giving up, getting aggressive, going for these bumps. Can they pull it off?
15 seconds left. Game 5. Reynolds trying to bring this one across, does get past one. It's just Turbo back, and he does get the clear. 5 seconds left now, missed with no boost off the sidewall. Gyros is there, Reynolds is up. He opts not to go, and it's going to go down for NRG. Nobody was home for the Pittsburgh Knights, and NRG. They're able to take down the Knights.
Match of the week.
Wow.
Match of the week. Going the distance, one single goal. And NRG dodges the bullet that is the Pittsburgh Knights. They have been demolishing every top North American team in their path, but NRG, they hold the line, Corelli.
Close game. Real close game here for the Knights, and credit to NRG. They controlled the Knights the most out of everyone we've seen so far.
They certainly did. G2 did have good moments of that, but they really did step up and get those key goals, get the pressure when they really needed to. And we didn't see as many demos for the Knights. And the demos that did happen, NRG was still able to cope with them for the most part. Turbo seemed to be pretty vulnerable, and NRG got scored on quite a few times when Turbo did get bumped and demoed, but still, that was a fun series to watch.
It was an incredibly fun series, and for the Knights, this is not a bad result for them. They've beaten just about everyone else. It's really tough to take down NRG, and this was a huge hurdle for NRG as well. A lot of pressure, especially after seeing what the Knights have done. That's definitely in the back of your head.
And the pressure from the Twitter conversation. I don't know if you saw the back and forth.
Oh, yeah, I did.
You
Oh,
did?
I saw it. It was juicy.
Yeah. So
it was juicy.
If you didn't, you should go check out those players. Garrett G, missed Reynolds, all those guys. Turbo Pulse and Justin. I think I missed Gyro in there as well. But it was a fun Twitter conversation. You know that NRG's feeling good after that win.
Well, this one's over. It was Game 5. NRG's going to take it. We've got more North American Rocket League action coming up. It's going to be Ghost and G2. Stay with us.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
We call them independent recommended installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find a full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec? For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it, bursting through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand that we dealt, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free.
And with their victory over the Pittsburgh Knights, NRG solidify themselves a 5-0 league play. Welcome back to the RLCS. I'm Leaf alongside Lawler, Gibbs, and now we have Corelli joining us on the desk. You were down on the field, man. That was exciting for us. I'm sure it was just exciting for you guys. It was right down to the wire. Did you think the Knights could have taken that? Like, that was so close.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they got to a game 5, so of course they could have won. But I think that for this match in particular, it's very back and forth. And NRG did figure out the Knights quite a bit through this series. And the series didn't start off so well for NRG off of that replay. You saw Turbo immediately missing a touch, but from then on, NRG slowly started to figure things out. They had a lot of control in the midfield in that final third, and that's really tough for the Knights because they rely on that space and taking advantage of it to break out from their own end. And we just didn't see that as much from the Knights. Ultimately, they do get to a Game 5. NRG, though, does a great job of closing out the series of, again, control, having possession, and especially slowing down Reddles, who has been such a playmaker for this Knights team.
Yeah, there was a lot of us discussing in the green room and back about the differences in play styles and who was going to make those changes. And for NRG, there was a lot to it. I mean, initially, Knights came out strong, very aggressive, a lot of challenges in the midfield from Reddles, especially being able to lead into it. But you start to see that shift. NRG started controlling the boost more, started getting to touches first. And even if Garrett, to me, wasn't having the best plays, like he did have a lot of mishaps, the rest of the team was there to support it. So it worked out really well.
And once again, Pittsburgh Knights, though, they have a good shooting percentage, a pretty good save percentage, but they got outshot by 12 shots. I think Mist had a little bit of a rough series. He shot 0%, 2 Game 5 mishaps for the 2 goals. So a little bit unfortunate for them. Incredibly close series, and I still think everyone agrees that these are the top 2 teams right now for North America.
Oh, absolutely. For the Pittsburgh Knights now going forward, I think this was a very, very solid performance. I don't think they can walk away with this with their heads in shame at all. I mean, you go to Game 5 with NRG, who are looking so strong in North America right now. But for the Knights, though, what were the kind of things that they maybe needed to tighten up? We saw maybe a couple push-ups a little too much, but
it was a good learning experience, I feel like, for the Knights when they have to play against a team that wants to control the midfield so heavily. And I think that their play style is countered by the control that you saw from NRG. And so for the Knights, this was a great learning experience to figure out, okay, how do we break down a team like NRG? And the question really is, what do you do to those midfielders that have been soaking up all your clears, have been soaking up all your touches?
Well, let's take a second here to look in on our Player of the Day presented by Intel. Gibbs, who are we throwing up there right now?
NRG, you got to go Justin. He had such a solid performance once again from him. He's looking at back-to-back MVPs right now. The undisputed number one, probably in NA, as well as his team. And then Lawler. Space Station, Sypical.
Sypical playing well. Obviously, we had a little bit of debate of who it could be, but Sypical, they talked about his different play style, talking with Chrome and how they want to change things up. You're seeing the effect of it already. He's playing a little bit more back, a little bit more passive, showing his strength on defense, but then allowing and enabling it on offense to get those passes across. They're looking really good between all 3 of them. They're making some good changes, but Sypical, by all means, 50% shooting, hard to ignore that.
That's what we want to see from Space Station. Put the ball in the back of the net. We've been waiting for 2 seasons, and Sypical really showed it here.
So now looking at NRG just in league play, I mentioned, they're looking perfect right now. Yeah. They're absolutely perfect. What does this mean for them now?
All right, playoff scenarios, real quick. Yeah. This is our first playoff scenario. So for NRG to clinch top 2 to go to the World Championship, they can obviously beat Cloud9 later, then they clinch number 1.
Yeah.
They also could have Ghost take 2 games off of G2 that's coming on right now. They clinch a top 2 spot. So that's what NRG's looking for Ghost to take 2 games. And then NRG has it.
Well, let's take a look at that match right now. Ghost G2 is going to be our second match. You guys had some good talks before about how these teams are looking against some of the other people in their field in North America. And right now, it seems like Ghost is kind of the strongest when it comes down to straight numbers.
Against the big teams, yes. Against the lower teams, G2 smashes their teams, and that's what you kind of have that expectation of the big 3, if we're going to keep calling them that, which I think Knights has kind of put that to rest. So for me, it's when you have Ghost playing against teams like this, it could go back and forth. I think G2 is going to get a little bit more space, which is going to enable that offense to be as successful as it has been.
So coming into this week, I thought, if G2 plays their game and they play their offense, they should win. We haven't seen it, though, yet. While on the other side for Ghost, I thought their defense has been so strong, but they just played Space Station, gave up 2.2 goals per game. Their defense did not look good. That's a major problem coming into this. And we were talking about Ghost. They had a potential for a top 2 spot. Now they got to worry about the bottom 2. They're 2-3. They could be 2-4 after this matchup with a Cloud9 looming at 1 win.
Ghost played Cloud9 and NRG before. They were a very close series. Maybe not on paper when you look at the series score, 3-0, 3-1. But they were very close in terms of goals and the way that possession was going as well. It felt like Ghost really could have taken more games and more series off of these teams. So while on paper, Ghost hasn't had the best record against these guys, I feel like against G2, Ghost absolutely could have a chance here because they've been playing people really close. It just hasn't, they haven't gotten the result yet.
Yeah. Well, let us know what you guys think. Again, of course, we're always looking forward to hearing from you online at RLEsports, hashtag RLCS. But, RLCS 8. It's now time to get into our third match with Jarby and Turtle. Let's check it out.
Ghost versus G2. Ghost trying to bounce back after a 5-game loss to Space Station, and G2 trying to get back on the right foot. This team has struggled this season, and at a 2-2 record, they would like to get themselves in the top half with a 3-2.
I mean, here's the thing. G2, they have gone 6-1 since Season 4.
Wow.
In league play since Season 4. They're not used to being in this situation right now. It's really a defining league play right now for G2, and they're against a lot of challenges right now and obstacles. With the sweeps that they've gotten or they have played against, NRG, they have been very shaky, and it just comes down to how they're going to fight against that.
Yeah, and you saw Gibbs talk about it in the pre-show, the statistical differences of Chicago, his performances against NRG and the Knights versus the Birds. It's very a very stark difference in production. So, and that's across the board for everyone on G2. Like, all of these players have struggled at times. Now, JNAP's not able to have consistent touches. Rizzo missing a couple of key defensive touches. And, for G2, I think that they're catching a reeling Ghost. This is exactly where they want to be, where Ghost are still trying to figure some things out after that loss to Space Station.
Yeah, and I think everybody is looking at Rizzo right now. And the two series that they did lose, Rizzo had 0% shooting percentage. And that's tough because he's, as much as he hates to hear it, he usually comes in and finishes a lot of the shots that come out from G2.
And for Ghost, I am looking for Arsenal. Arsenal in the series against Space Station, when Ghosts were winning and they won those back 2 games, Arsenal was a force on the offensive half of the pitch. And, he's always the point man for Ghost. He will always be the first man up. You always catch him around midfield, even in situations where you might be scratching your head as to why he's there. But that's what have made Ghost so threatening, is their ability to move down the pitch quickly, to steal all the boost on the field. But it's definitely a high-risk, high-reward type playstyle. We're underway in Game 1. Already another save illusion. Offensive powerhouse for Ghost this season. And Atomic will continue to try to play it away, but Ghost no trouble moving past midfield. Memory couldn't find the touch. Boomed away by JNAP. And cut off by Atomic in the corner.
I mean, I'm curious to see if Rizzo and this whole G2 squad, how aggressive are they going to be? Where are they going to place that defensive line? Is it going to be the normal past midfield, everybody throwing themselves at the ball, risky play styles, always kind of trying to get that final hit in? Or are they going to be more passive? How is it going to face off against Ghost?
Ghost are one of the top teams. They are the top team, actually, in the league when it comes to demos per game. Shot by Atomic right into JNAS will be saved. They're averaging 5.5 demos a game, Ghost are. And so if they can find those demos, like, where are those demos working for Ghost?
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that. You're out there watching today and see if that continues. That shot by Memory blocks. Atomic keeping it going. Ghost trying to lock down midfield. Atomic stays with this. Illusion keeps it going. It's open for Memory, and it's confirmed. Light shot, but we're good for Ghost.
Atomic hovering in the air, feathering that boost. He gets the double touch in the air, and then follows it up with Illusion. So much space on the field just because of Atomic beating everyone there with the multiple touches in the air dribble.
And a good first sequence for Ghost.
Yeah.
And one thing I've been harping out a little bit today is Ghost boost management. A lot of times, another shot, maybe an opportunity. He's off the crossbar, double commit. Atomic gets in front. No space for Ghost. Rizzo ends up kicking it right into Memory, but it's G2's ball now with Chicago in the third. Taken away by Illusions. Ghost defense holds as they move back down the pitch. G2 take the ball right back towards midfield. The passing play is off the crossbar and out. So close, looking for the top corner, just missed it. And Ghost transition. Here's Illusion, just can't find the read on the backboard. That's off the back wall. Lucian's getting this for free. Chicago had to wait, and Illusion hits him backwards, 2-0.
And I was just about to compliment JNAPS in the midfield there, being patient, but Atomic was even more patient, waited for the dribble, won the 50 in midfield, and then got the pass off to Illusion. Atomic now being involved with so much.
And Atomic in their last series against Space Station was making so many defensive plays, keeping Ghost in so many of those games. Atomic has been a star player in his first season of RLCS.
He's in the spotlight right now.
Oh, what a pass to Atomic. He just got a little too far under it, so pitched it straight high. But it looks good for Ghost in the first 3 minutes of this series. JNAP's just missing that touch. G2 are still finding passes in midfield. It's that one shot I'm thinking about. That's straight down in front of the box. It bounces up high. Rizzo have to give way for JNAPS. They have the space. Chicago pitches it over one in Illusion.
Double commit.
JNAPS just can't get the hang of the ball.
Oh, Atomic, he's so strong right now. Every challenge he's going for, he's usually winning or even just outpacing his opponents right now.
But Atomic retains possession, gets under the ball, try to quick flip reset. Rizzo, important challenge there against Memory. Was looking on a potential 2v1. Ooh, Illusion. Tried to do what he could with the little boost that he had. Atomic can't flip around. Still G2. Quick passes to get a quick clear down the pitch, but then not much else. That one turned off the backboard.
Follow.
Shot is too light. Chicago tried to get the bump on Illusion. G2 still pressing towards the box. Shot for Chicago never comes. Illusion takes it away. G2 still pressing from midfield.
Rizzo did have a chance earlier. That final shot, just a little bit too weak like you said, Jorby, but it's not like G2 are off their game in this first match. Just struggling a bit to find that opening.
JNAPS back around. Chicago can't find it. Illusion takes it away again. Illusion winning so many critical challenges in the last minute and a half of this game number one, taking away potential opportunities for G2. G2 haven't really been able to get a ton of quality offense in game one.
And a really clean game right now for Ghost. I feel like every single hit that I've seen, a double commit right there, pretty much the only mistake I've seen so far, and not much for G2 to capitalize on. It really just comes down to what kind of unique plays, how can you create space, and how can you outbeat your opponent. And right now against Ghost, they're not doing it.
Hey, it's Illusion. I mean, Illusion just had a standout game number one. Memory keeps that going, and, you know, it doesn't matter.
There it is.
Ghost kicks that ball onto the ground, and they take the first game of the set against G2.
I mean, you talk about Illusion, but I'm looking at Atomic as well. I think both of them had great plays, and Atomic so consistent in the air, the midfield presence, the challenges, and also he was involved with pretty much both of those goals. He got the double touch in midair, and then also the challenge against JNAPS for that second goal. And Ghost, a clean game for them.
Picking up that first goal was that win in midfield, which gave a wide open net. Rizzo getting back as quick as he could with the little boost that he had, but it was no hope at all. Memory easily puts it in. And then, you know, there was never really a chance for G2. There was that one shot that bounced off the post and the crossbar and just bounced straight down and then out.
Close. I mean, and that's a classic routine for G2 is those infield passes where you just get a banger shot off of the redirect, because they were really close positionally with each other, and I felt like that was a good move, a good idea, but sometimes maybe space out a little bit, go for the diverse, you know, clear, because sometimes if you're only passing really small touches to each other, it gets really easy to predict. Obviously, you just have to push up, and Atomic did just that. He got those challenges, but sometimes as G2, maybe just go for a huge clear and focus on having somebody spaced up all the way forward.
I mean, I feel like G2 were getting those long clears at the end of the game, but they were never really able to get anything going on offense. It was like Ghosts were so good at catching the ball and then just taking it away from G2. And the couple of times they did get it locked down in midfield, it was just banging their heads against the wall and the back wall to try to force a goal or force an opportunity. But game number two underway. And G2, plenty to work with in this series. We've seen it from Ghost this season. Just be dominant on the pitch at times. Will it continue in game number two? G2 try to figure it out. Here's Illusion, the shot blocked by Rizzo. JNaps has Rizzo downfield. Up for JNaps. JNaps off the backboard. Chicago up quickly. The shot is blocked by Atomic. Had it. It just, G2 just took too long to get to the box.
And Chicago, he could have found a slot. He just didn't hit it low enough. Everybody getting involved so far for G2, but a much better start to game one right now.
And if Ghost win this game, NRG go to Worlds. They confirm, they don't confirm. They take a top 2 spot. Speaks to the dominance of NRG this season. And it's an open net for Illusion. He picks it off in midfield. G2 out of sorts.
And rotation just get cut off. JNaps keeps pushing up. He's cheating, trying to shadow for a challenge. And the third man too slow to get back right now. Ghost, it's a clean punishing game from them.
Just a minute in.
And it's like...
Go ahead.
Sorry, when G2, they start losing, it seems like it just is a ripple effect for a lot of these simple goals that they give up.
And I mean, maybe not expecting Atomic to make that touch in midfield, because they saw Illusion coming off the back wall, so maybe JNaps thinking that challenge was going to go different.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a minute and a half in, and Ghosts have the lead. NRG are big Ghost fans right now.
Definitely.
Thanks for making the Worlds run easy for us, but still 3 minutes to go. Still time for G2 to right the ship. JNaps keeping it close, but Memory right there in front. Chicago losing.
Oh, Memory.
Memory beating 2 G2 attackers. Now JNaps the last man back. Memory coming down.
Oh, what?
What a goal from Memory.
Memory, he took it all the way from his corner. He got the challenge beat out in the 1v1, and then he gets the dunk off of the ceiling. He just did all of that himself. He doesn't even need his teammates.
Huge insurance in the first 2 minutes. Ghost, a complete flip from how they started against Space Station.
I mean, just stalling there for Memory is enough, but he went and just got a goal himself.
A big solo play for Ghost, namely by Memory. Memory has been insane for Ghost this season. Rizzo across the side over to Atomic. That one hit up high, but taken away by Memory. G2, they own midfield. Atomic and Memory, such a quick passing play. I thought maybe it had enough juice on it. Rizzo got back, heading the other way. He has 2 Ghost players to beat, but Illusion takes the ball away again, winning this next boost. And, you know, this is the thing I was talking about with Ghost, is they use the most boost in the league. Or they at least spend the most boost in the league. And they're just so good at getting all the boost left on the pitch. Sometimes it puts them in tough spots, but when it works, they are so hard to lock down because they own the entire field.
Yeah.
All the resources belong to them. And they use the boost to get boost, and then they use more boost to put themselves in this kind of position. Illusion back to Atomic. Illusion used everything in the tank just to get the pass to Atomic. Memory has a shot here, and they're just slapping G2. It's not even a contest right now. 3 goals to nothing.
You would have thought that JNaps should have got this save. I need to take another look at it because he was coming in. He just flipped a little bit too much, like prematurely. And I'm sitting here shocked because that's a save he's got to hit.
But you know, he had to come flying back for that save. That's been what's been killing G2 besides that Memory dunk. And earlier in game 1, Chicago was stuck on the blind because he had no boost, or at least didn't have enough boost to be able to make any kind of challenge. He had to wait for it, and he got scored on. A minute 30 left. G2 need something. They've been shut out for almost 9 straight minutes, and the goals just keep pouring in. Memory picking up a hat trick in game 2.
They're just putting on a clinic at this point, finding these little holes, and Memory off the crossbar down. You don't want to have it any other way. Ghost are on fire in this series, and G2, they're limping right now in league play.
Just under a minute. Or just, I said under. Over a minute, excuse me. G2 cannot get out of their own half right now. Atomic picks this up low off the sidewall, and keeps the ball locked for now. G2 finally moved down the field. They're just looking for a goal. You're not out of this series if you'll drop this game. You're just looking for some sort of confidence heading into Game 3. If you're an NRG fan, you're real happy right now.
Oh, life is good if you're an NRG fan, but it's rough if you're watching from a G2 perspective, because this, you know, you see a little bit of a spark, a little bit of a hint of that quick, fast G2 draw of their shots, their third man following through. And right now, just uncharacteristic misses. We just saw Rizzo there, a whiff, and JNaps earlier. You can't help but think back to it. Chicago, even in the corner, is struggling.
Time winding down. Illusion maybe gets a fifth for Ghosts. He does pop it over one off the backboard. Either way, Ghosts have been monsters on the pitch against G2. Taking advantage every step of the way. And it'll be a 2-0 series lead against this squad. They threaten the sweep.
I mean, they're just gaining momentum at this point. And that game, it really was all memory.
Yeah.
A hat trick for him. And you got to think back as well to the highlight play, the dunk off the ceiling. He took it himself, the dribble. Memory. First it was Atomic, in my opinion, and then now Memory stepping up. And that's the thing about this Ghost roster. Every one of them can pop off. In that one win against the Knights, every single player had a 57% goal participation, and they're showing off their versatility as a roster right now in this series.
So, Turtle, for G2, let's dissect this for me a little bit. They really haven't got it figured out on defense. They've been a little acrobatic, a little scrambly. Yeah. I mean,
wow.
What's gotta happen? I mean, G2 are getting just smacked. They're getting dunked on. They're getting.
I don't even know if it doesn't.
Body.
Okay, it doesn't even feel like
that.
Jordan. It doesn't really feel like that though, because at the same time, it's like almost like they're not warmed up. Honestly, like they're playing right now. A lot of these misses on defense, a lot of these weird slow pacing. They're like Memory and Ghost, the roster in general, are outpacing G2 by a mile. But it's almost so much of a difference that it's like, where is G2 right now? What can we expect? There's got to be some kind of switch here. I don't even know what it is. I'm looking at them right now, and it just comes down to being faster and then also getting solid hits, which are non-existent for G2 right now.
And you said at the beginning of this series, G2 for 3 seasons finished 6-1 every single season.
Since season 4, yeah.
They got a top 2 spot every single season. And now, because Ghost won Game 2, NRG are going to Worlds.
Yeah.
It's confirmed now. That's it.
Confirmed.
And G2, if they lose this series, they're going to fall to 2 and 3 on the season, and there's no guarantee for G2 this late in the season. They got to get it figured out. Otherwise, they will have to fight for a spot in the playoffs. Not a lot of games left. JNaps starts this. Rizzo continues. JNaps on point, taken away by Memory. Chicago pops this in front of the box. Atomic back over to Memory. Just a little too much juice on the play. JNaps tries to keep this away, but Atomic is all over the ball, and that's exactly what Ghost has been doing. Just go for the ball. It's, man.
I haven't noticed any over-aggression. That's the one thing that I really like about Ghost. You know, they have all the momentum in the series right now, and I'm not noticing either hesitation in the backfield or too many players just double committing all the time and over pushing it, which is something that's so easy to do when you have all the momentum.
And this control in midfield, Illusion to Atomic, they've made this connection in midfield about 1,000 times. This time they lose that challenge, but Ghosts have been winning the midfield game all series. It has belonged to them. JNaps, that touch got away from him. Atomic just so quick to the ball. Very aggressive. Memories hit. Waiting for G2 on the rebound. Atomic still in midfield. That one pushed against the backboard. Rizzo gets there in time. G2 can only find it back to midfield. Memory kicks it away. Trading demos as G2 have a little bit of space. JNaps' whip will give Rizzo a chance, but Chicago in front of the box. Illusion is just so slow, or the shot was so slow. Bought Illusion the time he needed. Oh, that chip onto Chicago from Atomic.
Not a good touch.
Oh, another bump by Memory. Starting to get physical. But G2 have the ball. They have midfield. They have a lot of space here. Chicago looking for that pass. Blocked by Memory.
And this is match point right now for Ghost Gaming. G2, the brink of extinction almost. It feels like this is so vital right now to G2's confidence and how the rest of the season will play out for both teams.
Well, that's the nice thing about, you know, the destruction of G2 and C9, or rather they're falling apart this season, is that really the whole season's wide open for everyone but NRG. You know, everyone's sitting at 2-3, 3-2, 2-2. I mean, it's anyone's ball game
there it is.
In terms of the season, and it's denied off the post. JNaps is there. They couldn't get the clear. That is G2's first goal of the series.
And it's going to go out in the closest way possible you could think of. I thought the save was going to come through. JNaps is there to put it in, and G2 Esports finally gets something started.
Yeah, it was almost 13 straight minutes of shutout Rocket League that Ghost played. Memory shot just below the crossbar, saved by Rizzo. Illusion. Good challenge from Rizzo. G2 want to move down the pitch. Here's Chicago. Chicago has been shut down in this series.
Oh no, here's a chance.
And JNaps tries to put in another. Can't do it. Atomic takes the ball away. But G2, you're starting to feel the press from them in midfield. Can they keep it going?
The first goal could have just been everything they needed, something just to give them confidence and say, you know what, we can actually score. We're not just going to let Ghost run around the field right now.
Chicago got on top, but it's Atomic's ball in Ghost corner. JNaps from the third picks this up, tries to make as much as he can with little boosts. Oh, and the quick pass over to Memory. Well, too far away from Ghost.
Yeah.
Chicago played it back in. JNaps off the back wall. Where's the defense? Atomic has been lights out on defense, but here's Chicago off the back wall. He can't put it in. Right into Illusion's car.
But the pressure is stacking right now for G2.
Oh, that's going to be good for Chicago. Good pass to JNaps. Now G2 are winning these challenges in midfield. Catch from Rizzo, got ahead of him. Couldn't win the 50. Atomic downfield, double commit by Ghost. Oh, and Chicago gets bumped. Chicago wanted to go on that play. Had he not got chipped, that was going to be a counterattack opportunity for G2. They still retain the lead with 30 seconds remaining. Good challenge from Chicago again. Rizzo in front of the box, taken away by Atomic. JNaps handles this ball. Back to midfield. Illusion is there. Rizzo has a shot. Memory makes the save. G2 locking it down. JNaps again high. Slow off the back wall. The shot is good. Insurance to the bank for G2 with 8 seconds remaining.
JNaps secures a win here in Game 3. Denies the match point for Ghost. And now they can finally relax a little bit. A big sigh of relief for them. And they're going to look forward to going to the next game with momentum.
Much cleaner coming out of their own end.
Yeah. World of a difference.
Winning those challenges in midfield. And then being able to grab the ball away. That challenge from Chicago earlier in the attacking half of the field to keep the play locked down. I mean, Ghost still didn't play poorly in my mind. I just think G2 really did good.
100%.
Keeping the ball away from Ghost.
And it was a shakier start. I was a little bit scared. I saw a bit of those uncharacteristic misses that we've seen before, but Atomic is going to start momentum now. Going into Game 4.
At 0 seconds, but G2, like you said, do force game number 4.
Yeah.
Man, I have to say, I really thought Ghosts were going to sweep. I'm impressed by G2. I mean, it's not like, you know, G2 aren't capable. We all know G2 are capable of coming back at any time. It's just we haven't seen it consistently from this roster. JNaps picking up that first huge goal that didn't even look like it was going to be a goal at first, but he is able to slip that in on the tip. And for JNaps, it's 2 goals, 2 saves off of 3 shots. Very, very effective.
Chicago's starting to get a little bit warmed up. You can tell he went for a couple of double touches there off the backboard. JNaps.
Yeah, boost.
Nobody even in the net really wanted to challenge him there. Maybe would have had somebody on the wall. Would have been ideal. You know, Memory could have turned there. Instead, he opted to go for the boost. And the management, like you said, Jorby, could play a huge issue. But G2, I had a feeling. It was weird because it was just so the opposite of everything I expected and everything G2 is just known for. It just felt so off They needed to get something clicking. All it took was that one goal. You can definitely feel the confidence, the assurance whenever they're going in a challenge, whenever they know they can put one in against Ghost.
And then there was definitely some desperation with Ghost. I mean, they had a couple opportunities on offense they ended up double committing on.
Yeah.
In situations where, no, you have to lock this down. You still have plenty of time. You don't need to crash the box or crash the ball. So some minor communication issues for Ghost as well. G2, much stronger look.
Yeah.
I still think it comes down to securing the midfield boosts. If they can continue to do that, you'll catch Ghost on their back wheels a lot more.
Right.
They get a little panicky in low boost situations, and they can't really push like they want to.
Yeah.
And they still position optimistically, like on low boost. They just expect that. But that's the kind of game Ghost have to play. That's just the philosophy that they've gone with. It's worked. Game number 4, G2. Starts the journey of the reverse sweep. Quick pass to Atomic, but it's behind him, and this will be favorable for G2. Illusion against JNaps. JNaps picks this up, and Chicago on the wing. Chicago winning this next challenge. It'll be Illusion's ball. Ends up kicking it right over Rizzo's head. Back over to JNaps. Rizzo jumping for this early, and Illusion takes it away. Rizzo trying to find the early read, just couldn't. G2 a little tied up in midfield. JNaps, can he make this? He couldn't really do anything to get that away from Illusion.
Illusion, a little bit of some rushed hitting there. He had a lot of space after a double commit and then a poor hit from JNaps. Could have taken his time a bit more. Seen that a lot from Ghost Gaming in the first 2 games. I thought they did a great job of, being patient every time when they need to be.
And it feels like G2 are taking that, if you're next to the ball, just turn and go for it. A couple of times they did that at the end of game 3. Shot maybe from memory, tries to go under Chicago. Atomic picks this up. He's got nothing in the tank. The ball ended up kicking away from him. He'll collect and leave. That's over Memory's head. Rotation solid from Atomic. G2 again, Chicago, high ball, straight down off the backboard. It's knocked off the post, shot, light Memory there to pick up the save. Oh, disaster in midfield for Ghost. No chance on the counterattack. Have to play some defense. Atomic plays it away. Now he's got JNaps to beat. Can he get it around the corner? JNaps can't make a solid touch, and what a save from Chicago. Memory, the last man back for Ghost. G2 handling business well. Back on offense. How do they approach? Chicago against the ramp. JNaps, slow touch. Atomic will kick it away back to midfield.
Good defensive rotations. Like I said, maybe a little bit panicky here and there, but G2, their touches have been a bit of a 50-50 coin flip, because it's either they keep possession or they kind of just lose it off of a really light hit. It just comes down to finding teammates if you're going to have a small, really weak hit. Otherwise, you're just giving a free clear away, really.
G2, a demo opens up some space. Rizzo denied by Atomic in the corner. Still G2 ball in midfield. Chicago just missing the touch. He gets back to it, but Atomic is right behind it. He'll kick it back to G2's third.
And JNaps didn't think it was going to get touched, but here's Rizzo with a free shot. Illusion, what a save!
Oh, and another save! This time by Memory. Chicago picks up the ball and the boost, but it's Memory's ball. Chicago gets in front, and Illusion has the first look here. He's got no boost left. He has to wait for this next touch, and that bounce will take him out. Atomic towards the box. It's dunked again by Memory. He was teed up for it like they're playing golf. First goal belongs to Ghosts.
This time it was teed up for him. He didn't even have to wait for it. He just slams it down.
T-ball
on the top of the car. I didn't even think that was going to happen, because if you're the defender there dribbling out, you want to get that flick up as early as possible to prevent any angle from that happening. And Memory, a dominant force right now on the field.
Atomic back over to Illusion. Ghost, late lead. Rizzo back, has the save.
Minute and a half.
Memory again in the corner. Chicago takes away off the back wall, and JNaps follows this up, but it's a tight rotation in the corner. They still break out for G2. JNaps shot right over to Memory. Not enough power. He ran out of boost. Memory now a potential breakaway, and it's blocked. Huge block in midfield.
Yeah.
But G2 still need a goal with about a minute remaining. JNaps, no good. It'll be taken away. Downfield looking for Atomic. JNaps
takes it away to the corner. Illusion there, Ghost pressing in the corner. Rizzo, the miss, will buy some time for Ghost to reset, allows Memory to cut off the pass in midfield.
That double commit, what? That was so miscommunicated, and then they wasted so much time off the clock. 48 seconds left, and right now, Ghost just trying to stall on the field as best as possible.
It's just for G2 to force game 5. Chicago, the pass is no good to JNAP. The whiff on the passing play, and it was the best look they've gotten all game. Atomic wins a massive challenge, and another miss by G2. Illusion will take this ball away. 25 seconds remain. Illusion out of boost, but he gets the bump. Chicago barely gets this ball out to the corner. Here's Atomic looking for Memory. He almost puts it in himself. Can't do it. Memory getting chipped by his teammate back along the way. Rizzo. No quick counterattack for G2. Rizzo stays in front. Chicago can't get there in time.
The double demo
by Illusion. Back to Atomic, who wins another huge challenge in his third.
Wow.
Atomic has the ball. It's blocked, but does it matter? No! Ghost takes down G2 in 4.
They even got the double demo with 10 seconds left, and Atomic clutch in the last fighting moments for Ghost. And G2 Esports have been taken down again.
Again, 2 and 3 on the season for G2.
Oh my goodness.
And what a recovery for Ghost.
Yeah.
You come out flat against Space Station to start the series. You start to recover in the back half. You're able to force game 5, and you end up losing. But then you come out here against G2, and you come out and you dominate. They absolutely dominated the pitch on every front.
Memory in this game, okay? The first touches for all of his dribbles. Not only did he get the dunk, right?
Atomic in this
series.
That
was amazing. Yes, that too. It was like they would fight for it, and then Illusion would just kind of fill in, and it felt like Memory in that series. If you pay attention to it, all of his dribbles. There was one specific moment where it was almost like he was the last man back. He got a perfect first touch, kept the dribble going, and then managed to continue and just obliterate all of the defensive positioning from G2, and they were just controlling every aspect of the game, the boost, the passing, and the shots.
And then it all snowballed out of control for G2 at the end. They had nothing. Even that passing play, JNAP.
That was so pretty, too.
And he missed. We got plenty more coming up for you. It's Birds versus the Pittsburgh Knights coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find the full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go? That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec. For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Ghost now hot off a victory of G2 as they put G2 in a very rough spot. Welcome back to the RLCS. This is week 4 of North America. I'm Leaf alongside Lawler, Gibbs, and Wavepunk gracing us with his presence. That was exciting. I mean, like, well, not for G2 fans, but this is this is really exciting right now. Again, we're seeing the continued downfall of the previous big three with Ghost, looking so solid. I know Gibbs was talking before about being like maybe a fan. Now he's definitely a fan. Are you a fan now, Wave?
I mean, I'm a fan of exciting Rocket League, right? And the fact that the big three have been shaken up this hard is exciting. There's a world where maybe G2 and Cloud9 are facing off against each other in the playoffs, and one of them gets to go to LAN and one of them doesn't, which is just a wild statement to say. So I'm excited about that. But yeah, man, there was some crazy plays. Illusion and Atomic lighting it up.
And if you like exciting Rocket League, well, then you shouldn't be watching G2 right now because their offense has been stale, has been flat completely. Memory, huge series from him, and Atomic, again, made a couple big saves, but overall, G2's offense was not threatening throughout the series.
Yeah, a lot of that, though, you have to give credit to the pressure Ghost was applying. We were wondering what this team could be, and we got a taste of it a couple weeks ago. They brought that back here. They had a rough first series. They come out, Memory's playing better, and you see the rest just kind of fall into place. But for me, you have to give credit to Atomic. Again, that's 2 series in a row that he plays lights out.
Plus, huge win for them. When they come into the week trying to fight for a top 3 spot, and they lose to Space Station and have to play 2 series later to bounce back versus G2, absolutely huge for them. That's a great sign going into the playoffs for Ghost.
There was a moment there where G2, those 2 goals both came late in the series. They were into game 3 before they managed to get anything between the posts. So, yeah, that was scary stuff. They almost got the perfectly swept there.
Well, I don't want to keep them waiting any longer. We actually have one of the Ghost players on the line. Memory is going to be joining me. How you doing, buddy?
Thanks for asking.
Are you excited? Like that's nuts. You guys just took down G2.
Yeah, it was good start. I'm happy that we actually took the game instead of losing like Space Station, because we actually started really poor against Space Station our first 2 games. It was kind of rough, but I'm glad that we bounced back here.
I was going to ask you, how hard is that to bounce back off a series like that against Space Station and then to be able to take a win against G2?
Honestly, it was all about our composure. During Space Station, we let up a little bit too much on offense, and we just were a little bit antsy. So it was a bit rough, but we just kind of came together, talked about it, and played a lot better.
Well, Lawler was actually just talking about Atomic being such a great player. Talk to me about how he's fit in. Like, was it just super smooth getting him into the mix there, or were some bumps to get over?
It was a bit rough in the beginning. He hasn't really played in the RLCS, and I guess you could count the RLRS, but he's open to everything. It's really easy to talk to him and try to get him play certain ways. So really proud of how he's been playing on his first season. I think we've been doing really well.
Now, I just want to get a look at the rest of the scene right now. So with that win, or the 2 wins in that series, NRG's clinched a spot now. We're going to go ahead and say that you guys are going to make it to LAN. Who are the other 2 teams that you can see coming along with North America to the LAN in Madrid?
It's kind of tough at this point.
It is, right?
But yeah, it's a little bit rough. Knights, maybe. I think Knights have been playing really well. Despite losing to NRG, they had a lot of pressure. Miss is really good. Rebel is really good. Yep. So that team is just really good overall. And for the other spot, it's a toss-up. I really don't know. Anybody could beat anybody on the day.
It's true. It's crazy. North America is Europe now. Any final words you want to shout out to fans or friends and family out there?
Thanks for believing in us. Season's been fun.
It has been fun. Anyways, go take a break. Look forward to seeing you playing in the future, man.
All right, thank you.
That's good. See, he seemed excited. He seemed pretty stoked.
Yeah.
Pretty amped up off that. I mean, I guess I would be too if I just beat G2, right?
He's like, Space Station maybe didn't go our way, but hey, we got the win where we needed it versus G2.
So how, Gibbs, I just want to get your thoughts on how are you feeling now? Watching that series, of course, again, we talk about G2 not being that strong, but does Ghost look like a very, very solid team that's going to be making it to LAN?
So I still think they're probably 3rd best right now in North America. They lost to Space Station, but they outshot them like crazy, and I feel like if their defense just picked it up a little bit, which we saw versus G2, they're probably better than Space Station. So Ghost, I think, should be feeling relatively happy about that performance.
They definitely had some games they gave away to Space Station, and that's kind of one of those, like, as you play more and more as a roster, I feel like that issue will be less and less of a problem. So this is a roster that's just going to get stronger over time.
I think it's just good to see them bounce back as well. It's one thing, and that's going to be something in the Page playoff system that you're going to have an extra life if you put yourself in those third, fourth place seeding spots. So for them, the fact that they can drop a game but still bounce back later in the day is really good for them.
Well, he said it's going to be a toss-up, and we have two teams that are going to be in the mix of all that toss-up. It's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights and the Birds. The Birds looking like the team that's going to have to fight probably a little bit harder here. The Knights, though, very, very strong performance over all of this league play, Lawler, so far.
They're going to need Ajax to pop off again if they're going to try and win this one. Obviously, the aggression from Pittsburgh Knights has been something that we are starting to get used to, I guess. Yeah. And it's been exciting to see, but that expectation has kind of been set already by the Birds. I did speak to Ajax. He is aware, our expectation is top 6. I think they've pretty much solidified that they're going to be in that kind of race. So they're happy about that, but he's actually confident about this game. He thinks Pittsburgh Knights put all their focus in towards NRG, so they might be able to squeak one out.
Yeah, but also they lost against NRG, and I feel like the last thing I want to do is go up against a pissed-off Pittsburgh Knights roster that's upset they didn't get what they were looking for earlier, and they're like, damn, they're just going to take it out on the Birds right now. That would be rough.
And let's not forget that they just played NRG a 1-goal game in Game 5. People are saying, oh, Knights, maybe not up to NRG's level. They absolutely are. Incredibly close series. Could have went either way. Birds, they had a great last week where they took down Cloud9, but when it mattered most, where they could have took down Rogue and really clinched one of those top 6 spots, they fell short. They didn't look that great, so not sure what Birds will see, and hopefully they can step up here versus Knights.
Here's the one thing I want to bring up about Birds, though, is that they are from this same generation as the Pittsburgh Knights. They're used to this super in-your-face style, and if there's any roster that might be able to take on the Knights because they're familiar with their play style and are not being caught off guard, Birds might be them.
And let's not forget, Mist, obviously, he leaves Birds, joins the Knights. So pretty big grudge match here for the Birds to show why the Ajax is a great answer for them.
Ajax and Mist, man. Pay attention to it.
Yeah. Will the Knights continue their tear? We'll find out right now. Let us know what you guys think online at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS8. But it's now time for a 4th match, so let's get to the Skybox.
The battle of 2 new era squads in the Pittsburgh Knights and the Birds. One has found a lot of success this season. The other has a lot of work cut out for them still in the Birds. And I just wanted to say I really agree with Wave Punk. I think he hit the nail on the head when he said both of these teams are so used to playing against each other. They know each other's styles so well, and so just like the rest of the season, everything you think you know, throw it out the window.
I mean, these guys are competitors with each other. They've known each other. They've essentially been, in the same area for the come-up the entire time. They have fought together in the rival series, and then now they're here. We've got a grudge match between Mist and Ajax. All of this stuff is being crazy, and it's an interesting concept because I think Knights, they've taken down a lot of the Titans and the juggernauts, but now it's a matter of closing out games against series that, you might be miles ahead of a team. And I think maybe they'll struggle because now it's like they have a lot of, pressure to lose because now we expect them to win. It's a big difference.
Yeah, and for Birds, their guy is Hoxer. Hoxer has been their most consistent player, and you heard Lawler say it on the desk. He wants to see Ajax step it up. I want to see Roltiz step up again. I want to see him play like the Birds played against C9. I want to see that Roltiz against the Knights because you know what the Knights are going to give you.
Picking up the controller, man.
And we're underway in game number 1. Gyro starts off by popping it over 1, but Hoxer takes control back over to Ajax. It's not the best touch from Ajax, has to use everything in the tank just to make up for that touch. Now missed by Gyro. The Rolda is getting bumped out of the way, so a scrappy 30 seconds start. Both teams trying to take advantage.
And I love the time efficiency that we see from Knights so much. I mean, if we could make a tally of how many times we've mentioned demos and physical play with the Knights play style, it would be crazy because that's really what they're known for, being aggressive, getting in your face. And it's really fun to watch and see the decision making that they do with all of these options that you're presented with when rotating.
Yeah, second in the league in demos. Averaging 4.5 a game are the Pittsburgh Knights. Ajax picks up a demo against Gyro, which gives Birds a little bit of space, but it's kicked off the backboard by Mist. Now open for Gyro, he just pitches it down the field. Maybe looking for a quick pass from where he placed that, but it was nowhere near his teammate. Still battling for midfield. Gyro playing it slow. Here against Roltiz. Roltiz takes control on that challenge, but knocked away by Reddles. again, no one really able to get possession consistently yet.
Yeah.
Ajax on the air dribble challenged by Reynolds. Roldiz takes this in front of the box. Mist takes it away back over to Reynolds looking for Mist.
Wow.
Roller, but right into Ajax's car.
And that fast pass was so fun to watch. It's these plays that any team in the RLCS can get right now where the infield pass is just a laser and it just comes down to reaction time.
Now it's the Birds finding consistent possession, and as soon as I say that, Roldiz gets demoed.
Maybe.
Reynolds trying to flick over Hoxer, who picks up the save. Gyro, light shot turned away by Roldiz. Hoxer's downfield, does continue the ball back to the orange wall. Already halfway through game one, not a ton of action. A couple of demos to stop and attack the Birds. Really the only team having consistent possession. Here is the Knights putting together a piece, but hard to keep the Birds locked down right now. Roldiz on a long pass from Hoxer in midfield. No one was up for the Knights to challenge that ball. Struggling in the boost game to find those challenges on this next possession. Birds with Roldiz just lets that one fly high. Reynolds out to the corner.
And I like Hoxer right now. I'm paying attention to him. It seems like he's usually in front right here to get a challenge, keep the possession. He's going in again for another challenge, and he almost wins it. Big clear from Gyro, but so far, he's been in good positions, had nice touches to kind of stall as teammates figure themselves out, get in position. So far, a really close game.
Reynolds following his own touch, high on the blue corner. Gyro keeps it going straight down, but missed, playing a little too far back. Wanted something a little more out. Reynolds gets a long clear for the Knights, preventing any kind of counterattack from Birds. And another long clear again down the field. Hoxer's there, high off the backboard. Roldiz.
Oh, good
pass over to Ajax, blocked by Gyro, taken in and saved again by Reynolds. Hoxer has Reynolds beat on the play. Birds pressing forward off the back wall, taken away by Mist. A great touch, but Mist is now eliminated from play. Gyro almost getting bumped by Hoxer. Hoxer came up with the ball. Taken away again here by the Knights, but that's off the back wall. Here's the burst. Shot is off the crossbar. Roldiz scores. First goal belongs to the Birds.
And I saw Roldiz go for this shot. I'm looking at the net, and I see only one place he can aim it, and that's the right side. Everybody's stacked on the left. It's almost all the cars on the field. And Roldiz, he hits the shot all the way on the right. The placement was there. And Birds, the possession game has been great.
Has paid them dividends, or at least one dividend. Less than a minute remaining in game one. Hoxer against Mist and Reynolds. Reynolds having to work his way past one teammate. Here's a shot. Oh, what a save from Mist. He read that bounce off the crossbar. Reynolds has to let this now drop over to the side wall after that. Gyro downfield. Do they have it? No, blocked by Ajax. Hoxer, quick turnaround. Challenged by Mist, and Roldiz takes the ball away from the Knights. Another attempted long clear. Gyro's there. Shot's not good enough. Right into Hoxer. About 10 seconds left. Mist. Back over to Gyro. Gyro gets a piece of it. Keeping it going is Reynolds. And Roldiz has him beat. Long clear in open net. And Hoxer will confirm the win at the end here for the Birds.
Yeah, and it all came down to Roldiz's mechanics right there, just getting the backboard hit for the defensive clear. And Hoxer, he's always upfield in position to keep the pressure. He right now is the one player I look at who's really controlling the pace of this game and who has possession, because if he doesn't get that touch, then it just comes down to Knights having a counterattack.
And Roldiz, MVP in this game and MVP on the eye test as well, especially at the end where the Knights were getting long passing clears down the pitch just when you thought they would have something. Roldiz had a couple of key intercepts in midfield, and I think those were crucial to stopping that. But right here, the goal, the only goal Birds needed, that one off the crossbar. You see Reynolds gets bumped. If Reynolds doesn't get bumped there, he does have that clear. And it's tough to say what happens after that, because both of the other Pittsburgh defenders were coming stacked across the box. Maybe they have Roldiz beat on that play.
Right, and that was everything for Roldiz there. Really, probably the most high-pressure shot you can have in a game where you miss that, you are getting scored on because everybody on the field, all the cars were in the net on the left side. If you don't hit that or you go overboard and hit the backboard, it is lights out for you.
And this was the Knights team that just took NRG to 5 games.
Yeah.
They beat G2 and beat Cloud9. You know, Rocket League is so... I think that both Europe and North America consistently prove that Rocket League is such a matchup-oriented game. It's not this, well, we beat this team and the team we're facing beat that team too, or lost to that team, so we're going to beat them. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, there's no like algorithm you can find to predict anything in terms of Rocket League. It's really just, like you said, a lot of play styles mashing up.
Yeah, and I mean, we've said it multiple times already. These guys have been playing against each other, with each other for years.
Yeah.
They've played in so many tournaments across the pitch from each other. Some of these guys have played together on opposite team, that they're on opposite teams now, and they're both in the RLCS.
Yeah, that newcomer rivalry, excuse me.
And both of these newcomer teams took down Cloud9, one of the most consistent teams in Rocket League history. This is anyone's match. The Knights have been strong against the field, but in this matchup, they're down by 1 against the Birds. Roldiz, a big contributor in that first game. He continues here off that touch from Hoxer. Reddles, a nice catch. Had Ajax close, and he takes Ajax out of the field. Miss, can't get by Hoxer. Reddles, another booming clear. He has been going for those consistently. Every time he gets in front of or behind the ball in his own half, he's looking for that boomer down the pitch.
And Reddles, he's the player who declares war on almost everybody because he is always the most forward player right now for the Knights. Being aggressive, if you're going to look for a demo and disruption on defense, it's going to be from Reddles usually.
Ajax takes the ball away, right on top of Reddles. Reddles has the catch, flicks it over 1. Roldiz will take it out to the corner. Reddles works his way towards the box. Away, the shot. Hoxer keeps the ball in front of him and somehow comes away with possession over to Ajax. Ajax back over to Roldiz, past to Hoxer, and he can't handle it. Ajax coming in to buy some time for Birds. Actually, Roldiz turned in, and it's a shot for Birds and a goal.
The possession game, this was fantastic. Even off of a miss hit from Roldiz, the pass didn't come through. Roldiz popped it up. Ajax, another pass and a turnaround. That was just so clean. Nobody panicking. You know, you didn't get the hit from the missed pass. And you stay calm, you keep the rotations clean, and you don't just flood yourself back on defense.
Knights struggling to take the ball away from the Birds right now.
And that was impressive.
Roldiz in midfield. Pops it up high, and Knights are caught on their own back wall right now, trying to clear this ball out. Can't find Gyro, cut off by Ajax. Another good intercept. Ajax giving way for Roldiz. Missed against Hoxer. Roller up, Gyro losing to Ajax. Knights losing every challenge. Ajax past another. Reddles just bangs it off the side wall, but it's still Bird's ball from the third. Hoxer flicks over 1. Coming in, Roldiz, shot blocked by Gyro. Miss got a demo down the field, and he gets bumped out of the way. Gyro tries to flip forward, he had no boost, and he's under the ball. Roldiz takes this, Reddles loses the challenge. Ajax was going downfield, but the Knights take the ball away.
And the defense, the bumps coming through, and then the 50-50 there from Roldiz. I thought that was going to be a goal, but thankfully, Knights have somebody rotating back fast enough. Still 1-0 for the Birds.
Tight rotation for the Birds on offense. Missed. Back over to Gyro, stole the ball away. Looking for Reddles. Reddles, it's high off the backboard. Mist is up for it, but really Reddles' shot, or is it his opportunity, was probably going to be best a shot. Ended up hitting it too high.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh still fighting for possession, down by 1. Ajax in front of Gyro. Gyro hopping over him.
Ajax going for a demo there. If he connected, it would have been another goal. Security for Birds.
Minute 30 left for Pittsburgh. The Birds just haven't felt an ounce of pressure. Ooh, Reddles tried to keep that ball moving downfield, missed it. So Mist will take it from his own corner. Roldiz keeps it close. Oh, looking for a pass. Gyro picks this up again. He's over Roldiz and almost finds the net.
So close. A great pass around from the corner. Still, nobody really predicting that. Those are hard to assume that your teammate's just going to get a nice pass across. 53 seconds left.
Nice catch from Ajax, and then the follow-up. And he gives himself a chance at the 50 against Mist. Double whiff. It'll be Bird's ball. Reynolds. Good demo from Gyro. It gives Reynolds a little bit of space. Some breathing room, which they haven't had a lot of. Gyro back over to Mist. Mist takes it in the air, going straight down. Ajax stepping up big time in game number 2. Reynolds up high off the ceiling. Do they have the shot? Hoxer up quickly. Defense for Birds holds for now. For how long? To be determined. 15 seconds remaining. Hoxer trying to clear it out. Oh, the Knights run into each other. Missed.
1-1.
And Reynolds, they keep it in midfield. Quickly up for it is Gyro.
Oh, they can do it.
Reynolds on the side. Has the shot, but it's right into Roldiz, who pitches it downfield. Mist is too far forward. He wants to keep it in the air, but he can't, and the Birds are threatening to sweep the Knights and hand them 2 losses on the day.
And that was a shakier game, too. Birds, they started out so strong. Ajax, in my opinion, was intercepting a lot of the offensive pressure from Knights. I think every time they got a pass, and it felt like Ajax was right there in their face for a challenge. A little bit shaky towards the end there. Knights gathering some momentum. I want to take a look at this goal again.
And it's just that dump right over to Roldiz, and that all started from Ajax. Ajax coming in for this touch right here. Like, he's rotating back on that, and that just changes the entire play. The point man's thinking, oh, we have a counterattack opportunity. But then Ajax comes out of nowhere and steals the ball. Roldiz sees it the whole way. He's in the perfect spot to see that whole play develop.
And it came from the missed pass almost, because the Knights, you see somebody get a bad touch or a missed pass, and you know that somebody has a tough situation. So you naturally are going to push up trying to get some kind of counterattack, right? But then here come the Birds. Even when they do dump it over to the right side, you think it's just for a stall hit. But Roldiz has the mentality and the intelligence to literally turn around and get the shot on net. That was crazy and a risky play, but it came with a high reward.
Yeah, and Birds, can they sweep the Knights here? I wonder if that Game 5 loss to NRG is sinking on Pittsburgh's heads. You know, Reynolds tweeted out after that series that, you know, we lost due to mistakes, and if he knows what's going wrong with this Pittsburgh team. I mean, honestly, right now I'm just impressed with the Birds on offense. They have cut off the Knights at every step. They're beating them at their own game right now, is what they're doing. And the Birds and the Knights, they have a similar play style. They've come from, you know, we talk about these two teams coming from the same era. And you see that here, the melding of these two play styles.
Yeah.
But it's the Birds that have advantage. 1 game away from sweeping the Knights. And the Knights, they have to win this if they want a top 2 spot. You're already kind of losing in game differential in general. So you got to win as many games as possible from this point. That shot blocked by Hoxer to start off game number 3.
I don't even know how we got around to get that save. Hoxer coming in really clutch right now here. Match point for Birds. And the pressure really was on towards the end of that second game. I thought the Knights were breaking out of their half more. Here comes another bump attempt for Reynolds, and Gyro finish it off in style.
Reynolds in front all the time for the Pittsburgh Knights. He gets that first touch. He chips Ajax. Good luck getting that. And then he gets Hoxer as well. Reynolds playing that enforcer well, like he always does. Yeah. This time results in a goal.
I mean, that's so annoying, too. If you're on the defense from Birds, it's just frustrating. Responding to demos is the worst thing to do because you just get frustrated knowing you would have had the hit so long as there was no interception from physical play.
Miz getting on top of Ajax. Reynolds following it up from the corner. Wanted to pass out, couldn't find it. Ends up bumping Mist. Now he has to wait for Hoxer. Wins in the corner. Pittsburgh. Control of midfield for now, but Reynolds ends up giving the ball away to Ajax. Now here's Roldiz high off the backboard.
No way.
Roldiz just misses by a pixel. Reynolds ends up missing the ball as well, giving Hoxer a look. It's a double commit for Pittsburgh. Roldiz already on the side wall. Shot blocks too high anyway by Miss Ajax. Keeps it in play for Birds. Hoxer with a full tank keeps it going. Roldiz. Such a tight rotation for Birds. He's got Ajax on the wing. He's got him, but it's blocked too high Knocked away by Gyro.
And the vision on the field for Birds is unparalleled right now. That was phenomenal. These little touches that they get, and then going in for the pass, that setup was perfect, but then finding the pass as well instead of being greedy and going for the shot. Birds, they're trailing, but they're also looking really, really on point.
Reynolds tried to use that flip reset just to make a challenge on the backboard. Hoxer picks it up in midfield. He gets bumped by Gyro, missed. Back over to Gyro, who finds himself in the perfect spot off the back wall. Missed shot to bouncer, saved for now. Hoxer with the most crucial follow-up. Ajax, nice dump to roll Diz, but challenged by Pittsburgh anyway. Knights, Gyro, and Reynolds can't move towards the box. Ajax, slow but surely, will make his way towards the ball. And a nice catch, good flick over to Hoxer. Good continuation of the Birds off the post. Ajax can't do it. It was too light. Mist takes it away. 2 demos onto the Birds. Ajax keeps the ball locked in the orange half. Hoxer comes back from the dead, and demos missed. Gyro, can he keep this ball out? It is chaos right here against the back wall. Oh, and Rolls is just a little too close. He couldn't get up in time. Mist getting bumped on the play. It's just the physicality from both teams right now in the final 2 minutes.
Shot after shot for Birds. I mean, they got so many opportunities here. Ajax and Roldis both doing about the same shot, just putting it a little bit too left of the net. And now here come Knights.
Only goal for the Pittsburgh Knights coming off of a Reynolds bump. Here's Mist. He's got Roldis to beat. And it's just back again. Gyro waiting for this touch, just slow to it against Ajax. Reynolds pitches it off the corner, back towards the pitch. It's open, and it's good! Reynolds gets the second goal for the Knights.
Bit of an over-aggression, and Reynolds just a booming clear. I thought Roldis might have been able to get this hit. He was so close, he accidentally puts it in, but there's not much you can expect. He was running back, and a tough goal to give up for Birds.
Still some time left for the Birds. Hoxer keeps this close, bodies his way to Roldis, and just like that, all it takes is what, 5 seconds?
What a response. Hoxer taking it slow, goes for the 50-50, and Roldis. Look at how aggressive all of Birds are. 3 players, all pretty much in the same box area of the net.
Yeah, as soon as Hoxer takes that ball, both of his teammates know this is going one of 2 ways.
And both sides were covered.
Left or right, cover the gaps. Birds played it well. Cutting the lead in half. Can the Birds tie it up? Well, Ajax forced back down as Reynolds sends one towards the box. Missed. Winning one challenge against Roldis. Looking to beat Hoxer on this. Hoxer takes it back to midfield, picked up by Reynolds. Reynolds over Roldis. Reynolds keeping it away from the Birds' defense, but it's Ajax on the point. Misses the flick. As soon as he jumped, the ball got away from him. Birds on the attack. Reynolds has a little bit of time. He does utilize it. But it's a tight rotation for the Birds. Gyro. That first touch to keep possession, but Ajax is right on top of him. Ajax over one. Hoxer waiting for this touch from Reynolds. Reynolds gave it to him. High ball, a lot of hang time. Hoxer over the backboard. No shot for Roldis. Ajax is there. He has it off the backboard. Reynolds with the catch. Birds hanging on to this offensive possession. Can they get a goal? This is low off the back ball. Oh, no! What? Save by Mist! It came straight down. No goal. The Knights hanging on to a lead. Hoxer, one more chance. Gyro takes it around to the corner. Back over to Hoxer. Roldis off the backboard, taken away by Reynolds. And Pittsburgh get a game, but that last sequence was scary.
That was a little bit too close for comfort if you're Knights. Roldis came in for that final shot, tried to get it in, missed, had the save. I was almost guaranteed because Roldis' shooting so far has been on point. The precision has been there. And Birds almost sneak away with a sweep.
Dude, Mist had 4 saves, and 2 of those saves were ridiculous. Like, okay, Mist, you're good. We get it. And Roldis was.
I thought he was going to have it. I thought he was going to have that.
It was pretty tough.
I need to look at this again because it was so close to the way. I think if he just maybe turned his car a little bit backwards and kind of pushed it up more. It's just like milliseconds of timing.
Credit to Reynolds. Roldis is thinking the whole time that Reynolds is going to take that around the corner.
Yeah.
around the sidewall, which is why he was where he was. But then Reynolds just gets that massive clear, and Rolls is, that's fair. That's fair that you thought Reynolds was going to carry it, because Reynolds changed it up a little bit in this series. He wasn't booming everything down the pitch.
Yeah.
He started catching a lot of things and trying to roll it out. And with how the Birds were playing, you can understand we're just going to move up because we've been having a lot of pressure in this series.
And I mean,
didn't work out.
That Birds play style with the confidence. We talked about it a little bit. I mean, whenever we saw that 50-50 going, it was a player going on the left side and then a player on the right side. They were all in the same net area, and yet the confidence was so strong that they knew if the 50 came through, which it did, they were going to score off of it. And right now, Birds, confident play style, but Knights, the physical play style. It's just countering each other. And who really is going to come out with the win? I have no idea.
Birds. Reynolds takes it on the kickoff. 9 seconds over 2.
Reynolds, he does it. Look at this styly play. I mean, come on, the back. That was just
dirty.
That's old-fashioned right there.
Take a shower. That is old-fashioned. Pittsburgh start off with a big goal on their attempted comeback. And it's still a good look for Birds.
Right.
They're still finding a lot of good passing. They're controlling the ball, using space when the Knights give it to them. So it's just about continuing that philosophy and continuing to put on pressure once you break out of midfield. Problem is, Knights started getting physical, started finding demos, started getting bumps. That's the game they know how to play. That's what's made this team so successful this season. Reynolds getting right on the backside of Ajax. Hoxer picks this up, but it's kicked away by Reynolds again.
In the previous game as well, Knights, they scored right away, almost within the first 20 seconds, I believe. And they do it again here.
Ajax, last man back, will do all the work to buy his team time and some more. Missed. Clearing it out over the corner for Reynolds. Pittsburgh locked in for a little bit. Gyro right on top of Ajax. Couldn't get back to the ball. Reynolds so aggressive as that point man. At least made that, or at least made a challenge against Roldes, but here's Hoxer in front of the box. Ajax was hunting that closely. That shot is blocked by Mist. Hoxer takes that away. Ajax was coming in on the play. It could have been another shot opportunity, but Reynolds pitches this up high, and it's taken away by Ajax.
And another big save coming out from Mist. He has been so consistent on the goal line, getting every save he needs to get when it comes down to it. And these shots they're not, simple shots right at him. He has to really work to get the save.
Reynolds still playing the possession game. Those first 2 games, it's a stark contrast from how he was playing. This one taken away by Reynolds. Mist was in a tough spot. Reynolds bails him out on the play. Hoxer can't clear it out. He's got Mist in his face. Ajax here again for the Birds, but they can't keep consistent possession. Hoxer denied by Reynolds again. He's just crashing into the ball whenever he's got a chance at it. Reynolds dive bombing in blue players' faces. Missed, looking for Reynolds. Reynolds gets the touch, opposite side, tipping. 2 goals for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Reynolds the aggressor right now. What a touch as well, coming, like you said, the opposite side. He puts them up 2-0. Here in match point. Reynolds, outstanding performance from him so far.
Game 4. Oh, Hoxer will take this. Can he split the lead? No, Mist takes it away. Birds did so well possessing the ball. Actually finding one here off the whiff. Ajax letting it go off the backboard, and Hoxer, his shot blocked by Mist again. Mist coming up with a lot of big saves last game. Comes up with another one here, but still, Birds press off the backboard. Gyro met against Hoxer. Hoxer cannot keep it in play. Reynolds with no boost will stay behind, and he gets bumped out by Hoxer. Now Roldes has possession.
And I want to see more aggressive from Birds. I mean, they found corner boosts previously. That's what got them up 2-0. They were aggressive, getting their face disrupting, and then the shots coming through were so on point. But right now, I mean, they have great opportunities, but they're not stealing as much boost, getting as many physical plays, and that's why the Knights, in my opinion, are able to get a lot of these saves, especially Mist.
Finally, someone on the Birds are getting boost. It was Roldes, and his shot is blocked by Mist. They've been able to keep them in the orange half for as long as they have. Really, Hoxer off the backboard. Taken away by Mist again. Reynolds is there downfield. Mist and Reynolds in game number 4. Huge reason why they're up 2-0. Over a minute to go. Hoxer against the backboard. It's got to be Ajax, and it's blocked by Mist, but it's a double commit by the Knights. His launch looked like it was terrible.
I think it was bumped by Mist.
Was he?
Maybe.
Okay. Bump again.
Wow, and that was Mist.
He's playing insane.
I do want to see that again. That was crazy. They're still up 2-0. Almost seems like they're getting away with just risky plays and Birds. They're fighting.
Hoxer diving gyro on that play. Misses downfield for Reynolds and misses the ball. Gyro there quickly. He hops over one. It's knocked away by Ajax. Ajax easily by Reynolds. How does he play the corner? He does win one. Hoxer has the read. Keeps it going for the Birds. They have 20 seconds to at least get a goal on the board. They need to score with any time left. Oh, that shot just wide of the net for Ajax. He gets another try. It's up against the backboard. Roldes has no boost. Good luck. Ajax has his touch back over to Hoxer. Hoxer's his shot. Everybody commits on the Knights. Roldes wants a goal with any kind of time left on the clock. Gyro controls the ball. Time expires. The Knights force game 5, threatening the reverse sweep against the Birds.
And the theme right now, I mean, goal line defense from the Knights. The Birds, every single game, they bring it to them. It's not...
Just had 5 saves, dude.
They're not falling behind in terms of shots or getting starved by any means. Birds, they just can't find the back of the net because the Knights mostly have boost. And when they're in the net, it seems like a lot of time as well, there's usually 2 players trying to get a save from Knights. And Reynolds, he's so annoying this game, but that is what he wants.
Annoying for the Birds,
yeah,
for sure. I mean, this shot right here.
But that's what he starts wars. I'm telling you, he declares war with these bumps, with these demos, and the way he positions. It's like you can't position yourself any more way in the game that just says I am the most confident person right now because I know I can get this touch faster than you can.
And that's the thing about Reynolds that has impressed me this season.
Definitely.
Not only his consistency with how he plays as that enforcer, but also his ability to adapt in situations where that isn't really working. So he'll catch and possess the ball. He'll try to feed the ball to his teammates if they have the better options. So I like Reynolds' ability to do that on the pitch. But when it's not working and Birds are crushing you and you're not finding those touches, all right, that's it. I'm gonna turn off ball cam and I'm just crashing. I'm just crashing it.
And
I don't know if he turns off ball cam every time and he just goes hunting, but sometimes it definitely feels like it. It works.
It's almost like a mini game for him.
Right?
In the game, mid-series, he just like, I'm turn off ball cam. Let me just go for a little Sunday drive.
Look, I'm looking for
take out a few
extermination.
people. Yeah.
They're looking to exterminate the Birds on a reverse sweep. Birds, this is such a crucial win for them. Or a crucial game for them to win.
Yeah. And Birds passing has been phenomenal. I can't express it enough. Ajax in particular, a lot of his touches communicated so well. His teammates are there. It just comes down to finishing and whether or not Knights can find a save.
They've been losing the boost battle to Pittsburgh, which has been a big key factor in holding midfield. Pass from Roldes to Ajax, and it's saved by Reynolds. Miss comes in time. Pittsburgh's defense in front of the box. Do they have it this time? Ajax scores. First goal belongs to the Birds.
I'm in utter disbelief right now, but the Birds somehow maintain a form of resilience against these goal line saves. Ajax comes through, constant pressure in, and the Birds do it again where they just keep feeding these passes in.
And it took Hoxer chasing Mist like a rabbit against a fox to have him racing away in the net just for Ajax to have an open look at the net.
Yeah. And now the Birds start out strong. In the past 2 games, the Knights have scored first off of a great play or one where it's just disrupting the defensive line, but here come Birds.
It could bode well for the Birds. Ajax starts back over on Pittsburgh's third. Roldes in midfield. Birds looking to inch their way forward. This comes off for free, off the backboard, blocked by Gyro this time. So much space Birds have here in midfield. Pass over to Hoxer, taken away by Reynolds, but it's straight down for Roldiz. Mist couldn't find it. Roldiz looks for the shot. He's too far away from the box. Shot blocked by Mist. Birds, they had an opportunity. They just couldn't get it on target. Tough from the angle, and the Knights hang on. They're back down to the blue side. Reynolds shot just wide.
Counter.
Shot good for Mist. The Knights tie the game.
Okay, so it comes from Mist getting the goal line save, and then he comes all the way back down the field. Ajax and Roldiz kind of a bit messed up on defense in the corner, bump each other, and Mist, he just follows through with a cleanup.
Just over 3 minutes remaining and a quick tie. Oh, Mist has a free look. Oh, Ajax got there quick. But Mist has, or Gyro has the ball. I mean, all 6 of these players have stood out at some point or another in this series. Gyro can't get there. It's Ajax. Off the backboard again. These rebounds. Pittsburgh having to come back to play some scrambly defense. Gyro, another save. Birds have an advantage. Ajax wanted to pass over to Hoxer. Hoxer ended up going back to go get midfield boost. Still Birds ball. Good first touch by Roldiz. Tried to flick it over Gyro, failed. But it's Hoxer's ball. Back to Roldiz. To Pittsburgh's back wall. Up in front, Reynolds. Right against Hoxer at least. Keeps it close. Mist jumping off the line. So explosive to move it back down the pitch. Gyro right there. And it's taken away by Hoxer. Just when it looks like the Knights are going to counterattack, Birds are able to find that one touch to stint the attack. Hoxer gets behind this ball and does what he can with nothing left in the tank. Roldiz kills another potential counterattack, but Mist keeps it going.
Fighting for midfield possession right now. I mean, I'm trying to see really where mistakes can be made, but right now both defenses holding strong. Mist. That's the one time we've seen him miss. Falling down, and yet the Birds don't score. I'm surprised.
Well, Gyro, not the best touch from him off the ceiling, trying to clear it out. Roldiz wasn't able to follow it.
Yeah.
Because of the lack of resources, he did pick up some boost and head back. The Birds find themselves in the blue half again. Game 5. Tied up as we're coming down to the last minute in regulation. Ajax, nothing working there for the Birds. Downfield, Reynolds beaten by Roldiz. Ajax over to the corner. Mist takes it away from him. Now Mist down the field. He's taken out of the play by Hoxer.
Good 50.
Still trying to move forward. Pittsburgh. And you see them locked. Reynolds.
Are you serious? Reynolds.
He got broken out. What do you got?
I can't believe he stood there for so long, and it didn't even affect him. The confidence to stay there. He was out of position for the longest time. It doesn't even affect him, and here they come with the counterattack.
Ooh.
Reynolds.
It's a bouncer, not a strong shot at all, and Gyro over to the corner, missed. Taken away by Hoxer. Reynolds keeps it going. Roldiz had to race back for this, and it's over Reynolds' head. Gyro keeps it locked in Birds territory.
Oh, no.
Crashing in was missed, but it's now Ajax's ball with 7 boost. Has to let that fall down. Roldiz keeps it going. Gyro bumps a teammate, but he has the ball. Can he get over Hoxer? He makes his car tall to do so. Off the back wall, Ajax takes it away. Less than 10 seconds remaining. Roldiz playing it slow. He has Reynolds beat, trying to get him out. Reynolds bumps him out of the way. Ajax, it pops up here for Mist. He's got a little boost left. Can he get there? Roldiz catch. Can he kill the ball? Take this to overtime. A bouncer off the ramp, and that is exactly what we got. Game 5 overtime, Turtle. Off the kickoff. Reynolds blocked by Hoxer. Down to Roldiz for the Birds. Birds have had some good press this series. Can they crack through one more time? Ajax blocked there. Hoxer keeps it going.
Roldiz.
Around the corner. Roldiz, that's going to be off the back wall and taken away around the corner. But the Knights are going back wall to back wall. Big miss allows Reynolds to make this challenge. Miss diving forward, and he misses the ball. A breath of relief for the Birds. Would have been a breakaway.
That was a huge miss for Mist. The 2v1 situation, somebody most likely would have gone for a demo. There's a pop-up. Mist trying to redeem himself. Here comes Reynolds.
Reynolds getting the demo, but not the ball. Gyro up against the sidewall in midfield. Mist trying to keep it going. He's blocked by Hoxer. Reynolds now back with a boomer. Mist, he's waiting for this touch. That one may get away from him. No, he's got some space. He's over Ajax. Ajax made the touch, but it's in front. Hoxer and Rold is desperate to clear that ball away. Hoxer now off the corner, around, and in front. The shot is right into Ajax from Gyro. Ajax keeps it going. He's out of boost, just trying to keep this ball going. He takes Reynolds off the play. Roldiz plays it slow from the ground to nothing. Reynolds takes this away, 1:20 in this overtime. Reynolds keeps this close, challenged by Hoxer, but it's Gyro's ball. Roldiz takes it away. Maybe a breakaway for Hoxer off the back wall. Where's the shot? It doesn't come. Ajax couldn't find an angle. Keeps it going though, and keeps the Knights locked down in the orange half. In front of the box, Reynolds wants this out of Pittsburgh territory desperately. Midfield, Roldiz had him read the whole way. Around the corner, Roldiz, another one demo, can't find the bump against Mist.
Just defensive lines getting tested on both sides of the field. Last second save, this is what it's coming down to.
Around the corner, Reynolds, that's gonna be a look for Ajax. Mist ready on the back wall. Carries this around. Hoxer picked up a demo, but Mist wins that challenge. Buying some time. Another boomer for the Birds against the backboard, nothing. Still pressing forward. Hoxer here against the back wall, taken away by Mist. Roldiz is there off the sidewall. Shot, it's off the bounce and off the back wall. Gyro takes it away. He misses this though. The Knights feeling this pressure. Ajax, he doesn't get a solid touch. Now a catch by Mist, and he flicks it up early. Both teams feeling the pressure here in Game 5 overtime. Knights knowing this is to keep their hopes for number 2 alive. Birds knowing this could spell playoffs or relegation and both potentially.
Teams, I mean, they're throwing it into the corner, and it just comes down to really who's going to go for the risky infield pass. Hawks are trying to get some 1v1 skills on display.
Ajax beats Mist, but Reynolds is there. The shot is towards it. Roldiz makes the save. Reynolds off the backboard. No good for Pittsburgh. Hoxer downfield off the backboard and pinched away by Mist. Roldiz keeping it in front. No one cracking on either team. Mist up high. Gyro just can't get up towards that ball. Reynolds keeps it off in the corner. Roldiz again, another clear. Gyro pitches it high off the backboard. Gyro comes for free. Pittsburgh stay. They get the reverse sweep against the Birds. They win the series.
Even after the huge missed opportunity, the Knights still fight through, and they win this battle of both teams coming from the new era. And what a game. Both the Knights and the Birds, they fought so hard. I cannot believe how many opportunities just came down to the last man on defense needing to get the save.
Reynolds is by far and away the MVP of this entire series.
Wow.
Mist is probably a close second, but I said by far and away, and then I said probably a close second. Take that for what you will. Reynolds, especially in that overtime, so many passes cut off. Gyro had a couple as well, but Reynolds coming up big time. He had 3 saves, and the only assist to give the Knights the lead. Man.
It was weird though, because there were a few defensive misses where you off the backboard, a couple of the Knights players missed a little bit of a hesitation. And the Birds, I thought they did a great job. I've never seen a team so far in RLCS in this league play be so comfortable with just popping the ball backwards and using the space behind them. I thought they did a great job of doing that. And even when the execution came in, I thought they had great shooting, but the Knights too strong, and Reynolds being too much of a nuisance on the offensive line.
It's just the bumps, the demos, the wins on the 50-50.
Yeah.
The Knights win this game, and this was so big for the Knights. Like, their game differential isn't the best, but they put themselves in the best spot by continuing to win these series. If they can somehow end up 5-2 on the season, because they're at 4-2 now.
Yeah.
They have 1 series left. 5-2 might get you number 2.
Yeah.
That might be good enough. So I like this Knights team. The Birds did not look bad.
Not at all.
They had a lot of
great.
Yeah, they had a lot of good pressure down the pitch. I thought Roldiz stepped up in a pretty big way. Now, next up, Rogue. Trying to figure out their season, trying to get things back on track against Space Station Gaming. Can Space Station end up 2-0 in Week 4? Find out after the break.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find the full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Pittsburgh Knights walk away with a reverse sweep victory over the Birds. Welcome back to the North American Rocket League Championship Series. We're on to week 4. I'm Leaf alongside Lawler, Gibbs, and Turtle join us now at the desk. That was, you had to hold on your heart onto that one. The Birds looked like they had the series, but the Knights spring it back.
Another game 5, man. Birds came out strong. It was good to see. They had a really good vision, I want to say, starting off.
Definitely.
I think for me, the biggest one I noticed was in game 2. There was only one goal, and it was a back pass from, I'm pretty sure it was Ajax back to Roldis.
Yeah.
And it's like the possession game, Turtle, you and I were kind of mentioning about, it was their focus. They didn't do anything crazy. They just cleaned it up.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned back pass. That's like the whole game for Birds. They were so comfortable with using every single space on the field, comfortable knowing where each other are. And we had questions at the beginning of the season. Now we didn't even have questions, and they still play insanely well. And they're confident here.
But oh man, Reynolds, when we look back on MVP voting, we're gonna look back on the series.
Wow.
Game 3, 4, and 5, Reynolds put on a show. 3 and 4, he had like 3 top 5 plays. The game 5 putting on so much pressure. He had 19 shots alone for his team. Mist only had 3 all series. Gyro had 9. So he outshot his own teammates. He was on fire.
Well, you mentioned it that Knights are getting outshot again. But to me, their biggest asset was their defense in games 4 and 5. A lot of the times, like you saw, credit to, yes, Reynolds stepping up and really propelling that team to that next level. But their defense had to go under a lot of pressure, and they kept it out. A lot of times in back, we were standing up and like, that's another one that's really close. Like,
and that's
it was
thanks to Mist. Mist literally was so consistent every single time he had to get a read, and every time he was on the defensive line. I've never seen anything like that because every save he would hit.
Minus 37 shot differential. Only Rogue is worse. But Pittsburgh Knights, they're 4-2. They're clutch. They make the saves. They make the shots when it counts. And here they are, 4-2. Yes, they have clinched playoffs now. They've clinched the top 6 spot. So they'll be back for next season of RLCS and possibly Worlds.
Is this a situation, though, of their opponents, like, missing in that? Or, are they just really good at that defense? And is it eventually going to break down? Is someone going to figure out the Knights?
Doubling down with Turtle. That defense from Mist was phenomenal. There was a lot of really clutch saves. The shots were definitely there from Birds, and they were coming from different angles. They were getting creative, and the times that they did go in, it was due to bumps, demos. Like, they were getting aggressive to open things up. So credit to their defense.
Now's a good time to check in on our Player of the Day presented by Intel. And I feel like I probably guess who's up there right now, at least from that last series. Yeah, Reynolds.
Yeah, for sure. Reynolds, man, he skyrocketed up my MVP vote. Like, he was already the best on that team, but that's such a big performance. The reverse sweep, but Atomic, both series today. Ghost probably could have won that first series because of Atomic with 5 big saves. He did it again. Memory also stepped up, but we gave it to Atomic here.
So why is he in the upside down?
Because Ghost, I don't know, man. They lose to Space Station. They take down G2. I don't know what's going on with Ghost right now, but they took that. Like, we have G2 and Cloud9 possibly playing for a playoff spot.
What a world.
It is. We're living in the upside down, and Ghost did it again this week with the one they're supposed to win, they lose. The one that, is a 50-50, they win. Hey, good for them.
We're almost through week 4, though, so why don't we keep it going? Let's get into our next match. It's Space Station Gaming versus Rogue. This, I think, is going to be very important. We heard before from Memory saying, these last spots are a toss-up. They're a coin flip, and it's going to be so difficult to really predict what's going to happen here. So why don't we talk about what might happen? Space Station, Rogue, Lawler. We've seen Space Station play today, but has Rogue fixed any of the problems they've had?
I don't know. It's tough to guess because we've looked at them for multiple weeks now, been saying it is do or die for them, and then they lose that too. So I don't know if it matters. To me, no matter what they're playing in the promotion tournament at this point, Space Station is going to carry their aggression from earlier today and just double down on it. I think they're going to play really well, and Rogue is in big trouble.
It's weird, okay? I don't know how to explain it, but with Rogue, it's like they have, so you have the fundamental basis, which is just communication and positional awareness. Rogue don't have that at all, but they have everything else. They have literally everything else, so it's the closest gap to being on point.
Don't let the Kronovi shot fool you, my dude.
No, I am completely in illusion then right now because seriously, I just think they're just this close. They have, I don't know, might be the last time that I really throw everything I have for them, but I just think they're that close. If they can just finally connect something, they're set.
I don't know about Rogue. I felt like when they played Birds, they had a lot of weird pre-jumps in the midfield that worked out for them, and it got them the win. I just don't count on that week in and week out. Space Station comes into this week. They were only 1-2. They only played 3 games, and everyone's counting them out. But they just took down a very talented Ghost squad. They can continue this momentum. Those 1v1 plays have been fantastic. I don't see Rogue winning this either.
Yeah, that's a tough. Do you guys see them winning? Let us know online at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS8. But it's now time for our fourth match. Let's head over to the Skybox.
All right, Rogue taking the pitch finally here in week 4, taking on Space Station. Space Station played earlier, and they had a pretty solid performance, getting the win over Ghosts, I do believe, there. And yeah, looking pretty strong. Excited to see if they can make it 2 on the day, or can Rogue finally come together like Turtle believes they can?
You know, maybe.
Maybe they might. We'll find out in just a moment.
To be fair, watching last week, I mean, I spent a lot of time watching Wonder last week while I casted his games. And I mean, he really was making a concerted effort to stay out of his teammates' way, trying to enable AJ and Kronovi, and that's a good thing. They got AJ the ball a lot. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out as much as it would have liked to for them, of course. But there's some good things. The problem is, yes, Space Station did have a very nice series earlier against Ghost. Really liked the approach. Sypical was the big guy they wanted to be scoring balls. He scored a bunch. Arsenal had an awesome game. AXB filled in as needed.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, it feels like another day where it's like, all right, maybe today's the day. And of course, the team that Rogue is playing today looked really good earlier. So it's like, well, what are you going to do?
We'll see. We'll see what they're able to put up here. I loved SSG earlier. They had some absolutely spectacular plays, especially in the pass/assist department. The way that they were setting each other up, the actual shot itself was usually was kind of mundane because the hard work had been done before it.
Yeah.
And as Arsenal in particular, some crazy that musty pass off the wall thing he had on Neo Tokyo was great, and I loved Sypical especially, really clutching out the series there. He got a double tap in Game 5 to send them into overtime, and the demo in OT as well helped seal the deal there. So we'll look to see if Sypical can keep up that same sort of energy here. But yeah, Rogue, the Turtle on the desk saying they have everything they need except for the fundamentals. How do you feel about that?
Except for the fundamentals, I would agree with that. There's really a lot of basic approaches to the ball on defense that I really don't think Rogue is particularly good at. So I think he made a great point.
Well, we'll see who's able to get the victory here in this best of 5. Rogue in the blue, Space Station in the orange, starting on DFH Stadium. An early shot from AXB, blocked by Wonder. And Arsenal will be alone with the ball on the far side. He'll keep it on the ground. Wonder gets in the way of it again. Now Arsenal looking for his teammate AXB in front of the box, crashed by Kronovi, and now AJ on the far side looking for the counterattack. Gets the shot on target, but Sypical will get it away. Now Wonder up for the goal. It's off the backboard. Here's AJ in one last time. It's wide and over towards Wonder. Kronovi lurking in midfield. Here's an opportunity. Drops it back to Wonder. Takes the shot, and Arsenal has it off to the side.
The first couple of approaches for both teams looking pretty solid, to be quite honest. I mean, AXB, really that guy they plan to be at the front, being a problem solver, and it's actually Arsenal who says, Wonder, get out of the way.
A miss from Kronovi leaves the back into 2v1 here, and AXB just literally drives. He's like, yep, I don't have to do anything there, as his teammate clears out the defense. SSG with an early goal.
Really nice start for Space Station. And a nice two-man play, but they catch Wonder in the 2-on-1.
First minute's going to come and go. AJ underneath one. And the pinch out to Kronovi onto the backboard. Got 2 defenders up, but AXB will make contact. Now Arsenal and Sypical. Tight positioning as they move into offense. Got AXB at midfield. Wonder's got it over the top of one, but AXB picks it up now. And here comes the push from Rogue. Kronovi now over towards Wonder. So he's got it back down in. AXB again on the back line. AJ up, uncontested now in the corner. It's out to Kronovi. But back to the corner it goes. As the defense from Space Station holds on. They've got a long clear down the field. AJ will get it away, but here comes the pressure from the boys in the yellow.
Reading the ball quite nicely, Space Station. AXB slips it by, but nobody there.
Kronovi sends it to the edge. Now back in the midfield. Wonder up onto the backboard. Sypical gets it away from him. AJ upwards. Arsenal will pinch it off him, and Kronovi in the backfield will have to play defense. Wonder versus Sypical. This ball back down on the midfield line. Kronovi looks at it. Arsenal will fall back, respecting Kronovi's positioning. Kronovi keeps this one near himself in the air, gets 2 defenders up for it. Here comes AJ looking for a shot. He puts it back towards the goal. It's off the crossbar and back out. Wonder with a follow-up shot, and it's through 2 defenders and in. That's a tie game.
Wasn't the biggest fan of Kronovi's approach. I mean, he had 2 teammates off to his left and went straight through it, but fortunately, Sypical doesn't get the strongest clear or the best follow-up. Wonder in a great spot in the midfield. Strong shot towards the top right. Save it if you can.
2:42 on the clock and all tied up at 1 apiece. Kronovi versus the rest of SSG. They've got it through 2 defenders. Typical play it away. AJ back in. Kronovi's airborne for the shot. He tries to keep it nice and soft, but Arsenal gets in the way. So far, the SSG goal line defense has been pretty strong, except for that one moment of weakness that allowed the goal in. Now off the backboard, XB didn't make contact. Sypical's got this one, though, as Wonder's nowhere to be seen. He's way back. And Sypical's able to air dribble it past him. It's the second time we've seen Sypical score a goal like this today.
This is just beautiful. AJ leaves because he's expecting his teammates to pick it up, but it's that second touch hanging on to all the boost. It really makes Wonder think if Sypical is out of boost or if he has more in the tank, and right when he makes contact, gets that extra burst of height and gets around the side, and that's just a beautiful shot by Sypical.
That was nearly verbatim the shot that won them game 1 against Ghost earlier, and the same sort of defensive mispositioning that enabled it. 2:03 on the clock. Sypical versus Kronovi goes neutral. Wonder will pick it up and give it back to Kronovi. Arsenal crowds in. AJ is able to make contact, and AXB will neutralize any movement. The ball stalls out at midfield. Now Sypical past 1. Wonder in his corner, wraps it around. Here's Arsenal underneath him. AJ couldn't get it as he got over the top. Oh my goodness, Space Station couldn't put the ball through and into the post as they had gotten the defense completely beaten.
Oh, nice.
Sypical up, looking for the air carry once more. There's Wonder versus Arsenal. A scrappy game here in the corner as Wonder Kronovi tries to find the right position on the wall, but just wasn't quite certain what to do. And he's still in that same spot, as it just continues to be an important location on the pitch.
Oh, Wonder's now in a 2-on-1 again.
Here's Arsenal, got Sypical in the middle. Wonder gets the block this time. Here comes AXB for it. Now Sypical up high. Wonder, the last attempt here. He'll get it over to Kronovi, who lofts it high. Arsenal with a nice read, a shot off the crossbar. Sypical with the finish, and now a 3-1 game in favor of Space Station.
Product of Space Station, stealing away the corner boosts over and over, catching Rogue, halting on the backboard, killing a lot of their momentum, not enabling strong clears. So great overall pressure. Finally, Sypical able to clean it up off this hard shot from the sidewall.
And the strong passes continue to be important. Arsenal getting crazy amounts of speed as he connected with Sypical. Kronovi's shot a bit soft on the other end. Sypical will push it through AJ. Now up against Wonder, a 2v1. They'll neutralize it. AXB there. Kronovi trying. And now extending it over the top of 1. AJ's up, but the shot's going to be wide of the goal. Sypical bumped out of net. Here comes Wonder. Back into the corner with 35 seconds remaining, down by 2. It's Kronovi through 2. Sypical will carry this off the wall. Now it's underneath AJ. No one really at home as Wonder tries to rotate in the goal. And now Kronovi just stalling it at midfield, but they've got to find a way to get this into the net. Kronovi looks for the bumps, but there's not even a teammate with the ball behind him. Now Wonder tries. Arsenal just waits him out. AJ alone in net. Sypical tries to crowd him. AJ makes the block, but with 10 seconds remaining, down by 2, things looking all but over in game number 1. As Rogue put up their best effort, got that first goal, but from then on, it was all Space Station.
Yeah, it really wasn't too bad of a show here from Rogue. They did get tied up a little bit towards the end of it as Wonder
nearly got it.
That would have been a stunner. But overall, I mean, this is just a well-played game from Space Station. They constantly were able to really have no problem fending off Rogue whenever they got put on their own half. 7 shots, it felt reasonable for the times Rogue was able to get on offense, but the only reason they put that ball in the back of the net in the first place was because Sypical just didn't make the strongest touch off the backboard bounce and couldn't make the follow-up. And here's the 2-on-1 back the other way. Oh no, it's the Sypical air dribble. It was just so smart because it really made Wonder halt in that as he's rotating back just for a moment past this midfield line, because he's not sure if he's at a boost, and then just bang right up there and got out to the other side. Just wonderful.
Beautiful positioning from Sypical too, as Wonder makes contact on this ball, but Sypical still has the door shut on him. Was able to push that one in. Ultimately, 2-goal lead they were able to secure. put away game number 1 here. Now, as we move on to Neo Tokyo, I gotta wonder, like with Rogue, that there did they answer any of the questions we had about the fundamentals here in game number 1?
I mean, to show you an example of why you're should be skeptical of Rogue on defense. I mean, you remember the last goal that they scored, Typical and Arsenal, 58 seconds, where they just starved out the boost, and it's like that whole time this is them up the back wall. Klein.
No, there was a moment where Wonder and Kronovi were both like with their brakes just on the back wall, like kind of looking at each other like, what are we supposed to do here? Like, we know somebody needs to be right here, right now, but not both of you. Like, there needs to be some sort of clarification there. And Kronovi had been there for, it felt like, about 3 years before then. So, I don't know. Team definitely with a little bit of communication issues. Here's Arsenal with a dribble under 2. Kronovi comes in from the corner to make the save, but the follow-up pressure still there. Typical to AXB. That'll be an early goal for Space Station.
Oh, man, Arsenal, that's exactly what you said when it started. All the hard work had already been done. Arsenal beat all the defense. Typical puts the second tough shot on, and AXB gets the easy tap in.
I just cannot compliment the pass game from Space Station enough. They are setting each other up so well, forcing the defenders to make mistakes, forcing them into awkward situations, and just giving their team some softballs to lob on into a goal. And again, an early pressure here. Through one, Wonder out of his box, lofts it high, but Arsenal had him red. And now here he comes onto the backboard, now looks for bumps, not going to find any, but Kronovi in the corner couldn't gain control. AXB's got on the backboard, out to Typical, shot on target. Oh my goodness, they tried. It was off the crossbar and back out. Now Arsenal off the ceiling, he's got a flip reset to work with. He'll get a pass behind AJ. Luckily for them, Wonder and Kronovi are both there, but still so much pressure. Goal open, Typical shot will just be, again, a lob on in. 2-0, Space Station.
It's like Rogue is just sitting here. Look. All 3 of them just right there, and then they are like, wait, we need boost, and nobody has any speed, and how do we stop this? We can't.
The touch right before that, again, I think it was AXB off the ceiling. He had his flip still, so he was able to beat AJ, and then Wonder and Kronovi kind of like, oh my goodness, we got to do something here, and it was just all over at that point. But Rogue attempting some offense here on the other end, but AXB at midfield, a long shot to put it in. 3-0, AXB and company starting to run away with this one.
Rolling indeed. Kronovi just trying to air dribble it, and AJ just gets beat. Wonder was stealing boost and just doesn't have the time to make it back. So a nice counterattack from Space Station Gaming. Usually they feel like really force people to respect the pressure, but got you too far forward. Typical makes a big save.
Excellent shot from Wonder, and any goal right now would help Rogue out a lot. Just get a little bit of momentum back on their side. But Kronovi's shot towards the goal. AJ is in the box, but AXB will hold on to this one. Wonder takes it from him. Arsenal in the corner now, contact, but Wonder doesn't make contact either, and AJ has to crowd back in.
Really nice job, though. AXB pushing the defense off the ball as Kronovi misses one just high off the bar. But Space Station Gaming definitely had to fight off a push. That box out on AJ stopped a strong shot.
Arsenal, excellent extension out of his half. AJ will look for Wonder as he tries to pass it back down, but the interception's there. Now Kronovi tries to pick it up, gets it past Arsenal, but the ball control's a bit loose here. Typical tries in the corner, Kronovi gets it around, but the back line defense holds on, and man, it's all the way back around to Typical, and now on the other end, the pressure coming through from Space Station. There's Wonder in the net. He's got it back to his corner. Tries to dribble it out, but AXB had time to read him. The touches weren't that clean. Now Arsenal in his corner, demoed by AJ. He's going to try and bait in Typical, but the challenge goes Space Station's way. Now Wonder back down towards the goal. AXB's got it back to midfield, and Kronovi sets it up. Here comes AJ onto the backboard, looks for the tap in, but can't find it. Wonder looks for a follow-up, but it's also blocked. 2:38 on the clock, and still no goals for Rogue in game 2.
And Arsenal pushing Kronovi off that ball, delaying the Rogue assault. So it just means Wonder has no boost. He's thinking he has to get challenged. And again, Kronovi and AJ in the same spot. So it's just a poor spread of the pitch across the entire series for Rogue. Space Station.
Typical to Arsenal. They nearly connect for a crazy play. The ball did go end to end. Arsenal's through one. Wonder even this high. AJ's trying to harass in the net, but nobody's even home for Space Station. Typical's got it past him. AJ's got to fly back onto defense. As Typical puts the shot in. An excellent play as they break out quickly and get a fourth one.
Aggressive push here from Kronovi. I mean, he was beat to that ball, and he leaves AJ in goal on the one-on-one, and I'm actually surprised that went in, to be quite honest. I mean, Sypical, yeah, it was a strong shot, but still felt like AJ might have had a chance at that one either way.
I think AJ was just in kind of the goalie mentality of just throw yourself into the most likely part of the goal. I don't have time to try and read it. If I try to react, I'll lose. Either way, he was done. As Arsenal finds another one. Finds the double tap off the crossbar. 5 goals now. Space Station starting to make this one ugly.
Nice challenge from AXB, but that read from Arsenal. Because it's the rotation backwards on his car that stops the ball from getting pushed off the corner of the net there. That's just an instant read that it's coming down off the bar there.
5-0. Rogue needing to find a goal. Find any semblance of offense to break up this momentum Space Station is built. They keep that pressure right back where it's been all game in front of Rogue's net. The clear's there. Transition. Neutral to the side. 120 left to go. AXB's got another one beat. AJ alone in the back once more. His touch is kind of soft, but finds the second one to beat AXB. And now looks for goalies. He'll get a demolition onto 1, but Sypical, tight positioning, gets it past 2. And it's all the way back into the Rogue corner. No follow-up pressure here from Space Station. Looks like they're happy just to hang back and allow all of Rogue to move back into their half, burn some time. Get this one out. This game essentially over. There has never in the history of RLCS been a 5-goal comeback. I believe 4 goals has happened one time in a qualifier. With 45 seconds left, this game is 100% done.
But it is cruise control right now for Space Station Gaming. I mean, you really got all of the good things from Space Station's offense in this game. The great pressure, solid counterattacks, ability to deny boost, beating people in one-on-ones. I mean, it was all there. You're just lacking the crazy cool flip reset, something or other.
Yeah. Just to go for some style points, start padding the stats.
Yeah.
Even give JNaps a run for his money. 14 seconds left and it's all going to be over. And some simple, there was definitely, we saw a display of those same communication errors, but then maybe just more simple. The other thing Turtle talked about, just general positioning, choosing where to be on the pitch, and a lot of openings here. Many of the goals felt like they were simple, quick counterattack goals. Space Station puts away a second game very handily and are now on pace to sweep Rogue.
And it's like there was this one moment where I watched Kronovi and Wonder have sort of a brief exchange in the midfield on this one. And that is the clearest highlight of just the problems with Rogue, because Kronovi is coming out of his own corner. Wonder is reading a ball off the sidewall, and Wonder's thinking, cool, I'll bring this ball down, as we see this nice counterattack here.
Yeah.
This was the one-on-one that Sypical just ripped past AJ. And actually, looking at it again, yeah, he was never going to save that.
Yeah. There was, I mean, and maybe slightly different positioning as he comes back into net. He makes it more difficult for Sypical or gives himself more options, but he was just crowding the near post, which is the fastest shot that the opposition has there, so it's not a bad decision from AJ, and just a shooter's advantage. Sypical can kind of put that ball wherever he wants, and he does so very effectively there.
Yeah.
2 goals for AXB, 2 goals for Sypical, and 1 for Arsenal. 4 assists on the team as well, which that assist game, that's what we're talking about. I think that goal we just watched there was the only unassisted goal.
Yeah.
It was just the fast break down the field, one-on-one sort of play. And man, the assists have been so strong. They find ways to break down the defense first and just give their teammates the easy shots. We'll see what the rest of this team's able to do. But can Rogue find an answer here? Can they sort themselves out? Get a solid rotation going, because the thing about the rotations is it helps solve a lot of your communication problems up front. You don't have to tell people where you're going.
Well, that's the thing, is because to go back and finish that point, Wonder and Kronovi had sort of this brief exchange. AXB denied early on in Game 3. But Wonder was going to get this ball off the sidewall. Kronovi rushes it down and obviously says in comms, I got it, but then hesitates when he doesn't immediately see Wonder leave. But Wonder does eventually leave. And then it just slows down the counterattack for Rogue. And it's those little things that it's just teammates not fully understanding exactly what and when things are going to happen. And it just makes them a slower team on defense because of it.
Arsenal, the gutsy play, blocked by the Rogue defense. Now the counterattack down the other end. AXB with an excellent play, but Wonder and Kronovi again right on top of each other. Double commits in the dead center of the field. There's Kronovi out of his corner. Sypical in front of him. Lofts the ball. It's over the top of Sypical, but AXB will pick it up.
I think Sippic will probably let that one go just because he knows it's a free ball for a man behind him, and it's a much easier play to make.
Wonder scoops and launches. Arsenal already airborne for it, but AJ will find the second touch. Now Kronovi with the play onto the backboard. Sippical's got it away. Wonder again a bit wide, and Sippical, as he rotates back down and in, manages to put it back into the corner. An excellent play. 3:39 on the clock. This will be the latest first goal of the series. Both the other first goals in games 1 and 2 came in the first minute. AXB put that one away. Both teams really having settled in and playing a bit more defensive, realizing what's on the line. Rogue trying to not lose this series, and Space Station really trying to close this one out cleanly. They set this up. Sippical, the softest of touches to get a block. AXB's got the follow-up as well. Right now, Space Station doing just enough on defense to keep their net clean.
Oh, transition. Kronovi is back in time.
Oh, Wonder with a shot from the ceiling. AXB's got the save. Here's Kronovi with the follow-up. He puts it into the box for AJ. 2 defenders and AJ. Oh, miss. Wonder's got an open net. He's just got to not miss, and he does it. Finally gets that one in. Rogue's got the lead.
Finally, they pull out a mistake here. AXB and Sippical double commit for that ball, and Arsenal, he tries to get the first one, just trying to cover up as quick as possible, and unfortunately doesn't have the space to react due to his teammates jumping all over each other. So Rogue able to capitalize on it, and well done to him, because they were having a couple of nice pushes up the pitch.
That's the first goal they've scored in
2 games.
Just over 7 minutes there.
Yeah, they scored game 1, 2:42.
The last time. Arsenal out of this corner to AXB. Nobody home in the backfield. Kronovi moving from the side. Sippical now. Drop back down in. Arsenal's there. Shot towards the goal. AJ's got it off to the side. They got 2 defenders out of it, but Wonder able to ground himself in time, but doesn't make contact. Here's Sippical into the goal, and that's a tie game for Space Station.
And Sippical is their strongest shooter by far. AXB, though, he needs to be the nuisance. Just give him the ball in the corner. Excellent job of timing it, taking it away from the defense. And Sippical up so early. Knew exactly where that pass was headed. And it's the speed that makes it a near unsavable shot because he's on it so quickly.
Just across halftime. Space Station with match point. A win here gives them the sweep of Rogue.
And a nice 2-0 on the day as well.
Yeah, great weekend for them. Kronovi tries. Up onto the wall, Arsenal putting it away. Here's Wonder. AXB with an attempt. Here's AJ out of the corner. Beats one. Ball down in front. Here's the shot, but blocked by defense from Space Station. Now on the other end. Sippical over the top of one. It's wide. He's going to need some help, but AJ's got it away. Off to the edge. Kronovi out of his box. Arsenal stalls it out. Looks for the shot. Baits in Wonder. The ball's still in a dangerous spot, but the rest of Space Station too far back for now. Here comes the follow-up pressure. Sippical up against Wonder. It's wide. He drops it back into the box, and Kronovi's got it away. Now Arsenal demolished. Here's Wonder with a long one. Sippical and Arsenal able to tag team that one back out as there was no follow-up to that touch.
And that's why Space Station's pressure is so dangerous, though. I mean, they'll make a touch, like those fakes right in front of the net. It's really just to buy time so the other guy can go steal away all the boost. Arsenal wants the wave dash catch, followed up by Sippical. 2-1. Space Station Gaming keep the pressure up for a solid 45 seconds and finally break them down.
The defense is just, there's no support structure here. There's like one line of defense. You see Wonder trying to get back in time, but no, as long as they didn't get the blocks right there on that goal line, it was going to be going in, and that's a 1-goal lead for Space Station. It's all they need to finish them off. What's been, I think, the closest game of the series, but also you could just say the most patient game from Space Station.
Yeah, it's like Arsenal just rolls that ball up the wall and then goes to steal the corner boost. He doesn't care if he hangs onto it because he knows all he has to do is take all the boost away, and then Rogue won't be able to hang with him.
It's Kronovi in the backfield. Pop past Sippical, but AXB immediately closes the gap and wins the challenge. Now Wonder with an attempt. Arsenal's got him blocked. AJ loose. Arsenal looks for demolitions. AXB will find one as well.
He doesn't care about the ball.
Such aggro play from Space Station. Exactly. All they got to do is just stop stops Rogue from playing Rocket League right now. They don't need any more goals. They just need this clock to hit 0. 18 seconds left. They've got ball control in enemy territory. 2 goalies up for it. And I feel like that'll just secure the game. It's Kronovi again getting chased here by Sypical. Can't quite get him. Oh, that's so frustrating. And the double commit is going to seal it. Everything is over at this point. Sypical up, off to the edge. I don't think Rogue has enough boost in the tank to make anything happen. Space Station, 1, 2, 3. 3 up, 3 down. They sweep Rogue out here and take a second win in Week 4.
A wonderful series for Space Station Gaming. I mean, this was as close as you're going to get to a perfect series from Space Station, I feel like. I mean, the pressure at the end of that game where it's just like, I don't care about hitting the ball. I don't care if you hit the ball. I'm going to either hit you or I'm just going to roll it somewhere and go steal your boost and then just keep all the pressure going for as long as need be. And they literally didn't let Rogue out of their own half in the final minute at all.
Yeah, they were just playing the timer ball, just push it back into the corners. Like, you go mess with it. I don't have to come out there. I've got boost. I've got the lead. You have to come into my territory if you want to make this work. And Rogue there, I think, like Turtle said, and like we talked about the whole series, I think it was a great example of the fundamental issues that is plaguing that team. And it didn't seem like there was that much development over the course of the series. Something they're really going to have to put a microscope on in the coming weeks if they want to have a chance of making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't. Can they even make the playoffs? I don't know if they even have a chance. I mean,
they're now 1-4, so maybe with some time.
Maybe with 3-4 and a bit of luck, but definitely the communication from Rogue just slows them down too much and too many little. It builds up in increments. There's a big double commit every now and again, but a lot of the times it's the little things that screw over Rogue.
For sure. Well, that's that match in the books, but we got one more for you before we're done here in North America. NRG stayed perfect earlier, and they'll try to do it again here against the struggling Cloud9. Old Titans, old enemies meeting on the pitch again. We'll see it after the break.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
We call them independent recommended installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to find a full line of Pirelli tires. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec? For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
skin for so long. Oh, I am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. You fell under my spell, my spell. You fell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell. You fell under my You fell under my spell now. You fell under my spell. What I feel, my spell inside, my spell. I know you fell is right. My spell, what I can, my spell, and I hide, my spell, might still fell under my spell.
Rogue was unable to fix their mistakes, and Space Station Gaming will take advantage of that, putting themselves at 3-2 after week 4 of league play. Welcome back. I'm Leaf alongside Lawler, Gibbs, and James Bott. And Space Station Gaming now is looking pretty decent. You know, we haven't talked much about them all league play long, but here they are with another victory.
They just controlled the entire field, that entire series. It felt like there was not many chances for Rogue, and I think some of that's on Rogue, obviously, but Space Station, the bump play right there from Arsenal, just making plays on the field. And we came in today, they were 1-2, a lot of people down on them, but they're finally making those plays, and we see how dangerous they can be when they are making all these wonderful plays.
Typical was nuts again. You know, he's just a player that is a shining star. You think about superstar power, he's that guy on Space Station for me that can really swing a series your way.
Yeah, really good stuff. Obviously, you're trying to see what these guys can do, not only under pressure, but also when given space. And Rogue did plenty of that. They gave him a ton of space to work with, and boy, did they punish Rogue for it.
Oh, man, and the worst part is, Rogue, you have a playmaker in AJ, and you expect him to, try and bring them back into the series. He had one shot this entire series. One shot. That's your playmaker. That's the one that has to step up, make something happen to get that momentum going. You can't be having that.
Yeah, a lot of the reason why, and it was something that you actually discussed with Wonder in your interview earlier, was how communication is supposed to be a factor, and how they're trying to focus more on that. And despite that, I still see a lot of issues with their plays. Particularly, it just seems to be that there is a distrust going on. There's something that's causing issues, and we're going to kind of take a look at it here and how that really breaks down. So, initially, you see this play developed by AJ, and a counterattack comes out. Wonder is actually already back, facing ready to come in to challenge this, but he decides to retreat instead. You see it there, and because of that, AJ can't make a decision. He has plenty of time to react to it, and it creates problems. You see the contrast.
For 10 years.
When someone challenges in the midfield, it makes an easy save for Wonder. So he has the ability to go up, and there just seems to be that disconnect numerous times. And then when they're on defense, double commits. That doesn't look like initially it's going to be a problem, but because Space Station has all this extra room, they can come across, put it back in, and then they punish him with a goal. And that is countless times that you see that happening.
Yeah, and James, my question to you is, you've been casting the rival series at this point with Rogue. How is this looking? Because right now Rogue looks like a bottom 2 team. Do you think they have a chance against 3 and 4 from rivals?
It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Not for Rogue. There's no guarantees. We've seen teams that you expect to come out of that promotion tournament getting the wins, and then careers are ended.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me. They took 4th. They were top 4 at the World Championship just a couple months ago.
Things change.
It's wild, man.
Things change.
Sense.
Have you not learned that?
Things don't make sense.
Things have changed. That is for sure.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, let's. I was going to say let's go on to some teams that we know we can believe in, but even that's like I don't even know about that anymore.
NRG, they've already clinched.
NRG versus C9 is going to be our final match for Week 4 for North America. NRG, is looking good. I guess we can keep our hopes in that team, but Cloud9 has been a little bit shaky over the last couple of weeks.
So my big thing with this is Gimmick just hasn't looked that great. We talked about it throughout the pre-show with Lawler, where it's like bottom 5 in every category for stats, but throughout his whole career for the RLCS, he's the best offensive player throughout all of his career.
Yeah.
He's number 5 in goals, and 3 of those players were from Season 1 that are above him. A little bit of inflation there because of the disparity in skill. Number 2 in assists, number 1 in shooting percentage, and that's the huge surprise here. Gimmick is that player that you can count on every season, but
and you saw last week, there was a play where he was on the goal line. It was overtime. The ball's coming right at him, and it just skips off his hood, and he lets it into the net.
Yeah,
it was just moments where, you're just not expecting Gimmick to play like that. And something has to change for them because it's not too late yet. Yeah. And I think against NRG, they're a team that can beat NRG.
The only thing I've seen them able to get wins with is Squishy doing solo plays. That is the only time that we've seen them move to that next level.
Overall, he's the only player that's like actually kind of looks okay during the last few weeks.
Which is weird because he was the one that we were always questioning as being quiet recently. So what is happening?
And that's the big thing too. Before the season with Astro Tournament, it was on the Wednesday before Week 1. They go to 2 Game 7s versus NRG, so we know that they can play against these guys, and they should be near the top. They just have to show it on one of these Saturdays. So far, they haven't.
I think I'm the only one that may have picked Cloud9. You did as well?
I did because it's a situation where NRG, they've secured top 2. Yeah. This is a time for Cloud9 to really get back into the race. And if they're like Cloud9, when they're playing well, are world champion caliber. And so I think this is where they turn it around.
Well, get online and tell us why me and James are entirely correct in this series at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS8. It is now time for our final match of Week 4, though, so let's see what happens.
NRG versus Cloud9. NRG, the only team, I believe, in the RLCS right now that has secured a trip to Madrid, which is fitting given that Garrett G, after the retirement of Fireburner, is the only player who has been to every single LAN, and he is the first one to do it here in Season 8. So excited to see him back at Worlds. But is the desk correct? Is this a match that NRG is just going to be kind of phoning in because at this point it doesn't matter for them? They've already got exactly everything they possibly want. And is this the turnaround for Cloud9?
Is it the turnaround for Cloud9? Ah, boy. I mean, I, as I said earlier in my segment with the Pittsburgh Knights versus NRG on the desk, I've been picking NRG since 2017, and for good reason. They win a lot online against pretty much every North American team. So, is it the turnaround for Cloud9? I lean towards no, because across the board, generally, NRG tends to get the better of Cloud9 online.
Well, and the thing is, we've said this all the time. Like, the defining trait of the Big Three, when that was a thing, like 2 weeks ago, was that they won.
Remember when they were a thing?
Yeah, remember when that was a thing? That was pretty recent. They win when they're looking bad. Even when they're having a bad day, they find ways to win. And like Garrett and Turbo didn't have the best games earlier, but yet still finished it off in 5 games earlier. Versus Cloud9 right now, genuinely bad contact they were making last week. They were playing like a young, panicked team, a team that is like, oh my goodness, we got to score. Like, oh, everyone just go for the ball, triple commits and stuff like that, and just massive misses on defense, gaping holes. And I want to find a way for them to get their victories here because they're not doing it. Like, they've got to find a way to get back to what they were before. Because NRG, I think, even if they are kind of phoning it in because they've already got what they need here, it's not going to matter with the way Cloud9 played last week.
I definitely agree with that. But even still, I don't believe NRG is the type of team that would just let, even if they're not the type of team to phone something in like that.
Sure.
They're going to come out here because everyone knows it's like, man, if anyone's going to give us a good fight, it'll be Cloud9. And, they want to beat Cloud9.
And how much does legacy and the history of
not enough.
line up here? Squishy gets the first goal. Puts that Cloud9 on the board early.
Gimmick with a wonderful challenge, and Turbo just takes a split second longer than Squishy, and that's all she wrote.
If Cloud9's able to be faster than NRG in this match, can make this one quite spectacular. A match that early on in the beginning of the season would have been the match of the week, no problem. Cloud9 would love to kind of regain that default title. Here comes Squishy into the midfield. Wins the challenge against Turbo. Turbo's going to fall back here and take it away from the former world champ. So many championships on this field.
I think they're absolutely right, though, about Gimmick on the desk. He's definitely had a weak season. And to see him come up and start off with a great challenge, but here's a double commit.
What was that?
Turbo just wants the bump. And nice play from Gimmick again, winning a huge ball in the midfield.
I'm surprised that that didn't even make it into Cloud9 territory with how large of a double commit that was in the midfield, but Gimmick able to help out Torment, bail him out there, and Squishy just burning time off the clock early in the game with only 1 goal scored. It's been a creative game so far. Here's Torment out of his own. Oh my goodness, okay, the shot nearly goes in. Squishy able to get that one back across midfield. 3:33 left to go. Cloud9 still with the only goal so far.
And NRG still very patient. I mean, they're willing to let Cloud9 bring him the ball and then go for a challenge. And Torment slightly delays it, puts Garrett in an awkward spot, and a nice save.
Garrett G versus Squishy. This one actually is going to roll towards the goal. Turbo not able to get there in time to finish it. 2 players on the backboard, kind of similar positioning that we saw Rogue dealing with.
Yeah.
But not the same sort of pressure that Space Station was bringing, so different results here. Another shot towards the NRG goal. Justin's got it past 1. Now Gimmick to the net. Turbo overlapping Garrett before getting demolished in the corner. Garrett will pick up the slack and push it all the way into the blue. NRG with very few scoring opportunities so far. This one lofted nice and high. Here's Turbo Polson. Nobody's challenging him. He's got 22 boosts left to go and gets a small double commit out of the defense. But Justin now with the follow-up onto the backboard finds a dunk onto Torment. It's lofted right in front of the goal, but nobody else from NRG wants to take a shot. So Gimmick will have control in the midfield, beats Turbo, and now it's Garrett and Justin on their back line.
Nice play from Squishy, but you're definitely right. A strange lapse in pressure from NRG. Turbo looking for help, but ends up setting up Torment, and Justin can't make it back. 2-0 Cloud9.
I don't know. If I don't really know what NRG phoning it in looks like, but if I had to guess and draw a picture for the sketch artist, this would be it.
This might be it.
Like they are absolutely just leaving openings, not rotating cleanly. And Cloud9 says, thank you very much. We'll take some goals. We need the wins right now.
Boy, do they.
Cloud9 currently 1-3 in league play. Turbo Pulse up against Gimmick. The challenge is neutral back in the midfield. Here's Torment up against Garrett G. Garrett gets off the ground first. Now a beat Squishy to the ball, and that one will go in. Garrett G finally gets the scoring started for NRG.
A little bit of a surprise here. Squishy figuring out how he's going to dodge Turbo in the backfield, forces him into an early challenge, and Gimmick just doesn't have time to retreat because Garrett wins the ball cleanly.
Yeah, just the bizarre positioning there. Gimmick was caught deep in no man's land. He had to back up, and the moment he was hitting reverse there and Squishy's challenging, it was as long as Garrett wins that's a goal for NRG.
Yeah.
And they make it work. A nice demolition onto Garrett to open up some space. Here comes Cloud9. Ball over the top of Justin. Turbo puts it back to the corner. Torment will challenge, but misses. Now Gimmick onto the backboard. Garrett G's got it away. Squishy towards the back wall. Justin's got this one carried out and beats Gimmick out of the corner. Torment slows things down. Now towards the box, up against Garrett. He's still got boost to work with, but Garrett just reads him, waits patiently until Torment has no more options, and then goes into the kill.
It's a huge demo from Garrett G. Allows Turbo to follow up that ball and try and keep pressure for NRG. They didn't succeed, but the idea is correct.
Here's Gimmick out of his corner. Plays it into the midfield. Justin's first to the ball. Falls for it, nearly finds the block, actually stalls this one out, but with 56 seconds left, NRG starting to gain control of this match, but they still don't have the lead. They need to find an extra goal to get them to overtime. Cloud9 happy just to hold on to what they've got and start to play burn the clock ball. Here comes Torment up against Justin, back into the corner again. Garrett G out towards Justin. That's going to be beat by Gimmick. He's lofted this one here, not really with solid control, and he falls on top of Squishy. Turbo, though, doesn't make contact. Garrett G's shot is actually still good, and Turbo somehow doesn't block this. What a scrappy play.
Yeah, Turbo jumped expecting Gimmick to come up with a touch, so he jumped a little short because he thought Gimmick was going to punch it straight down and it was going to bounce back up. But with Gimmick missing the ball, Turbo just didn't have enough time to recorrect as he already jumped, and thankfully, NRG able to turn it around.
A small little jump from Turbo on the ceiling to immediately then side flip away from the ball. It's a small thing, but just to make sure he didn't block the very needed goal. Now with 18 seconds left, NRG has tied it back up. Overtime looms on the horizon. Turbo onto the backboard. Squishy's got this one away. Here's Garrett G and only Torment in the back. He'll play it off to the side. Gets it past Justin with some time left. Does he have boost in the tank? He keeps it up, but Turbo over to the edge now. Here's Garrett G. Keep this one lofted long. It'll go into the ground. We'll have overtime in game number 1.
I'm liking Gimmick in game 1. He's made a couple of great aggressive pushes in the midfield. That's really where his presence needs to be felt. He's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, but what's important is the 2 assists.
Torment found a bump, I believe, on the Turbo. Now Justin out to Garrick, intercepted by Gimmick. Turbo pulls it past 1 now. Torment's got him beaten onto the backboard. Garrett G with an attempt. Here's Justin. Now Garrett past Squishy. Gimmick and Torment in the backfield. They'll try to get this out of the corner, but Garrett's got him again. And can he find the second touch to beat Gimmick? Drops it down. Justin looks for a shot, but it's a difficult angle to get any power on. Turbo Pulse's follow-up is also weak. And Torment now back out to Gimmick. Here's the shot to the goal. Garrett G gets up in time. Justin now looking for that transition. He's got a bit of boost to work with here. Finds a flip reset. The pass to Turbo. Shots into the goal. What a play. NRG takes game 1.
Oh my goodness, Justin.
That is what? He got the flip reset and was like, I have to use this immediately. What a play.
I didn't have a lot of faith in that until he got the pass into the middle, and I was like, that just became scoreable.
That was
actually insane.
I don't think any of Cloud9 had any faith in it either. There's nobody challenging him, but also how do you challenge that? What do you read there? Like the ball's coming down, like he might get a flip reset. I don't know what to do.
Well, that whole thing started with the Garrett G save on the strong shot from Gimmick. So Gimmick rips that ball towards the net from the midfield line, and they see Garrett's probably going to make the save, so they immediately figure out to go grab boost because they don't have the spacing to keep the pressure and block the clear because the shot came from so far away. So there's too much distance to cover to the opposite side of the pitch. Justin happens to be in the right place, picks up a great catch, and makes a sick pass into the middle, and Turbo is just rotating back. He sees the clear and says, oh, well, maybe Justin does something, because you can always trust that maybe Justin does something.
Yeah, there's always a chance.
And voila!
He did it. He was like, oh, wonderful. Justin made this easy. Kind of like getting Space Station vibes there. Justin does all the hard work. Turbo's like, oh, cool, a shot.
All he did was catch it and then just bang it right off the nose and slapped it towards the net.
I've done this shot in training packs plenty of times.
Exactly.
Let's go for that one there. And as they get that win there, definitely a weak start for NRG, but the game definitely picked up into the middle there. They managed to tie it with a few seconds left in regulation and finish it off there in overtime. Cloud9, definitely some improvements on the side for Gimmick, but it felt like the beginning was mostly them punishing a slow NRG rather than the Cloud9 dominance that we've seen in previous seasons.
But I did like the pressure, and that's really what you're looking for, because Gimmick, the whole value is that he wins a lot of balls in the midfield and takes chances away from the opposition. Justin with a nice save to start off game 2.
Important play, and now he's balling down the field. He's got everybody beat on the defense. This one's a loose one for Garrett, who misses. Here's the follow from Turbo, who also puts it off the post. Follow from Justin. He's crowded by the rotation back in, and that'll be no goal. A perfectly set up play for NRG comes and goes. Cloud9 will be thanking their lucky stars. There's not an orange goal.
Did require some perfect shooting from NRG to get that ball in the net. And Justin literally just drove at it just to force Squishy to long clear it so that maybe he could win the ball back in the midfield. And that's not the best clear. Turbo's waiting on this pass.
There he goes onto the backboard. Gimmick's already got it. Drops it onto Squishy's hood, but Squishy doesn't move forward. Justin punishes, and NRG's got the goal.
And it definitely does feel a little weird here from Cloud9. I mean, they're definitely expecting Gimmick to come up with a much better touch here. And Squishy maybe backed off because he thought Gimmick was going to ground pinch it or something, and so he just backpedaled.
From the first angle, it looked like he was trying to pass to Squishy, but the way Gimmick falls behind that ball, I can definitely understand Squishy not wanting to double commit that close to the goal line, but either way, it still turned into a goal. So something has to change. 4:03 left on the clock. Early first goal for NRG, as they have done all the scoring since about the first half of game 1.
Wow.
Squishy shot at midfield, got both Garrett and Justin on that one, and now Gimmick will attempt to put pressure on, look for the bumps, finds one on the Garrett, but
The rest of NRG able to sort themselves out, it looks like. Squishy tried to pressure this one into the corner, but runs into Turbo Pulsa. So Justin manages to pick up his corner boost before this one gets cleared. Long ways down the field. Now Gimmick. Push it out. Justin wraps this one back around his corner. Torment takes it away from him. Now Turbo back into midfield. Gimmick. A long one from the midfield.
Great.
Countering demos, both sides, momentary 2v2 on the pitch as Justin will beat Squishy. Here's an opportunity for NRGs. Turbo moves up, Gimmick puts this one high. Garrett G on the backboard, a counter play on the backboard from NRG, and Justin now a little bit alone. It's got some boost to work with. Can he find another flip reset play? Turbo Pulsa this time will try to keep his ball in Cloud9 territory. Now Garrett G, his opportunity. Boost to work with, gives the ball to Turbo on the ground. Now the pass back out.
What a
NRG
fake.
getting so creative here. But nothing going to turn into a goal just yet.
Justin definitely making the defense respect his approach to any ball. Turbo has the defense beat, pings it off the bar, follow up, back post, and blocked away. Excellent catch from Turbo to beat the defense.
What a play here as Turbo gets his first shot and Gimmick's got to rotate around. Justin's got to beat him somehow and also deal with Torment rotating back in. The right answer, find Turbo Pulsa. Let him do the scoring.
Well, the thing is it's not necessarily a pass. Justin is definitely just shooting to the back post to beat the first man. Turbo's just coming out of the net and ensures that it takes it away from the defense.
It's a great play. NRG
Real nice
now up by 2. There's Garrett G. Back into the box, and it's just in. The defense, where were they? Were they crowded? Did Justin get in their face here?
Well, a little bit, but he took the corner boost away, which stops Cloud9 from being able to have a lot, as Garrett does an excellent job of hitting this ball high. So it's really the ability, because Justin took away the corner boost from Gimmick, which means Gimmick doesn't feel comfortable driving up the back wall with no boost to just jump out and challenge that, and he has to play it from the ground.
Still, there were 2 Cloud9. There was another Cloud9 defender down there as well. I'm not really certain what the answer was for him. Turbo Pulsa now into the corner. Torment back out. Squishy pass across to Gimmick. Onto the backboard. Challenge from Turbo. Out of his net. We'll slow it down a little bit. Squishy tries to put the pressure on, and Cloud9 starting to come to life on offense, given some openings from NRG. Torment past 1. That's Justin beat. Here comes Gimmick now as Turbo Pulsa will airball that one. And now the pressure onto Garrett G, who still makes the play despite 3 Cloud9 offenders in front of him. They just all kind of go for the shot. Nobody looks to pressure Garrett G.
Exactly.
And now on the other end, here comes the shot onto the backboard. Squishy's got it away, but down by 3. Cloud9's got to get the scoring going.
Yeah, I want to know why Torment didn't just go drive at Garrett and make him move, because he split off to go back and play defense and just left Gimmick and Squishy. And Garrett just made an excellent read on the play.
Here's Garrett up against Squishy. He's got him beat. Gimmick on the backboard will make the save, and Garrett will try to crowd that ball, give Turbo Pulsa the time he needs to move in. Now Garrett back. Turbo Pulsa looking for more pressure. Squishy's got Torment on the far side, but Justin intercepts him with 1 minute remaining in game 2. Things looking out of hand for Cloud9 as they've dropped 6 goals uncontested here in a row. They're currently down 3-0 in game 2. There's Squishy with a shot. Garrett with the pop to beat it. Torment puts this one in, and that one will be a goal. Finally, they get one in.
You say it. You said it. 6 unanswered, and then the first possession they get on the other side. Garrett, not a strong clear. Gimmick, great pressure, and Torment, the aggressive positioning, knowing they need to get something started soon, able to beat the last man.
A nice slow 32 miles per hour, but fast enough to get on the board. 40 seconds left. Another goal could bring this back within reach for Cloud9.
Definitely.
37 seconds left. It's not all over at this point. Justin onto the backboard. Squishy pass to Torment. Back to the corner. Squishy's there. The shot nearly able to find its way around the post, and Torment drops it back down in for Gimmick. They score. 20 seconds left, and it's a 1-goal game.
Turbo getting bumped around on the goal line a little bit. That's him just after getting bumped, trying to make the play, and Justin going up the back wall, thinking better of it, but Gimmick so quick again. That's just great pressure from Cloud9 off the kickoff, not allowing NRG any space. They get the bump play, and Gimmick turns it in.
20 seconds left. Cloud9 rallying late in game 2. Justin will beat Squishy in the air, but it's onto the hood of Gimmick. He takes it away from him, and Torment's demolished behind him. This will really slow down Cloud9 in the final seconds. Torment's got to get back up here and help his team out. That miss in the corner won't help anything, and now here comes the pressure from NRG. 1 second left. They've got to keep it in the air. They get some nice fortunate bounces. Gimmick keeps it on the edge and on that skirt, but Squishy won't be able to get there as it touches the ground. NRG take 2 games in a row, 1 away from sweeping Cloud9.
Yeah, it was definitely early on. It was NRG. Loved their approaches to the challenge game. A lot of times you saw Turbo Pulsa or Justin just drive at a ball, and then they had no intention of ever touching it, like the Justin fake challenge that set up a shot opportunity. Turbo just driving towards the midfield to force Squishy to bomb a ball up the pitch. This pressure, the back post shot, the nice takeaway from Turbo Pulsa, because Justin's just trying to beat the last man. It was great offense from NRG.
Torment, I think, definitely blocks this.
Oh, yeah.
Turbo's
100%.
interference there. Wonderful play there as NRG get a win here. Same scoreline as game number 1, 3-2, but very, very different stories as the Cloud9 had early pressure in game 1 and then NRG rally, and then NRG got up to a 3-goal lead in game 2, but late heroics from Cloud9 brought it back within range, and that makes me really excited for game 3 because there's a lot of kind of like the momentum has been evened out here as Cloud9 was starting to get something rolling there at the end. Excited to see what they can do at the start of game 3.
Definitely too little too late, though. I mean, a 3-goal lead, once it gets down to that 2-minute mark, it feels real untenable, and you got to give credit where it's due. NRG played phenomenal offense. But Cloud9, you're absolutely right. Definitely picked it up. A lot of great pressure at the end of the game. Very aggressive positioning from Torment. You like to see that getting involved in the offense. Gimmick able to put pressure, take away corner boosts. And that is what you really got to do because, I mean, you're definitely losing the challenge game in the midfield overall.
Well, they're losing a lot of places on the field, especially on defense. The thing that has been so good for Cloud9, especially on the shoulders of Torment, his clear game has been on point. He's just always managed to get some facet of his car into contact with the ball, and the air ball plays they've been dealing with this season, very uncharacteristic, and something that tension that is left in your mind of I've got to play defense, I think kind of takes away from the offensive power and the freedom that Gimmick and Squishy can enjoy just to go up and go, we got Torment behind us, we're fine. Right now they're having to think too much about the entire pitch. A pretty neutral beginning to game 3. Torment bumps this one into the midfield. Garrett keeps it high. Squishy up. Still with half of his tank to work with. Turbo Pulsa will take it away from him onto the backboard. Torment's there. Soft touch to the edge. Justin looks for the second touch. He's gone onto the backboard over the top of Gimmick. Squishy's alone in net. Gimmick getting bounced off his backboard, but Squishy will have uncontested contact. Get that one all the way back into the orange.
And that's exactly the type of plays, but Torment takes a shot on net. Squishy not able to redirect it. But it's that pressure from Justin on the backboard that you love to see from NRG. I mean, again, he had no intention of ever trying to pass that ball into the midfield. He knew it was never going to happen. He's just trying to get in Cloud9's face, force him to make a long clear, and let the guy behind them just pick up the slack.
Even there, Justin has multiple demolitions coming through from the side of Cloud9. Everybody misses the ball in the air. Now finally look at the clear, but we saw Justin going, looking for a pass, doesn't quite make contact, immediately flips into the defense just to try and create chaos, but here's more chaos. Is this one off the backboard? Nobody was home. All of NRG trying to rotate back in, and Cloud9's able to find a goal.
Justin just went off to the corner boost, then realized Turbo was caught way off the line, and it was already too late. Turbo definitely out of position there.
A micro positioning, not quite on target.
Yeah.
Justin up against Torment. He'll win that challenge into the corner. Squishy now back towards midfield. There's Garrett. Shot towards the wall. Justin will shoot. Got to pass two. A long soft one. Turbo's bumping Squishy, but the ball not going to roll in by itself. It was going to need help, and there was no one there to guide it. Now Justin through the air onto the backboard. He's got a nice one off the ceiling. Here's Garrett G with the shot to tie it up. What a setup from Justin.
You are absolutely right. It's that bump in the net that slows them down and stops the Cloud9 from rotating out. Justin understanding perfectly. He's never going to score this. Hit it towards the wall, tip it off the top corner. You know Garrett G will come in and finish the job. That is excellent.
Also props to Garrett G. Not an easy pass to read.
No.
He has to bounce off two surfaces. Here's Justin following kickoff. The pass into the midfield. Squishy's already in position, though. Garrett will beat Gimmick. Torment's up. Countering wins here. Alternating contact. Turbo Pulsa attempts. Squishy and Turbo
They got a
respect
headlock.
rule number 1 there in the corner. We'll see how long they maintain this one. As Justin's going to try and double tap in the 2v2 here. They're still holding it over there on the side. We'll see if they keep this one up.
Respect.
Respecting the rules. The unspoken rules of Rocket League.
You know, there's codes of honor.
Towards the corner. At what point, though, does Squishy break it? This ball is terrifying. Turbo's happy to deal with this right now, but now on the far side, does Turbo Pulsa break this?
You know,
or do they lose it on the side? I need a camera back on that edge. I didn't know what's going on over there.
Well, what's funny is I actually think NRG are the better 2v2 squad here.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I'd agree with you. And, hey, get a props in chat to Squishy Muffins holding that one all the way to the end. When in a series where they need to win, too. Respecting the rules of Rocket League. I appreciate that. 2:03 on the clock. NRG with the go-ahead goal on the series coming from a 2v2.
The best part is Turbo is perfectly fine taking any 2v2. His teammates are Garrett G and Justin. I mean, that's one of the strongest 2v2 duos I could imagine.
Turbo's like, you understand? Oh, Squishy finds the counter on the other end, and beautiful stuff that Squishy finds that.
Yeah, that's vindication. Get it right back. Nice touch from Torment. Turbo just straight misreads it.
Oh, that's rough. I do think it's funny for Turbo in that situation, though, where he's like, you know my job is just to make sure that they can do what they want to do, right?
Right.
So if you're not on the pitch, I'm fine.
This is perfect.
2-on-2. 1:42 left to go. Here's Justin. A win from Cloud9. Turbo Pulsa over the edge. There's through one. Squishy. Up to Gimmick. Nice setup. Here's Torment. No, he's too far back, and then NRG trying to put the pressure on. Here's Turbo Pulsa out to Garrett G. I think he just needs to guide this one all the way in. That's an easy one, as the miss wasn't there. And I wonder, with that pressure from Torment had been there just a moment earlier, would we see the goal on the other end?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure NRG would have been ready for any type of shot that came at him. But, I mean, that's not Gimmick's fault for being caught too far forward. It's just a miscommunication from Cloud9 on exchanging roles there.
1:20 left to go. Cloud9 back down again. Gimmick a little far forward on that kickoff. Maybe could have redirected it if he hadn't been so aggressive for the goalie, but I understand the attempt. Now, through the back line once more, Garrett G will adjust. Approaching the final minute. NRG with everything they need to sweep Cloud9. There's another shot. Nearly got the security, but Torment, now Squishy rather, in net, making the save. Gimmick with the transition back into the corner. Cloud9 able to survive, give themselves an opportunity. Here comes the pressure. Torment's too far forward. He's got to fall back. Looks to give the ball to Gimmick, but it's kind of gone to Justin instead. And the second touch from Justin's good. 2-goal lead for NRG.
Justin scores that ball, but that's all because Turbo was so smart on the goal line. He had two guys on Cloud9 coming at him from the same side of the ball. He knows it's going to roll in front, so he just lets it roll by and then takes the second challenge to push it up the pitch. Justin picks it up and, of course, is able to turn in a solo goal.
41 seconds left. Cloud9. It went from close to dire straits very quickly. As Justin puts this one high, Gimmick getting a bit bumped, still makes contact to stop it from crossing his box, but Garrett G's up, looks for Turbo. Can Turbo push it in? He can. That's 3-goal lead now for NRG. 26 seconds left. And an exciting fireworks-laden game here. It's going to end as expected.
Yeah, not surprising to see Garrett go for the pass to Turbo. I mean, you saw him get the takeaway on Justin's shot. That's basically the same thing from the other side of the pitch.
Yeah.
And he nails it. So a cruise to victory here for NRG. And another unfortunate stumble for Cloud9 here.
You gotta wonder if Squishy hadn't held his nose against Turbo that whole time and let that goal in.
I don't know. Considering the last couple goals you saw,
I agree with you.
I think NRG would have taken it.
But still the what-ifs plague my mind.
Yes, indeed.
With 3 seconds left, they look for one more for the road. It's not going to matter. NRG, 2 sweeps here to end the day. NRG improved to 6-0. Currently, 13-0, a streak they have set in a league play.
Yeah.
Went 7-0 last season. They have yet to lose in league play in 2 seasons. 1 away from a second consecutive perfect season.
And that'll put them...
And
at a huge game differential as well. So well on track. Who's their last week matchup?
Rogue.
G2, right? Rogue.
So if Rogue can play spoiler, there's something for Rogue to hang their hat on. But that is, man, what a way. And Rogue ends their season against NRG, and then Cloud9 a match like 2 matches later. They get one break after playing NRG to go up against Cloud9. Rough way for them to end their season when they are at their backs up against the wall.
It would be a fun way to go 3-4 though.
It would be. It would be. Hopefully they can make it happen there and make things exciting. But man, NRG in a season that has just been wild, where nothing makes sense and up is down and everything, NRG seems to be the one consistent thing here in North America from previous seasons.
The ironic thing about that is it's a totally different NRG.
It is.
You lose Fireburner, you gain Turbo, and you're still well on your way to going
funny.
2 seasons 7-0.
Of the big three, the only one that makes a roster change is the one that stays at the top of North America here. That's some pretty insane stuff there. But Turbo also, I think, definitely settling into his role.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling definitely much more comfortable here, finding ways to set up his teams. I still love the Justin to Turbo play on Neo Tokyo there, as he was able to beat Torment to get that ball in. But man, what a day of Rocket League. It's been awesome stuff. Let's go back to the desk so I can wrap things up.
I don't know. I'm feeling like that squishy turbo play was my favorite play.
Rule number one.
Rule number one. You got it. You got it.
I was struggling to come to grips with how I felt about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if. One, it's it's funny, right? But Cloud9, they're not having a good season.
They need wins. Yeah, they need wins. So it's a little iffy. Turbo, sure, that makes perfect sense for him. They've already clinched top 2, but you need the win, Squishy. I don't know about that one.
I don't know, man. The 3v3 has been working, so why not try the 2v2?
All right.
They probably thought they might have
fair
had a
enough.
chance.
But Squishy, he's been such a big part of the success.
Can we just talk about Justin, though?
That was the thing of
Look
beauty.
at that flip reset for an overtime winner. He's just been on fire all season. Might be the first ever back-to-back MVP, playing out of his mind.
This is what I call a victory lap. They already have the spot in Madrid.
Yep.
They know they're going, so they're just out here having fun, you know. I think that actually made them a little deadlier.
Well, yeah.
Knowing that they can play and do whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
And not only that, they were clinching top 2. Now they clinched number 1. So they don't even have to worry about next week at all.
They might as well just give their sub an opportunity to show up, you know, and get
for
some
me, it's
experience.
It's a good thing because it's not only a win, but it's also a sweep. Like, they're solidifying that they are the top. We talk about these guys that are at the very top. You need to do it convincingly, and NRG continues to prove they are the best in North America.
Outside of that, though, what did we see from Cloud9? Are we still seeing a Cloud9? Was it hard to tell that, it's having troubles? Does it look like, Gimmick's going to be able to do a lot better going forward? Because they're going to need wins now. Right?
I don't think we can
it's hard to
draw
tell,
any conclusions.
Right? It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting this final week. They play Rogue, obviously, to stay alive, but then it's Cloud9 versus G2. Very likely could be to just make playoffs at that point. Depends on what Birds do. Because if Birds get a surprise win, it could come down to that. It's going to be a very interesting final week where we're thinking Cloud9 versus G2, week 5 is for a top 2 spot. It's not. Now it could be for relegation.
That's nuts. So for Cloud9 then, definitively, do they have to win everything? Are there certain scenarios, or is it still all over the place at this point?
They have some scenarios, like if they just beat Rogue, they can still get in because if Birds lose. So there's still some chances that they don't have to beat G2. But again, you don't want to rely on that, so they want to come into the final week trying to take down G2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened to EG when they were relying on results. They ended up finishing bottom 2, ended up getting relegated, and, Corrupted G's still fighting, but everyone else kind of...
Yeah.
One got shipped back to his home country. The other one plays a different sport now. So, yeah, it's crazy, man.
So for Cloud9, how you feeling, Lawler? I've asked these guys.
I saw some aggression. I did see a little bit more, but overall, it's still not enough. And yeah, as funny as it was to watch them lock, you need wins. And the fact that it's a sweep, those things can come back to bite you when game differential is our first tiebreaker. So, yeah, I'm a little worried.
And then for NRG, looking across the pond, let's try to compare them now, because obviously clinch top 2, going to LAN, they're going to have to start thinking about any of their opponents in all the other regions, be it OC, SAM, or Europe. How do you think NGE is looking now, James? NRG, geez.
NRG, it's okay.
NRG, there's so many letters, are looking against EU right now.
So I just think the world is a giant dumpster fire right now. And I don't really, I'm looking at it. Even in Europe, I don't know what to think. NRG, we were talking in the back. This might be the season that NRG has the World Championship right for the play.
Yeah, we were talking about this where it could be Energy, it could be Pittsburgh Knights, Space Station, and Ghost coming out from NA. On the other side for Europe, Vitality might not make it. So if all those fall into place, it feels like Energy, you have to win this Worlds, because if you don't, it's a major disappointment.
Like I was saying,
He's been there though. Like,
imagine Mouse if they win it. Cookser being a champion again a lot. He's a finalist, maybe getting that World Championship.
Every time we're like, all right, Energy, you're poised for the taking, your home field advantage, everything's great, and then they don't. I honestly believe like this could be the chance that we see South America make some names. There's like,
I
there's
said,
things
nothing
that
is certain.
I don't know, and that's the best part. As I honestly have no idea.
I'm with you, Lawler.
Great,
no clue.
Absolutely phenomenal that we get to see parity, I guess is what we can call it.
Okay, so you guys are unsure about Energy. I mean, I think
they
look
look
really
great.
strong.
Energy looks really good, but
they've always been good on LAN. It's on LAN. We're talking about the World Championship in person on LAN.
It's a lot of pressure on Turbo.
Yeah, so it's online. I expected this from NRG, but when we get to Madrid, it's going to be a different story.
Yeah. Speaking of Turbo, I think we got him on the line. We're just waiting for him. He had to get everything set up after celebrating after that very tough win. Turbo, you on the line there, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Let's talk about that first. You guys are feeling good. The Rule 1, mad respect to both of you guys for that. I'm assuming you guys are all having fun going into this match. What was the mentality like?
Well, we knew before this game that we already qualified for LAN. It's like the vibe is a bit different, knowing that we already qualified, but we still wanted to get to the win from this game, and we always want to win no matter what, and want to go 7-0 this season.
Well, I'm going to say, coming into a new region, how does it feel? Did you have any expectations? Did you guys know before all of this started? Yeah, easy, a goose egg, 7-0. We're going to take this region. How does it feel coming to a new region and doing so well?
It's a bit of a change of a play style. Like, I'm used to everyone taking it a bit slow and a lot of passes in EU. And here, everyone is like, just go for the ball. Don't think about what you're doing, or just, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. And then EU is such a mess. And obviously, honestly, like, OCE could easily take the season if it keeps going like this.
Really? So what was the adjustment period for you? Like, was it, like a month, a week? Are you still trying to figure it out at this point? Or do you think you're kind of getting a hold of how you need to play against this entire region?
I think I have it figured out. Isn't that really the big of difference? But like, you get used to it after a while. We'll be screaming every day, and I don't know. It's not that difficult to adjust to be honest.
NA's easy is TLDR of that. Now, looking at
obviously.
Yeah, so you guys are going to LAN. Congratulations, by the way. But there's still another spot, and it might come down to 3 teams. 2 I want to ask you about, Knights and SSG. Who do you think is going to fill that second guaranteed spot going to LAN for North America?
When the time comes, everything looks great and all that. I have no idea. Honestly, Rocket League is such a mess right now. It is such a hard time to predict.
That's Garrett.
Whoa! Oh,
Spooky Garrett. He's in season.
I actually didn't hear him. Wow. All right. Where?
Biggest scare of the season.
All right, Turbo. You know what? I'm going to let you go. Take a breather. SSG. All right, there's our answer. Turbo, thank you so much for hanging out. Also, Garrett, thank you for joining in on the stream as well. Take it easy, Turbo. We'll see you later.
Oh, man.
I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
I was going to ask, you were asking us for questions earlier, and the question I forgot to tell you to ask was, ask him how he likes living with Garrett. Because
I'm thinking they're loving it at this point, right?
Just sneaking right in.
Yeah, talking with those guys, they say like every day is like a LAN, and it's super weird because the only time they're used to seeing each other is at live events. So the fact that he's now on the other side of the continent, like they're together all the time, and it's weird, and he's not used to it.
Yeah,
for better or for worse.
And that's the only time you'll see Turbo probably afraid on stream is when he's in a winner interview and Garrett sneaks up behind him. That's the only time.
Well, I mean, he didn't see the demos coming either, so to be fair, I'm not surprised Garrett was able to sneak up on him.
Yeah, no, so I don't know, with that, NRG feeling so confident in that, are we feeling like, it is still kind of a crazy mess? We've been mirroring that thought process on the desk. Like, we don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Is it that crazy right now? Do you guys agree with
Unprecedented.
Turbo, saying that, anybody could really take it, even maybe above them? at this point?
Like, absolutely. You have to, just based on the results that we've seen. Plus, we're talking about the big three is dead. Well, now, for a top 2 spot, G2 and Cloud9 both cannot even get a top 2 spot at this point going into regionals. It has to be Pittsburgh Knights, Space Station, or Ghost. So it's just showing that new era and just a big upset.
Even in OCE, Ground Zero's at the top with names. Like, Jules is a player that you recognize, but everywhere. The amount of upsets and the amount of shakeups this season has been unprecedented.
I just think it goes to show, and you have to give credit to where it's due, the old Dignitas roster. What they did was, you can't express how difficult it is to stay consistent in this game. So the fact that they do something like that, and now we're seeing what we are, 8 different teams and different land winners and this and that, like, it's exciting because you can root for literally anybody. There's a chance, but at the same time, it's also really scary.
Well, let's take a look back at the schedule today, what we saw, what transpired. It's been crazy, as Turbo said. He doesn't know what's going on, and I feel like we're still kind of in that same boat. A little more expected, I guess, today, although we did see SSG, again, pop off against Ghost. That was a surprising one for me.
That was huge for Space Station. They came into the week 1 and 2. I think a lot of people were kind of writing them off, and they go 2-0, and now they're in the driver's seat for a top 2 spot. They're looking fantastic. Pittsburgh Knights, major scare versus Birds. I thought that series by Reynolds was fantastic.
Even the Pittsburgh Knights and NRG, the match of the day.
Yeah.
That Game 5, coming down to that. There were so many good matches today, and honestly, all weekend, so many Game 5s. And it's what makes Rocket League fun to watch.
So real quick right here, we'll show the standings, and we all know that Energy is number 1, but at this point, it's a 3-man race for a top 2 spot for the automatic qualification with Pittsburgh Knights, Space Station, and Ghost, which means G2, one of those teams, they can't even get top 2. And then for teams that have clinched at least a playoff berth, that's, of course, Energy, Pittsburgh Knights, and Ghost Gaming. There is still an outside chance Space Station, they finish down in the bottom 2. So not a lot of teams safe right now.
Yeah, Leaf, you mentioned, like, do we agree with Turbo? Is the chaos? You look at those standings and tell me what you think. Like, if someone showed me that, it's like, that's what you're going to get for this season.
Well, as him, as he said, I stopped thinking too.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he also got spooked by Garrett, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, that's nuts. So, like, at the beginning of the season, though, I don't think anybody would have had this on the plate, saying, like, you know, this is what the rosters are going to be. Cloud9 down in that 7th place spot, G2, I think, in 5th there. I don't think anybody probably had that. James, did you have any idea this would be the wackiest season we've ever seen in Rocket League?
Look at my prediction record, and it will it will corroborate. No, I did not.
Yeah, it's
no idea.
It's been wild, man. Like Pittsburgh Knights, I think some people thought, all right, maybe carry that momentum, but Space Station and Ghost really stepping it up. It's great to see.
Anyways, we have one final order of business, and that's to look at our player of the day presented by Intel. And it has to be Justin. The team is now 6-0. They're looking so good. And Justin, whenever he's given the space, he pops off.
That Game 4 versus Pittsburgh Knights where they were down 2-1, and he just has a huge performance. Whenever he has the ball by the wall by himself, he can do anything. Right there, that beautiful shot.
Well, he took that one from Turbo.
Lead.
So
sure, that's fair. But Turbo can't do what Justin can do. So Justin, and then of course the flip reset to go to overtime with Cloud9 or to win overtime. He's just been making plays all season long.
Even that shot, that made me, my eyes pop out of my head a little bit. That really close off the wall pass to himself shot. Justin. He tweeted he was in a slump today, but you can't believe it.
Did he do it again?
He did it again. He does it every time.
It's like, I'm in a slump.
Player of the day, I'm in a slump. Watch out.
Yeah.
It could be just a tradition at this point. Hey, every time I say I'm in a slump, I'm going to play well.
Yeah, it's all mind games.
Anyways, we're coming to the end of the day, so I just want to get some final thoughts from all you guys. James, start us off. We've seen week 4 of North America now. What's going on in that head?
Honestly, nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that I have is NRG. At least I know they're going to land. That's the one thing that I can cling to as a North American fan. Everything else, I have zero idea. And now I'm in the experience phase. I can't think ahead. I can't try to predict. It's useless. It's pointless. I just want to experience the rest of this season.
Go ahead and put it.
Thank you.
For me, playoff scenarios are going to be fun tonight. I'll be doing those.
Yeah, good luck.
No one is eliminated yet, so anyone still has a chance for that World Championship bid. And again, we only know about Energy and then 3 teams fighting for a top 2 spot. But besides that, man, it's wide open, and anything can happen in Week 5.
Yeah, echoing James, Garrett is now an 8-time LAN attendee. Only one to ever do it. So congrats to him. And if you guys don't get enough Rocket League, there's always more. Oceania. Oceania. I can't talk to you either with your acronyms and whatever else is going on.
Too many letters. Too many letters. Our
Our
brains are mush. So why don't we just take a look at the schedule presented by Axe to see what's going on next week in week number 5 for North America. Everything comes down to line. Guys, can you believe it? We're almost there. We're almost in the final week before we hit playoffs. I'm looking out to that Space Station Gaming Pittsburgh Knights game. As I mentioned, that could be one of our teams in that second clinch spot going to LAN. Now, we do have more Rocket League tomorrow at 8:30. Our pre-show starts, but at 9 o'clock we have our kickoff. I'm expecting Europe to do everything North America's been doing. They matched last week in week number 3 with the craziness, and I think week 4 is going to be the same. So tune in for that. Also, get online overnight before Europe starts. Get your tickets to LAN Palacio Vista Alegre in Madrid, Spain, December 13th to 15th. That's tickets.rlesports.gg. For now, we need to get our mind sorted, so I'm signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Atomic, he already jumped. It's popped up. Follow from XP. Oh my God. Gonna do it. They're gonna tie it up in 0 seconds.
Okay, what is going on?
Cloud9. Typical is insane. Up quick. The perfect double tap. They needed somebody to step up. And Illusion does it. Unbelievable. Whoa! Illusion used everything in the tank just to get the pass to Atomic. Memory has a shot here, and they're just slapping G2. It's not even a contest right now. 3 goals to nothing. Pitches it high. Off the backboard. Gyro comes for free. Pittsburgh skate.
A bit of boost to work with here. Finds a flip reset. The pass to Turbo. Shots in goal. What a play. NRG takes game 1.
Memory beating 2 G2 attackers. Now Chain has the last man back. Memory coming down. What a goal from Memory.
Memory, he took it all the way from his corner. He got the challenge beat out in the 1v1, and then he gets the